that there's some a supernatural being telling you how to dress, how to do those things, is on you. It's not on me to prove. Now that we're
Is your
talking about
great
proof,
great 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 grandfather real?
he was real when he was alive.
How do you know?
I understand genetics.
Yeah, but you can't touch him, you can't see him, you can't test him. How do you know?
I understand genetics and biology. Do you?
Not to a large extent, but to a small degree, yes. But
Okay,
I'm just
so
saying,
couldn't
you know,
exist.
you said that you believe things that you can see, touch, feel, and test.
No, I don't believe I know. I know he existed because I'm here. To be here, I had to have a father and a mother, and so on,
Right.
so
Same
on,
thing
so
with
on.
this universe. I know God is real because it exists. This universe is here. I'm gonna use the same
No.
logic that you just used.
Okay. Okay. What is the
So
logic?
this universe to me is proof that God exists. Us
Okay.
being here is proof that God exists. That
So
tree
if I say
behind
that,
you being there is proof that God exists.
so if I say
From
that,
my perspective.
if I say that this world being here is proof that unicorns exist, I have exactly the same amount of evidence for that as you do to say that it's because God exists.
Well,
Maybe
the difference
how do
being
we know
is
they didn't
this.
exist?
What's the
I
attributes of
don't.
a unicorn as opposed to the attributes of God? We believe that God is an all-powerful
The
being,
attributes,
a creator.
I'll tell you what the attributes are. The attributes for both of them is that they're fictional, that they are ideas created by human beings in their minds.
No, but what attributes? Our attributes for God are very simple. He's an all-powerful being. He's the creator of the heavens and the earth.
Sure.
So that's
And unicorns
he's a lot more
have a horn on their head, and they're magical, and they look kind of like horses.
Okay. And do you and do you believe that they physically exist, or is it an imaginary existence? It's either one of the two.
I believe that God and unicorns exist on the exact same plane, which is in people's imaginations.
So you don't look at life around you and think, you know, how did this get here? How did the universe come about? You don't ask these questions.
So how could you?
You've never
Nope.
asked these type of questions.
People much smarter than I am have asked those questions and haven't been able to answer them. Haven't been able to answer them.
They don't say God doesn't exist.
No, but they don't say God exists either. There's no evidence for. There's no evidence.
They say the probability of the fine tuning of the universe is an absurdity to think that it came from nothing. That's what they do say.
No scientist, no reputable scientist has ever said that it's an absurdity. It could be an absurdly large number. It could be an absurdly large probability. But the universe has been here for 14.5 billion years, so absurd things can happen in 14.5 billion years.
Like what? Like a universe coming into existence?
Like human beings evolve, like the animals and plants on this planet evolving, and that has only been for the last 4 billion years.
Like a single-celled organism becoming a fish, and then that fish becoming a turtle, and that turtle becoming a snake, and then the snake becomes a banana, and
it does not work like that.
That's a simplistic notion of evolution. Yeah. It's a simplistic notion of evolution, but
there's nothing fixed about evolution. Yes. There's no fixed idea when it comes to evolution. You do know that.
I'm not sure what you mean by fixed idea.
There's no fixed idea of evolution that this we know for definite this transition to this, and we know for definite
no, absolutely not, because it wasn't leaps. Exactly. Evolution was not leaps.
There you go.
It was minor,
maybe the
tiny little things.
Again, these are the assumptions without evidence.
No, they're not assumptions without evidence. There's absolutely evidence. There's a fossil record.
There's fossil records that go against it.
Missing.
There is.
No. And actually, understand science to be able to assert that.
Oh, first of all, you can have macroevolution, yes, but from across species, there isn't the evidence.
That's true.
We should have millions and millions of fossil
No,
records,
it's
and we don't.
not true. There's
Then where are
there's
the fossil records to
absolute
prove it?
scientific evidence.
Yeah.
There's no proof. There's evidence. That's how science works. Science doesn't look for truth. Science isn't coming up with proof. Science is coming up with theories based on evidence.
Yes,
We know how
that's it.
germs work,
Exactly.
right?
But
So
David,
we know if somebody gets an infection, that's a germ, and we've been able to
Mhm.
observe that. We've been able to measure that. We know what happens in general to most human bodies. So we have this thing called germ theory.
okay,
We don't
tell
say
me,
germ fact,
Mary,
but we
tell
still
me,
treat people. I'm not going to allow you
Mary,
to keep interrupting me. I'm going to finish my statement, and then I
No,
would be
finish it.
delighted
Let her
to talk
finish.
to you.
go ahead.
We have germ theory, which is not proven, and it is not a
Mhm.
fact. It is
Mhm.
in science, we don't call
Mhm.
things facts. We measure.
I know how
Is
science
this what
works.
your
Yeah.
religion is all about?
Do you
Is
know,
there something in the Quran that says you have to interrupt
Mary,
people?
Mary, first of all, the scientific
This
method,
is exactly
it was
what I was
created.
talking about. It's not
It
the
was
religion. It's the implementation.
Mary,
It's what people do
Mary,
Mary, you
the
gotta let people
to
talk
scientific
too,
prove their
method.
Mary.
point.
Mary,
Mary, first
Mary,
of
you
all,
gotta
the
let other
scientific.
people talk.
First of all, the way you're talking is very derogatory.
Maybe
Let
you need
me
to stop
explain how
trying.
germs work. Yeah, this is the scientific method. What we have today is coming from Islam. The biology, the physics, the psychology.
Excuse me,
It's
brother
coming
Yusuf.
coming from Islam.
Yes.
This assumption you make is
Can you
why.
please move
Right now, you
to
tell
the
me,
outside of the circle
tell me
like
the
everybody
evolution
else?
of
Thank
the
you.
human being. What was the story? We started from the single cell. Then what were we after that? What were we after that? Tell me the story. You don't know?
I'm done talking to you. I am not talking to
Thank
you.
you.
I
That's
can't.
it.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Good.
Yeah.
So
Mary,
you
that's
don't
a good
know.
question,
Got on
Mary.
Say you don't know. It's
That's a good
okay.
question, Mary. Just
She
say you
can't.
don't
She
know, and
doesn't
then we
know.
can move on. It's a very good question.
Are you asking me a question? Because I'll answer you.
I mean, look,
I
just don't be like
absolutely
that.
don't know. I absolutely don't know. No one watched life begin on the planet.
That's it.
We
That's
have
right.
seen You are you're a piece of work.
Where was God when my friends were being killed in Vietnam? Where was God when the buses are being blown up in the Middle East? Where is God when all the people are being beheaded in the Middle East?
Can I respond
Good
to that?
question.
Yeah.
Good question.
How is that a good
Yes,
question?
Donald.
That's not even a question, it's a statement.
It was a question. I asked, where was
Okay.
God when my friends were being killed in Vietnam? When I watched people dying in Vietnam? Where was God when the buses were being blown up?
Okay, that's a second
People
question.
lost?
Can I respond?
Why did you go to Vietnam?
That is one question.
Yes.
Why did you go to Vietnam in the first place?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Go ahead, Donut.
So to expect God not to be anywhere is an incorrect assumption. God is everywhere. The fact that he doesn't intervene in what we do is the real thing we need to address. I think what you're trying to imply is why didn't God intervene and stop all the bad from happening? So if God would intervene in whatever we do, that would nullify the free will that he has given us. And then on the judgment, nobody will have, nobody can be blamed for what they did.
Okay,
Right?
what about the beheading and
If that
blowing
makes
up
sense,
buses in the name of religion?
again, you're making the same assumption here that for bad to happen, we need to question God. We can't question God because he has given us the free will. Like your friends died in Vietnam because they got on the helicopters or the airplanes from your country. They had the free will to, and then they went all the way to Vietnam, and then they started attacking the people there, and then the people retaliated. So like a lot of events took place. You can't just start off by saying that where were the people when I was in the middle of a battle and my friends were dying. That's an inaccurate depiction of what happened. Now, had
Is it-
God wanted to intervene, he would have done it as soon as you and your friends took your first steps towards that airplane. He should have stopped you. Why doesn't he stop people from cheating on their taxes? That's the real question we need to ask. Because God has given us the free will to do whatever we wish. So on the day of judgment, when every soul is accounted for whatever it did, it can be done so fairly. Otherwise, if God intervenes, then there is no test to differentiate who is worthy of eternal paradise and who isn't. So God is everywhere. He's watching from behind a veil. Will never intervene, because if he does, then the test gets nullified. It's like, you sit in an exam and you expect the teacher to answer all of your questions. If a teacher would do that, or if an invigilator would do that, then there would be no point to the test.
So, for you assuming that everybody's getting tested, how about a 2-year-old child that dies from cancer? They were not tested. They didn't do anything.
No.
They just died, right?
Yes. So
in our
to
religion,
respond
a child would go to heaven.
Gave them life then? Why?
So to respond to this statement, you're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense that a 2-year-old would be tested in such a way they don't even have the capacity to talk yet, or to think, or to take care of themselves.
I'm glad.
However, the religion of Islam, and I believe the other people.
لو ايوه انا اقصد الشمس وجود
ايوه
الشمس
صح.
وجود الشمس مثلا على بعد معين عن الارض خلى الحياه لو تغيرت هذه كان يعني تدمرت يعني هذه اكيد صنع شيء مميز، مو بيقول لك يعني موجود. والعلماء قالوا ان اليونيفيرس ما كان موجود من قبل.
بالضبط، بس هذا الأغبياء اللي هنا فهد، هذا اللي يجيبوا حجج غبية ويعكسوها. وش تقول؟ تقول هي هذيك، تقول الالوجن المشكلة مش في الناس، الالوجن في الدين. الالوجن في الدين كيف؟ الالوجن يجي في الإنسان ما يجي في الدين.
الكتاب عندك واضح يعني القوانين
هم يقلبوا الحقائق، هذا معروفين يقلبوا الحقائق. يعني لو تقول الإنسان يموت يقول لك الإنسان ما يموت، الموت يموت، الإنسان يموت كذا، يعطيك شغلك، يقلب الآية على أساس إنه يلخبط الدنيا كلهم. حتى هذاك وش يقول لك؟ يقول لك جيب لي إذا واحدة لابسة مفسخ تمشي في الشارع، مؤمن عربي ما شاء الله، تمشي واحدة
هذا
في الشارع.
خالد،
هذا
أبو خالد،
هذا أنت؟ سوري. زين. يعني women يعني not modest walking on the street. Just show me if they are not saying anything. This is individual. You're talking about individuality. You're talking about culture. You're talking about society. You're not talking about religion, because religion shows we're modest.
هو السورس حقه. He's using the YouTube as source, and as we
Yeah,
call
but
even if you use the YouTube and search the opposite, how many Muslims are being treated bad in America, you will see more than that.
Yusuf, the story he gave about the woman being abused because she wears shorts, I give the more extreme, where somebody tried to kill me, where I'm chased out of my home and he has nothing to say. So he show his colours.
He said good for you.
He show his colours.
Yeah.
So that's it.
They use their stupidity as an argument.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Exactly, that woman right there.
That woman you cannot talk to. Mary Vey. You cannot talk to her because she will shush you up for her to talk.
No, I know someone will be perfect to speak with her.
Donut.
She need to understand one thing. She need to understand the cause of this universe, the causality argument. I tried to explain to her, but she didn't want to accept it.
No.
Everything have a cause to exist.
I'm telling you, Abu Khalid, people coming to you to get maybe knowledge, to listen, maybe to do some argument, maybe a discussion, maybe like a debate, right? But these people, as you told him, pre-programmed, what you call it? Preposition. They there is no God, there is nothing. I'm an atheist. I'll stay atheist. Let's fight them. As Muslims, they are an illusion. That's it's a mission for them to come here. And that woman, the other woman, grey woman, just clapping and sending hearts for the other guy. Why?
Look, and not just that, in a derogatory manner in which they speak. And here is how science work and the germ this. What, we're idiots? What way are you talking to us? Most of the scientists, they're Muslim. How many Muslim scientists are? We're pushing our kids in these directions. The scientific method to come from where it come from Islam. Who are you trying to educate?
It's the propaganda. It's what you see on TV, and then you assume that everyone is like that. No,
I'm mute all the time because I'm laughing. Last time, I don't know if they heard me or what. He said, I'm not calling you stupid, I'm calling you illusion, something.
Delusional.
So what? This is delusional.
And Dave and I talked about the fine tuning to the universe. Then she said no scientists, and then she answered, "Oh, no reputable scientists." So you're going to decide who is reputable? They don't follow what you believe. They're not reputable.
Really?
What is God in the Vietnam War?
What is God when my
tell me the story, step by
Where
step.
Is God when my woman died?
She couldn't. She couldn't because you gave her that hard look and hard talk, and you gave her the statement, right? Then you gave her the answer. She couldn't because she don't want to talk.
Not just that. She says, "I don't like people who talk over." And what does she do? She talk over. I don't like people who lie.
She talk over me. She talk over Abu Khalid, over you.
Which tell us one lie we said. Oh no, all they did was come up with assumption and make statements that weren't true. Tell us one lie we said.
I think.
I'm
No,
I really need to go get a cup of tea.
No. You're good. You're good. You have to be.
Are you
upset?
Are you upset? Did well with her.
You have
to be running away.
This is what happens with this type of people.
Yeah,
you have to go to people that
sometimes
they
you
listen.
need to get upset. Yeah. Sometimes you need to get passionate. Where's Anne-Marie? I'm going to give her a shout.
That the Vietnam War guy, he need to meet T-Bud. They will become best friends.
Me and Sister Aisha, we found T-Bud in the Exodus world.
We did. We did.
Long time no see.
Long time.
That guy is a funny guy.
Bahraini, صح?
Yes.
And he was cooperative with us in the last time we saw him.
لا والله هلا بالحلوة البحرينية. أنا عماني.
Yeah, that's me. By the way. That's me.
Is it actually? Is it a bot?
Yeah.
عماني كم قلت لي إماراتي.
Okay.
لا عماني يمكن مشبه بي. أنا غيرت لا عماني.
Yeah, that's me in the future.
Okay.
صحيح لا.
You mark your agent very well.
Yeah.
I want to go to see that girl. What she's doing. I'm gonna.
Where's the women tonight? Okay. I'm gonna give Anne-Marie a call.
من هذا اللي فوق الخيمة يواقف هناك.
لا هذا عبادي حط واحد هناك.
Let me go make a cup of tea.
تعرف عبادي؟
That's good.
كان واقف هنا. عبادي اللي كان واقف. ده حسابه الثاني اسمه ذا جيم.
مؤمن يا مؤمن.
زراكي قصدك هذا اسمه زراكي.
ايوه زراكي.
انت حاط لايف اليوم لا؟ انت حاط لايف ولا شلته؟
لا لايف الان.
الان نحن لايف؟
الان نحن لايف ايوه.
جالسين نتكلم عن
عادي
ما في ولا ما في تورطنا انت.
لا ما عندي متابعين يعني القناة لسه ما اشتهرت. لحظة خلنا نشوف. لا 0
حطه هناك في وجوههم والله.
أنا لا جبته هنا عشان يكون في يعني كلام باللغة العربية حتى الناس تفهم. لأن الناس المتابعين للقناة معظمهم يتكلموا لغة عربية. ف بس يعني هي تجربة عموما. إذا
بس
الفيديو ما
غريبة.
ضبط بشيل الفيديو
لا
عادي.
كويس. لا أنت ممكن تقصص في الفيديو هذا المرة الأولى. بس شوف نحن لاحظت نحن لما يجيوا مسيحيين نتكلم معاهم النقاش في منه فايدة. أن منهم رهبانا وإلى آخره. قال لك الله سبحانه وتعالى وهم أقرب للإسلام.
الله.
أما تتكلم مع هذول الناس يجيبوا حجج ستوبد ويحطوها على شكل ستوبد ويقولوا لا صح ويضحكوا عليك أنت. ما أدري ليش هذا الأسلوب. الحين هذاك المسلم مسكين هذا ماد هيتر يسولف وياها وهي بريبوزيشن ترى جاية خلاص محاطة في بالها يعني إن نحن
لا هي في الأخير أثبتت كرهها الإسلام لما قالت حق عائشة أن أنتم كلكم المسلمين كذا القرآن يعلمكم كذا.
أيوة.
يعني يبين واضح أن فيه حقد يعني.
ايوه هم انا مره سمعت لي واحده ملحده تتكلم مع واحد ملحد في الكامب فاير وانا واقف جنبه. تقول لي الملحد ايش؟ تقول لي الملحد خليهم، لانه كان في حوار بين يعني عن الاديان عن وجود الله. بعدين هم اخذوا جانب وتتكلم بس انا سامعه يعني هم بعيدين. تقول له خليهم، الناس تنولد نوعين، في نوع ناس يتولدوا عندهم حاجه في مخهم يعني زي غدة ولا ما أدري إيش، خليهم يؤمنوا في الإله. تخيل.
أوكي.
فهم عندهم الملحدين إنهم انولدوا بدون هذا يسموه عيب،
بدون هذا الغدة.
بدون العيب الخلقي هذا يخليهم ما يؤمنوا في الإله. شوف التكبر إلى وين وصل، إن هم أفضل
والله.
من المؤمنين بالإله لأن هم مخهم
هم أفضل من الله
يعني ما في.
لا هذا أنت لو تقرأ القرآن دائما لما الله سبحانه وتعالى دائما يجيب الملحدين يتكبرون على الله دائما ما يتكبروا على الإسلام. هم الحين كرههم في دين الإسلام، كرههم في عبادة الله، كرههم لله. كل الآيات تدل وتقول أنهم هذين يحاربوا الله سبحانه وتعالى، هذول في الدرك الأسفل من النار.
الحين يعني المنطق الحين هذا العالم مثلا العالم اللي عمله من عمله يعني أي واحد يجي هنا يقول أكيد هذا العالم معمول من قبل شخص هو أبو خالد. يعني ما تقدر تقول أن هذا يعني ما تقدر تقول أن هذا خلق من nothing يعني ما جاء من حاجة بشكل عام. العالم نفسه. معليش أنا أستأذن أنا عندي في الشغل حاليا فبروح ميوتد. سوري جايز.
تمام خذ راحتك. فهم الواحد يعني أيوة. ما عاوز يتقبل فكرة إنه في شخص أعلى مني وخلقني. ما عايزين نتقبلوا الفكرة
يا شيخ. الله سبحانه وتعالى تكبر. يعني لو كنا عظاما نخرب نرجع مرة ثانية. هذه آية ثانية يعني في من ضمن الملحدين يطلبوا خلى ربك ينزل لنا وليمة، خلى ربك. بعدين في غيرهم من الملحدين أساسا لو في الله كان ينزل لنا ملك، ما ينزل لنا هذا يعني بس كذي. هم ضد الله وضد هذا النوع من الديانة وأن الله سبحانه وتعالى يفرض عليهم. على سبيل المثال أنت الحين في بيتك وأنت ولد صغير، أنت ما تحب أبوك يفرض عليك دائما. ممكن أنت من الناس اللي تحب أبوهم، بس أنا أتكلم بشكل عام. دائما الولد ما يحب الأب يفرض عليه بشكل دائم، يتمنى يقول أبوي ما يكون موجود أسبوعين عشان أرتاح. بعدين لما يوصل سن 18 خاصة هذا في البلدان الغربية يهرب من البيت، ما يعيش مع أهله، احتمال ما يشوف أبوه 5 سنوات 10 سنوات عادي، أخوانه ما يشوفهم. هذا نفس الحركة يحب يسويها مع الله. أنت جاي تفرض علينا؟ لا ما يصير. أنت خلقتنا وتفرض علينا، ما يصير. فيبدأ هذا هو يبدأ يتحكم. لا خبرتك المرة الماضية أن الملحدين الأصليين من هم؟ أنهم هم ينكروا وجود الله، مع أن في قرار ذاتهم الله موجود. في قرار ذاتهم أن هذا النبي صح لأنه روانا ميركلز وورانا القرآن، ورانا أشياء دل على أنه هو مش إنسان طبيعي عادي. فويش نقول له؟ خلينا نقول أنه هو مجنون، نقول أنه هو ساحر لأنه سوى هالحركة. فاهم؟ على أساس أنه ما نريد دينك، ما نريد دين الله، مش الإنسان. ما نريد الإسلام، لا الإسلام ما يسوي لهم شيء. إحنا ما نريد الله هذا اللي هم حربهم مع الله. وتلاحظ الآيات وتركز فيها وفي معناها بس من خلال القراءة، مش ضروري التفسير. ركز راح تلاحظ أنهم حربهم مع الله.
والله مساكين والله
مساكين
تذكر نفسه يعني يحارب رب العالمين. أعوذ بالله.
وبعدين الله سبحانه وتعالى يذكر في الآيات نفسها سبحان الله أتمنى الله سبحانه وتعالى يترك لي أنا يعطيني تشانس مثل ما يعطيهم تشانس. أنا أستغرب يعني، لكن سبحان الله ربنا ما يريد يعطيك هذا النوع من التشانس أن أنت آمنت، أنا أريدك تدخل جنتي. لو أعطيتك مثل هذا النوع من التشانس لربما تكفر. وإيش هو التشانس؟ يعطيهم، يمد لهم عمر، يعطيهم مدهم بأموال وبنون، يمد ويعطيهم كل شيء. فاهم له؟ على أساس يظلوا في كفرهم ويزيد كفرهم أكثر، لأنه هو عارف هذيل الناس ما راح يؤمنوا فيه. فهمت إيش قصدي؟ أيوة ما راح ربنا يعرف مثلا على سبيل المثال قوم لوط لما شالهم فوق ونزلهم عرف إنه ما في المولود جديد راح يجي يكون أصلا مؤمن، مستحيل. خلاص ربنا عارف من الأزل، فاهم من الأزل، عارف إن هذا آخر إنسان ممكن يؤمن، هي خلاص ما راح يؤمنوا، بيسوي لهم عقاب. العقاب ما يجي على المؤمنين، في غيرهم هذا نسلهم ما يجي منه إيمان، فربنا يحط، لأن دائما الله سبحانه وتعالى ينزل عذاب، دائما ينزل عذاب. بس أنت تفكر يا أخي يمكن يطلع منهم ناس طيبة، ترى قالها الرسول لما جاء الملك لا أطبق عليهم الجبلين، لا يمكن يطلع منهم ناس
صح.
ايوه. فوش سوى الملك؟ ربنا قال خله، يعني معناته بالفعل في ناس زينه بتطلع، فاهم لا؟ لكن لو ربنا يعلم ربك عالم من الازل، لو ربنا يعلم ان هذا ما في ما راح يطلع منهم، امر بطبق الجبلين، راح يوافق. سبحان الله. فهذا الناس ربنا يعطيهم طولة العمر ويعطيهم كل شيء، لأنهم راح يكونوا في الدرك الأسفل، وعارف أن ربنا هذا ما راح يجوا للإيمان، يمدهم يعطيهم ربنا يخلي ولأنهم كيف ربنا يمدهم هذا العمر، وفي النهاية لأنهم عارفين من الله. حتى ما أعرف من اسمه هذا الملحد، ستيفن هوكينز أو إيش اسمه ستيفن هوكينز، صاحب النظرية. لا هو صاحب النظريات هذه بيج بانج والى اخره، came from nothing والى اخره. شوف اخر صفحه
هوكينج
اخر صفحه يتكلموا فيها الشباب هناك، رحت انا تاكدت في اخر صفحه اعطيك بعض الاخطر اللي بدي تقراها تقول هذا يؤمن باله في النهايه. هذا ضربها في الحياه، كل النظريات قال نظرياتي مجرد نظريات لحد ما تثبت، غير ذلك ان نظريه ان تكون وجود يعني هاير باور أقرب الوقت الحالي، معناته خلاص أجابهم الرجال، لكن هم ما حابين هذيك الصفحة، يشرخوها، يحبوا كل الكلام العوز الثاني في الإلحاد من أجل محاربة الله. هذه محاربة
يا أخي دون هذا يرفع
لا تظن
يا أخي بدرجة فظيعة.
هذا ما راح يمسكوا سلاح، الملحد ما راح يمسك سلاح ضد المسلم. من اللي راح يمسك سلاح؟ الإسلاموفوبيا، لازم يكون مسيحي، لازم يكون يهودي، لازم يكون بوذي، لازم يكون كذا، تعصبا لديانته وخوفا من اندثارها بسبب انتشار الإسلام. هذا اللي راح يرفع عليك السلاح. وماينورتي قليلين جدا، ممكن نشوفهم في أوروبا يمسك سلاح ويدخل مسجد ويضرب ما مش ملحد. الملحد أساسا مش حربه مع الإسلام، دايركت مع الله. أخس من هذاك الشخص اللي ضرب بالرصاص، لأنه ممكن يروح قبل لا يستتاب، يتوب قبل لا يقتل، يدخل الجنة.
أعوذ بالله.
واحد لازم يفكر في هذه الأمور، أنه لازم يعرف الأيديولوجيات والطرق. أنت ركز لما يجيك واحد هندوسي هندي، تلاحظ على طول يكون متعصب كليا من الإسلام ومن المسلمين ويريد يقتلك. والملحد ما يريد يقتلك. الملحد وش يقول؟ أنا أيوة والله العظيم، لكن الملحد ما يريد يقتلك،
مخه متحجر، ما يخلي دين آباء لو إيش متسوي.
والله العظيم. هذاك في واحد جلسنا عند دمي كان زايد موجود، ممكن زايد يخبرك إذا كلامي صح. كان زايد موجود، فكنت أنا أقول له ليش أنت ما تنام؟ ما تقدر؟ قال ما أقدر وأسهر وهذا. قلت له عشان كذا تنام بالنهار زيادة وبالليل ما تقدر تنام. طيب فإيش فأنت تقعد تفكر؟ قال ممكن أفكر 2 3 ساعات إلى 4 ساعات. أقول لك ممدد ومغطي ومكيف وغالق الأنوار. قال أيوة غالق الأنوار. قلت له إذا أنت تعمل يوغا. هذاك الهندوسي عصب. وقلت له اليوغا ايوه، قلت له هذه يوغا. قال لا اليوغا ستريتشنج. قلت له خلينا اكمل بعدين. اقول له راح تجيك المعلومه زين. فوانا اتكلم هو لا خلاص مثل ما سوى معاي بنجامين، فاهم؟ لا اليوغا عباره ستريتشنج خلاص خلينا اكمل عشان تفهم. قلت له او ماي جاد وات از يور بروبلم؟ لسن انت عندك اتصال ولا شيء؟
لا ما في اتصال.
فما رضى فسوى لي بلوك. قلت له خلاص خله. فكملت انا الموضوع مع زايد. قلت له ان هذه عباره يوشي زين سكريبت ماخوذه من يوشي سكريبت. تتخذ وضعيات زين وعشان وتعمل حركات ايميتيت. يوشي هذه اخذوها على اساس انها الاسم الثاني مالها في البلدان الاخرى يوغا، ولها وضعيه واحده اساسا. بعدين هناك من ضمن السكريبت انه ممكن تكون الوضعيه المريحه اللي حقك. ففي ناس ترفع رجلها، في ناس تسوي كذي تسوي كذي. خذوها الغرب مثل اوروبا وامريكا عشان يعملوا لها ستريتشنج فسموها يوغا
رياضه.
مش كديانه، ديانه تامليه. خذوها على اساس انها رياضه. هذا متعصب عصب. قالوا انت كل شيء تخليه دين، كل شيء تخليه دين. قلت له خلينا اكمل على المعلومه. المعلومه هو ما حصل عليها زايد. فهمت ليش قصدي؟ انا عندي معلومات بس انا ما عندي كل المعلومات. بس انا لما يكون عندي معلومه ما ابخل على احد، صح ولا لا؟ اقدمها. ربما تكون مفيده، ممكن تكون معلومتي ناقصه انت تكملها. هذا
وش عندهم من معلومات؟ وش عندهم؟ ما عندهم شيء.
ما عنده غير انه يكون ضد الاسلام والمسلمين يحارب. حتى هذاك الثاني اللي انت كلمته اعتقد قبل كم شهر زين 6 ويك انت من زمان. كم نحن انا وانت 8 شهور. فهذا كان وش يقول هذا يقتلوا المسلمين ما ادري. قال لا ما حد يقتل. لا ما حد يقتل. قال يا شيخ هناك عندكم انت مش هندوسي؟ قال لا ايوه. قال ما عندك خبر يعني بمعلومه في الهند يقتلوا المسلمين؟ قال لا ما في، بس كذي يتهرب. بعدين انفضح.
صح
في الكامب فاير الكل من المسلمين اساسا. فهمت ايش قصدي؟ فهذا المقصد وما فيه انهم هم عندهم عداوه مع الانديفيدوالز والجماعات الاسلاميه. ولكن اول ما واحد منهم يلحد يخرج عن العداوات زين ويعطيك ستيكر you are a stupid person. والحين يقول لك you are second sticker اليوم اسمعي illusion. فأي مواجهة بينك وبينه حارب الله ما يحاربك أنت. عادي تضحك في وجهه ما عنده مشكلة. لكن في النهاية هو تحقق أنه هو قدر يحارب الله.
بس كلكم كلها. وهذا اللي يقول لك where is God in Vietnam war كم ثاني.
إيه لأن هذا أيضا ملحد because he is an atheist. He's always asking where is God? Yeah, when cancer is there, where is God when people go for war? Where is God when people die and this and this? And a good answer from you. Brother. Why you went to Vietnam? Because you would like to go there and say American went there, but God.
والله ماشي يكتل الناس ابرياء ويقول لك وين الله لما اصحابي ماتوا في فيتنام. انت مش تتصل بلاد يعني استغفر الله.
لكن
عقلية الملحدين انهم هم جايين ينقذوا الناس اللي بيؤمنوا في الاله. فلما يشوفك انت بتؤمن في الاله تعرف يكون عنده ايش تجاهك يعني يفكر فيك انك انت انسان مسكين انا عاوز انقذك. كانوا بيعمل لك دعوة بالعكس، إنه عاوز يعمل لك دعوة تطلع من ديانة الإسلام أو أي ديانة أخرى، يعني إنه ما في حاجة اسمها الله، ما في حاجة اسمها رب، ما في حاجة اسمها كرياتر، أنت حر اعمل الحاجة اللي أنت عاوزها. يعني هم كأنهم تبشيريين، كأنه هم أصبحوا الآن إيش ينشروا العقيدة بتاعتهم اللي هي الحد، والعياذ بالله.
Because see, they know that God won't appear like a statue or like a light or like a voice. They know, so they have their own way of fighting God, not fighting you, fighting God. By saying, where is God when cancer there? Where is God when people dies? Where is God when people suffer? Because they are fighting God directly, not you. Whatever answer you give is like nothing. I won because my question is my fight. My question is my fight. Your answer doesn't matter. You believe me or not? What I'm saying? You got it? He won because he gave the question. Because in his mind, he's fighting God. Your answer doesn't matter because another person will answer another answer, a different answer, maybe similar answer. He doesn't want answer. He would like to fight God. All these, verses in the Quran, it does show one thing only. They don't want to fight you. They want to fight me. عد لهم. God prepared for them. Subhanallah. God knows.
And there is a wise question, subhanallah. There is a question in the Quran. It says, "Am خلقوا من غير شيء أم هم الخالقون?" Was they created from nothing, or they created things? So imagine, يعني, a person wouldn't ask himself. He was at one point of time he was a sperm. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Alhamdulillah, we're glad to hear that fancy voice
inside their mother womb, and they came from nothing. And when they grow up, they ate, they grow up, they learned some words. They say there is no God. We came by chance.
It can't be by chance because the universe is organized to the way that you're gonna see a clue and evidence of the existence of the God. Everything in your life is a blueprint of God. Anything around you is a blueprint of God.
Let me ask one question, right? You don't have to answer. Just wonder about my question. Why they always say theories? They bring theories, right? This thing came from nothing, evolution, theory of this, theory of that, theory of that, theory of that. Then when any religion thing comes to them, they say it's illusional, it's a stupidity, it's man-made, it's this. Why don't they accept? Why they always accept theories? And we know in science, theory is not reality until proofs comes. And all these theories without any proof, and the other side, we bring them with proofs and verses and subhanallah ayat and everything, but they don't accept. You don't have to answer, just wonder. This is the fight they're doing against God, not against you.
No.
قاتلهم الله أن لا يؤفكون.
خلاص. You're just doing riba. Allah يبعد عنكم الربا. You're just doing riba, interest, money interest. God says, فَأْذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. That means there is a war coming from God and the Prophet. For people who are really going for this type of interest, like riba. Just imagine that. Even if you are Muslim, and this type of war, actually, it could be like a bubble or in an economy like 2008, a corona virus, which is happening, late night 2019. It could happen like in 1997 like all these, Wall Street crashes and everything. This is type of war from God. People suffer. That's why then Prophet Muhammad teach us one dua. And this dua, it has to be with you always, every day. Every day, don't forget this dua. Allahumma la tu'adhibna ma fa'ala as-sufaha'u minna. God to not. Okay? Put adab, wish adab?
Punish us.
Punishment. God do not punish us in something other people did. Because when economy down, because some people did that, economy down because that is war of God, and suddenly all banks are down, everything down, then yourself, let me give you a small thing. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, by grace, by God, me and one of my friends, actually he's from my family, but very far, we always say Alhamdulillah. Last time we met, we said Alhamdulillah. When Corona came, we did not get any effect from economic, money, whatever. We are good.
Okay.
Because do you do this dua? He said yes. Do you do this dua?
Brother.
Yes.
That's 2 duas now you owe me. You have to give to me. So.
Okay. Allahumma.
Brother, brother, I need you to type it to me. I don't you email it to me or message me some way or
I
don't know.
Try right now if
Even
I
if
can.
you get,
then no, I want you to read
Arabic.
it.
I'm not going to memorize it just in one sitting with you. I'm going to forget.
No, it's you have a laptop, right? You can go there and
look. Even if you give me the Arabic, I can work the Arabic out. I can work it out.
Okay. I'll give it to you in email.
Okay, because I can even put it in the Google Translator and I can sign the words out. I can read.
You can say it
I'll
in
read it
English,
slowly and then I'll speed it up.
No, you can say it in English. Because we have a lot of sufaha around us doing bad things. We get affected. We get affected. Suddenly a person in a good company, by few sufaha doing bad things, that company shut down. That means your job is stopped. No money, nothing, because of him.
That's right.
So this dua. And also, beside that, there's so many things you have to do in your life. It's very easy. It's for free. You get the reward immediately. Number one is making sadaqah. Making sadaqah, which is giving charity to the poor. Now, what I'm always saying, imagine going to a shop and that shop give you pennies, like small coins.
Yeah.
And you would like to, you don't like to put them back to the wallet because they are very tiny. It's annoying. A lot of them inside the car, a lot of them everywhere. No, just make the intention to give them as a charity. To a box where it says for a mosque, for children, cancers. Right. Just make the intention inside you. Even if it's 1 penny, just put it with an intention that you're doing a charity. Believe me. Add like a half something extra, something like that. Plus, number 2, which helps you, making istighfar. Istighfar.
Yes, that's right.
Istighfar always brings wealth to you. And also...
Even from illness as well.
Even what?
Illness, sickness.
Illness?
Illness. Sickness.
Illness. Sickness with sadaqat. داو مرضاكم بالصدقات. Means your illness and other of your family, you give sadaqat. I made sadaqat from my mother and she went out within a week. So we can find that. And also with sadaqat, I give you a small story happens in Ramadan. This Ramadan, an old Ramadan, all right? My brother telling me, alhamdulillah, he's in the street path. He said, before Adhan al-Maghrib, someone came asking for dates, the fruit of the palm tree. Dates. All right? And he has little bit, barely you take by hand. For his family, this is the last few dates he has. And his daughter came to him, this is asking for dates. He said, give it to them, no problem. We don't need.
Yeah.
He gave it as sadaqah to these people who are asking in need. Until left before adhan 1 minute, there is a big plate like this, like in bringing rice. He said, what is this? He said, your neighbor bringing this for you. All dates, huge one, very big one. See, like 700 times, you could say.
That's it.
And also,
Wealth never diminishes.
I tested that. Sadaqah, I tested that.
Yeah.
When I have tested, I remember I gave 1 riyal, a box. While I'm walking, I said, oh, Said, test this, try to test it. Believe me, God knows what I'm saying, if it falls or not. Right? Test it. 1 riyal, that means God will give me 700 riyals. Let me see. Allah al-Azim, within 5 days or 6 days, exactly 700.
But say, I hope some of it, leave some of it for the afterlife, hopefully, and more for the afterlife.
Sometimes
you don't want it
happens,
all here.
Yeah. No. See, you don't misunderstand the rule here. If God gives you, if God gives you in this earth, that 700 riyal doesn't mean it's over.
Okay.
I gave you, it's over. No, that meter always running, always running. That is completely different. Here, as an exam, I gave you 700. Let me see. Do you say Alhamdulillah? Thanks
Do you
God.
recognize?
Where are you going to spend this 700?
Appreciate.
Where are you going to spend them? Yeah.
That's it.
And one more to صدقة استغفار and وإن تشكروا وإن تشكروني زدكم. That when you say Alhamdulillah, shukr.
Alhamdulillah.
By the way, people misunderstand name shukr. You cannot say shukr Allah. You have to say also you don't say ashukr lillah, because that means that is a statement. It is not dua. Statement. Do not say ashukr lillah, because it's a statement. You have to say Alhamdulillah, because Alhamdulillah it's under a shukr. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah goes direct to God. Shukr lillah, like I'm saying to Abu Khalid, ashukr lillah. That means it's a statement. That means we make hamd to God. Okay, Alhamdulillah. When you make shukr lillah subhanahu wa ta'ala, zidkum. That means
the praise, Alhamdulillah, the praise goes to Allah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So if you eat and you finish, you say Alhamdulillah, God gives you more. More of that food. When you go to the airplane and come down, you say Alhamdulillah. That means when you go back, God gives you more safety. God always give you more. Now you think it's one-on-one. No. Other rewards is there counting.
Alhamdulillah.
And also don't think about it. Right.
Okay. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
That was lovely talk. Said. That was very nice.
Thank you.
MashaAllah, Said, you have great knowledge about dua. Also great experience, MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
Alhamdulillah. Last time I told you about some dreams and
I will call him Said Da'wah.
Said Da'wah.
He's our big brother. My big brother. You're Sagira Aki, and this is, how do we say big?
أخي الكبير.
أخي الكبير.
أخي You're my big brother.
الكبير.
أخي الكبير. Okay, أخي الكبير.
How are you, Gorilla stream?
Very well. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. You were here last week.
Yeah, the guy over there is talking about dogs or something. Like, I think they're trying to strategically just shut down all the conversation, just talking about nonsense back and forth, just trying to.
Oh my god! You
I
see?
swear,
I told you.
it's the craziest
I told
thing.
you. I told you. Oh my god!
Yeah. You know, the good thing, Gorilla, about our conversation, we had a conversation that you believe in God and you're a firm believer in God, and that's something good. Even though that you don't have a certain faith, like certain religion, I mean, that you believe in God, and that's a great step. It's something that we cannot deny. There is a creator. How come everything came to exist? So fine-tuned and so precise, and everything is perfect in its existence. If we take one thing out of the circle of life, it's gonna affect us. So how come all of this came by chance? There's no way. If I told you this place here came by chance, you wouldn't believe me. You'd say it's impossible. Of course, someone have to make this kind of words. Someone have to make the oculus. Otherwise, if we throw a couple of metals, couple of plastics, couple of electric wires, million times, there is no one chance that they will make oculus hit it. Right?
Yeah, I tell you, all my hope and faith is in God. You know.
Yeah, that's the best thing. You know, the next thing I think that you should think about is what is the right way to worship God, because you believe in God. So what is the right way to worship Him? What is the best way to
light. I walk in the light. I just do no harm. Beyond that, nice to people. That's what I do.
There was a story about a person in the past in Mecca before the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, came, before the message was revealed to him. That person, he went to Mecca and he saw some people, a majority of people actually, praying for stones. They make up stones and they pray for them. As when I say stones, I mean statues, right? They bring statues, they make them in a certain way that they look artistic. And then they something like when you see Jesus like a statue in a church or something. He saw that, right? And then he said, no, this is wrong. How come you make a statue and then you statue your God and you pray for that statue? This is wrong. And he said, what? I disbelieve in what you follow. I disbelieve in your gods. And he made it public and he told everyone that he disbelieved in these stones. And he said to his God, like he didn't know how to pray for God. He said, God, if I know how to worship you, I will.
Sister?
I don't know how. I don't know how. Please,
What
God,
is the first word of your
and
email?
he didn't witness Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
for Delta.
But at his time, he used to go around and tell people, don't worship these
Yahoo,
statues.
not Yahoo.
When he sees someone in need, he helps them.
Gmail.
He doesn't harm anyone. If he sees someone is about to kill someone, he go and help. And he go and stop. And that's how he lived. That's how he lived. His name is Nufail. Great story. You know, that's a person who thought about God and thought about doing good in the time of darkness, in the time of people got misled by their own ideologies. So I think you took like a big step. But I think there is a way. There is a way to worship God. My claim is the Islam. I think, and I claim that Islam is the right way. And you can ask me why. You can research it yourself. You can, I don't know. You can look at it yourself. But that's my claim. I claim that Islam is the right way.
You need another one?
Reach God.
Which one?
Yeah, you're saying
For many
about
reasons.
dua for
For
guidance
many
for
reasons.
people you love.
Yeah. A lot of people find faith in different ways, but yeah.
and father.
I respect that. Totally respect that. Yeah.
Mother and father.
I just do it in silence myself. But,
whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be.
Mother and father. Actually, there is dua from Quran. It says Allah.
Yeah.
Allahumma arhamhuma kama
Islam
rabbayani
is a
saghira.
very
If they are
powerful religion,
Right.
and
they
it's
alive
built in
both?
peace.
Well, one is alive, and she has
find
mental illness, so
peace for oneself and for one's community and others.
Because one is alive.
You know,
So God,
I respect a lot of respect for Islam.
have mercy on them, as they put me mercy on me.
What makes it the right way
which
to
is
worship God?
this is a verse of Quran.
What makes it the
Just
right way?
learning my English is
I
very
Yeah.
would say that
yeah. No,
yes.
mashallah, very good.
starting from the book,
trying.
from the
Just
source,
a second.
where Muslims get their ruling from, where we get our, our lifestyle from. That book is the Quran. If you take a look at the Quran, if you
when you say
get a chance to get the Quran, and you take a look at it, it doesn't have
try
an
just to
no
know
human
dua
ever
is
added
for
to the
this
Quran.
thing.
No one.
Yes.
It's
Understand.
the literal word of God.
Yeah.
And
What about family in general?
yes, and another one, which is like saying it's very long, but let me say one small one.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have a disorder,
usually,
I don't understand to know anything.
A good
so.
dua to Allah.
But yeah, I mean,
Okay.
First, you have to praise Him by
I don't
saying,
know.
Yes.
God,
Okay.
you are the one, you are the sustainer, you are this, you are this, you are
How
that.
do we
one
know
of the
that
99 names,
no one ever
example?
added
Yes.
to the Quran anything?
You
Okay.
are
How
Razzaq,
do we know that?
Rizqni.
How can we
You
prove
are
it?
Ar-Rahim, Irhamni.
Yes.
Yeah, I-
Okay.
Al-Qadir,
Yeah, I don't think we can prove anything
so, which is this
ever.
is the
Like
perfect way.
through
And,
faith, I
when
guess
you go
through
to
faith.
the Quran and read the way God teach us, He always uses that
Through
at
faith,
the end,
faith, we believe
at
in
the
God.
end or at the beginning. How's at the
Through the
end? Usually
evidence, we know
ends
for
with
certain
Ar-Rahman
that there
Ar-Rahim.
is God.
It
Through
ends with
evidence, we know for
Al-Aziz
certain that the
Al-Hakim,
Quran is the literal word from God.
Al-Ghafur,
And I can
something
start
like
by
that.
this
Okay.
These are
evidence.
names of
Okay.
The Quran
Yes.
and
never been changed
depends to
from
the
the
ayah
time it was
actually.
revealed
And
to the
that
Prophet
ayah,
Muhammad.
for example, if it talks
It
about
was 1,400 years ago. Today
forgiveness,
in Birmingham, we have
God
Birmingham
ends
Quran,
it with
which is the
Al-Ghafur,
oldest copy of the
means
Quran.
Okay.
the one who
And they
forgiving.
forgives.
carbon dated.
The one who
It
forgives.
goes back
Yes.
to the time
Yes.
of
He
Prophet
always uses
Muhammad.
one of his names at the end.
So they
Depends to
traced,
the
they
ayah.
did the carbon
Yeah.
carbon
Yes.
date
So
testing,
also when you
and they
make
found
dua,
this book is 1,000
when you
years
make
old.
dua for
And they
example, God
look
help
at the
me,
Depending on
my
the
Quran that we
mother
have
subject.
today, and they
and
look
my
at this
father.
copy.
Then,
It's the same.
Ya Rahman,
Nothing
Ya
changed.
The
Rahim.
ones who gives guidance, for example.
Muhammad wrote the
Nothing
Quran.
changed.
The one who
Exactly.
changes
You
the
say
heart.
Muhammad wrote the Quran.
So,
Yeah, the one who
so
changes
Muhammad
the heart to
was
the.
illiterate.
Yeah. There's a
مقلب
He
مقلب
couldn't read or
القلوب.
write.
أيوة.
He was illiterate man.
Okay.
اللهم ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا.
He was
And
illiterate man.
this one.
So
Shall I start with this?
it was
type,
revealed
like,
to Prophet
Ya
Muhammad.
Kareem,
Now,
Ya Razzaq.
when we say it was
You
revealed
know
to
that,
Prophet
Ya Kareem.
Muhammad, we have a couple of
Ya
options
Kareem.
here. Either you
Most
say he
generous.
was
Ya
honest man,
Kareem, Ya
and
Razzaq.
it was literally
Between two
revealed to him,
brackets,
and he's
the
a
dua.
prophet of God.
Then
Okay.
Or you say he was crazy person,
Urzuq.
just made the
Second,
Quran up.
Urzuq.
Mm.
3, you can say he was a liar, and he lied about the Quran and the message. Or he was a magician, perhaps. Right? Is there any other choice?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, so who wrote it? Like where did it come from? Like who wrote it? Did people listen to him? Did people listen to him and his teachings and then copied it down? His teachings came directly from God. So like he was the representation of God on earth, and God spoke to him. He spoke to others, and others wrote it down. So it came directly from God. Is that what you're saying?
Because you started with Ya Karim, Ya Razzaq.
So what happened is
You don't have to
God
end
sent
with one
angel
God's name.
Gabriel. And Angel
Praise,
Gabriel
because you praised him at the beginning.
read the Quran.
For example, let me
he
say this
recited
dua
the
in
Quran
two
to Prophet
ways.
Muhammad. So Prophet Muhammad, he listened to the Quran and he said it out loud. When he said it out loud, the companions around him, the chosen companions, not any companions, we know about them. We have books. It's called The Science of Men. We know about them. We know about their families. We know about their neighbors. We know where they lived, how they were, how old were they honest, were they liars. Everything about them is written. These people was chosen by Prophet Muhammad to write down the verses. So when Prophet Muhammad spoke the Quran, they wrote it down at the same time. It was like so.
But if you
that,
praise them
that
at the
was
beginning,
the method
you don't have to
of
praise them.
writing down the Quran.
You have to praise
But
them
it was
if you started
revealed from
Allahumma
God to
at the
Prophet
end.
Muhammad, and then he said,
It's good to
the word
praise.
of God. So no one.
So
no one
God,
added
God
to it.
spoke through. So God
Let's start
spoke
with
through His
this and
angel.
send it to you because anytime I can
God
send
didn't
you.
spoke through his angel. God sent his angel with the Quran. So God.
So God. So okay. So He's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that could happen.
If you
I
are
mean,
in the mosque,
it's definitely like I'd say that.
and the
Why
imam
not? Right?
making
Why
dua,
why can't that be true? You know.
and
I see no reason why it can't be true.
God help us. You say,
Yeah.
help
I
us
really
from
just
so and
I
so,
have
so
this
and so.
disorder where I
You
just
know, this is the
I don't
dua.
know
It's a
anything.
statement
Yes.
of dua.
So I
You
mean,
say,
like,
Amin.
I mean,
but I mean,
Again,
yeah,
Amin.
I'm
And
not
again,
saying it's
Amin.
wrong.
You hear them. You hear the people
Yeah.
saying Amin, Amin, Amin. Unfortunately,
It's I tell you,
some of
Islam
the
is a
verses
beautiful
you shouldn't
religion.
say Amin.
It helped the world a whole
Yeah.
lot. There's a lot of very
Problem
Okay.
people they
just
don't.
extraordinary
They just took
people
it
that
because from since they
study
born,
Islam
Amin,
and
Amin, Amin,
they
Amin
help
doesn't matter.
to make the world a better place and
Okay.
bring peace
Just
to
have to, you
people
know,
and
Arabic.
peace to themselves
We're
and their
listening to
their
what's been
families.
said.
And
You don't have to because you know
it
why?
supports
Because
a
you know
strong family
few
structure,
names
a
of God,
a
right?
strong
When
community
he says
structure.
Allahumma arhamna
It's
بمغفرتك
I have nothing
يا
but
كريم
respect for it.
بمغفرتك
But I just
you say Amin.
I just
Then
can't
when
figure
then he
like
said
this
يا
disorder I
كريم
have
يا
where
رزاق
I just don't
you
know
say
anything. I can't
Subhanallah.
like believe anything
Okay.
or
If you say
disbelieve
Subhanallah
anything. It's all hope and faith for
but
me.
you are not giving a
Which
statement,
is what I was told
you
is
took it to
belief.
God
The
directly.
belief is hope and
Subhanak.
faith.
Okay.
So
Directly to God. You're talking to
just
God
Okay.
directly. When you talk to God
yeah,
directly, you say
Islam's a
Yeah,
very
that's all
beautiful
right.
beautiful
That's
thing. Yeah.
and when
that's
he
all right.
says this,
But what we're speaking about here is
any dua,
it's not like
if you have a
belief.
chance to say
As I said
Amin, say
earlier,
Amin.
it's
But
about
if he
facts
praises
Yeah.
God,
as well.
don't say Amin.
So what I'm presenting to you here
Yeah.
is
You say
facts. We have the
Subhanak.
Birmingham Quran, for example,
Subhanak.
and it's carbon dated to the time of Prophet Muhammad. So it's the same book that was at the time of Prophet Muhammad. So
When I
we
go to the mosque, always
already
people say
passed the point
Amin,
of
Amin.
it
The second I said,
was, for
you shouldn't say
example,
Amin.
could
Please,
be
Sheikh, tell them.
different Quran from the time of Prophet Muhammad. So we have the same
No.
Quran from the time of
Oh,
Prophet.
headset power.
So it's the
Let me
same,
bring
never
that.
been changed.
Yes.
That's
Plug it in.
number one. Now we speak about the Quran at the time of Prophet Muhammad. And I gave you the options that he could be a liar, he could be delusional, he could be an honest person, or he could be a magician. Do you have any other option? Because we're trying to reason if his message was the truth or not. Trying to think about it as
Well, you know what?
logic.
We can confirm truth when we look at the world around us and the things that are in the Quran that reflect and mirror goodness in people, goodness to each other, goodness to even goodness to animals, goodness to how to live our lives and the best way to function and how to interact with people and peace and how to find peace and support the promotion of life. So
Okay, so if you find values in the Quran that will make our societies prosper and live in peace, would you say the Quran is the true word of God?
regardless, I mean, it reflects upon the reality of goodness. So I mean, I have, like I said, I have a disorder where I don't understand and believe anything or disbelieve anything. I have this thing where like I just like I I don't know. It's a disorder I have. It's a belief disorder. So, but yeah, I mean, I tell you, um, it does. I mean, you know, the evidence is that the things in the Quran, if we, you know, look at the different teachings and we look at the world around us, it's the truth. And when you're talking about, you know, goodness and the support of the human race and the support of family structures and how to live our lives, like I was saying. So, yeah.
So yeah, why I'm saying this is because if the Quran, for example, had personal intentions, for example, of Prophet Muhammad, because Prophet Muhammad was believed by his people and was followed by a lot of people. Today we have 2 billion Muslims. At the time of Prophet Muhammad, the Islamic country used to be huge, from the east to the west. When Prophet Muhammad died, what he left? Was he living in a castle? No. He had gold? No. He used to live in one room. One room. And that one room used to be next to the mosque. So from his room, he just opened the door, go to the mosque, pray, lead the prayer for the people. And then from there, he ruled entire empire. He doesn't have like a silk cloth, doesn't have fancy castle, doesn't have golden plates or golden glasses or nothing like that. He left with nothing. When he died, nothing was behind it. We couldn't find. He just had like maybe 2 clothes.
That's it. 2 pieces of clothes.
2 pieces of
when
clothes.
he wear one, and then the other one is being cleaned. When you have 2 outfits.
He had peace
at
too.
any one time.
He had happiness. He had peace. Simple and the very simple things because of his faith.
So he didn't want anything for himself. He didn't. If he, let's say, if the Quran was written by Prophet Muhammad because he was a liar, let's say, a person who lie, a person who want something for himself. He want money. He want power. He want whatever it is. He want to rule. Maybe he want to get like a personal things. No, all he wanted was the good for the people. What is the good for the people is to follow the word of God. He said the truth that was revealed to him. It's not an easy thing, but that's what he said. So Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we know by that fact, and you can see today. You can go on YouTube and look the
story,
like the house of Prophet Muhammad that exists today. You can look at. It's called, like, his house is next to the Masjid al-Nabawi. Masjid al-Nabawi is in Medina. It's the mosque, the Nabawi mosque. It's a very small place. You have like one room. Small room, like 3 meters into 3 meters. You know, if someone living in that room today, he wouldn't call himself rich. You wouldn't find a president living in one room today. Not at all. The poorest country in the world. A president is living in a castle. So clearly he didn't want anything for himself. That's number one. So he wasn't a liar. Let's move to number 2. Do you agree, by the way, he wasn't a liar?
He lived by his word. He lived by his word, yeah. He lived by his word.
Yeah. Right. Now we move to the second assumption. He was delusional. A person who's delusional, he would write nonsense. He would write things that doesn't make any sense. If I'm delusional today, I would write to you, for example, I don't know, like there are horses with wings. They would come down at every 10,000 years, and they would. I would just make up stories. I would just be delusional, right? Or I could tell you that I don't know, like any type of nonsense. Any type of nonsense, like there are people living under earth and they are moving and they are having parties and stuff like delusional things that doesn't make sense. But we find the opposite in the Quran. The Quran speaks facts. For example, the Quran speaks about the embryology of the baby, how the baby develop inside the mother womb, the exact 7 steps. The exact 7 steps. And by the way, we didn't know these 7 steps except when we had the X-ray. When we had the X-ray, we could look at the woman belly and we could see the baby forming. And then we wrote down these steps. And this was recently. Because in the time of Prophet Muhammad, 1,400 years ago, you couldn't find the X-ray. No one knew anything about the development of the child inside the mother womb. The Quran talks about, for example, when a parent dies, for example, when a father dies, the percentages of the that what they call it, like the successor, الورث. ايش الورث؟ when someone inheritance. It talks specifically about the percentages of inheritance in all cases. For example, if a father died, how much his wife should take, how much his daughter should take, how much his son should take. If he doesn't have a son, if he doesn't have a wife, if he doesn't have a sister, if he doesn't have a mother, it speaks about all of these kind of things. It speaks about the charity. It speaks about the ruling system. It tells you there should be no taxes. If you have poor people in the country, they should be given houses. They should be given money. They should be helped until they get on their feet. It tells you about many things in life that we didn't know about. It tells you, for example, about the mountains. It says the mountains stabilize the earth. Back in the days, if you tell someone the mountains are stabilizing the earth, they would say you're crazy, man. How come the mountain is stabilizing the earth? But now the scientists, they know that the part of the mountain that we see is the smallest part. The biggest part of the mountain is under earth. When a mountain moves, we get earthquake. So a mountain is really stabilizing the earth, because when mountains move, they create earthquake. So imagine this was in the Quran. It talks about the stars as well, the science of the stars. It never missed any fact, no contradiction in the book. And you can look it up. You can open the Quran and try to find any contradiction, and you wouldn't find. So all of these facts that's mentioned in the Quran, these scientific facts, when you see it, you would see that person who talked these words wasn't delusional. He didn't say nonsense. He didn't talk any nonsense facts. It's all true facts that we can prove scientifically today. Would you agree to that? He wasn't delusional about the things that he spoke with.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I haven't read it, but yeah, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't a liar, and he wasn't delusional. What else we established? What else we said? He could be liar. We said he's not a liar. Delusional. He wasn't delusional. Maybe he was a magician, right? Maybe he was working with the devil. Maybe he worshipped the devil. Right. Now what the Quran is saying, the Quran is promoting good manners. The Quran is saying, do not follow the devil's steps. Do not lie. Do not steal. Do not kill. Do not oppress people. Everyone is free to believe in whatever they want to believe. Every woman should be respected. Every man should be respected. It says, "Oh people, we have created you from males and females. We have made you tribes, different tribes and nations, so you can get to know each other. Not to kill each other, not to fight each other, not to be racist to each other. No, to get to know each other. So clearly the Quran is saying, is promoting messages that different than the messages that would be promoted by the devil, or devilish messages. The devil would tells you to lie, would tells you to be sneaky, would tells you to be racist, would tells you to be, for example, a murderer, or to be a thief or something like that. The Quran is telling you, do not follow the devil's steps, but be a good person in life. So he wasn't following the devil's steps.
Is that why is that why Christians feel so threatened by Islam? There's a lot of Christians that feel threatened by Islam. They feel like it
threatened,
like the validity, the value of the integrity of Christianity. They feel like that. That's why they feel that Islam is such a threat to the credibility of Christianity. You know, Christianity had like the Christian Bible has a bunch of conflicting, all kinds of conflict and all kinds of crazy stuff in it, and so maybe is that why? Because I've heard that before. That
Exactly.
Christians feel threatened by Islam. It makes the Christian Bible look like a bunch of gibberish, basically.
Right. By the way, we Muslims, we do recognize the gospel that been revealed to Prophet Jesus, and we do recognize that the Torah been revealed to Prophet Moses. However, we do not believe the Bible that exists today is the same teachings of Prophet Jesus and Moses. Why? Because we don't know who wrote them.
Oh, so it was different. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm thinking about this day in history. Like, I was thinking about when all this terrorism stuff happened and how there was like all these people like they were like trying to say Muslims were bad and all this stuff, and all this stigma got put onto Islam. But yeah, well, I guess it was different. They said that they rewrote the Bible like so many times. Different leaders and they would change it to fit their the way that they lived, and there's all kinds of crazy stuff, and it got rewritten a bunch of times.
Yeah. The simplest thing is when you hold the Bible today, you see that there is an author for the book. So clearly it's not from us, it's from the author. If you hold the Bible today, you would see that there is an author. Even if you pass the author and you say, okay, I want to look to into the Word of God, you would see Mark, Luke, Matthew. Who are these people?
You don't know the name of fathers. You don't know the name of their fathers. You don't know nothing about them.
You don't know who are these people are. They are people who are speaking about these people. Like, for example, if you open John, for example, the book of John, you will see that there is someone who's speaking about John, speaking about Jesus. So it's not John speaking in that.
Not direct, third party.
You understand me? So it's not.
Yeah,
John,
I don't know, man. I don't really
it's
know.
like speaking in a third party.
Yeah.
It's not John talking there. Yeah, it's not John talking there. Someone says John said.
Yeah, exactly. So someone.
I wonder what the original text said. The very first one. I wonder what that said.
We believe as Muslims in inclusiveness. We see that the message is the same, never changed. Message of Jesus, of Moses, of Muhammad, of Abraham, of Noah is the same. What is the message? To believe in one God. To believe in one God. And follow his path. That's it. Don't have hierarchy. There is no priest. There is no pope. There is no one can bring you closer to God. It's only between you and God. There is no partner to God. There is no son to God. God doesn't need a partner, doesn't need a son. God is not a male or female. God is not white. God is not black. God is not Hispanic. This is all things that belittle God. No, God is different being, something we don't know about. All powerful, wise, all merciful. Been there from the beginning, had no creator. He is the creator. He is the beginning.
It makes
he is
sense.
the end.
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
That's
I
the
can
message.
imagine.
That's what
I can imagine like somewhere that we can't even really comprehend completely. Yeah, that definitely. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
we can't think about, yeah, as you said, we can't comprehend the image of God because he's entirely different being. Perfect being.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. I can see that. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we believe. We believe that that was the message, and it's still the message. However, people corrupted this message throughout the time. They tell you that God has a son, and then he killed his son because he wants to forgive us. If God is all powerful and all merciful, he can forgive us without killing anyone. He doesn't need any sacrifice, let alone killing his own son as they claim.
So, like, what's the, from my understanding, purpose of like, all there's different religions. So, but well, Christianity, from my perspective, was to just show us how to live and try to show us how to how to like form, survive, and have a higher level of kind of like the universal goodness kind of thing. Like it's the purpose of it was to try to help humanity, basically, like to help humanity like everything in the realm of goodness, all the good stuff, all the happy stuff, all the love, all, and that thought that. So what is the main purpose of the Quran? Is it the same thing? Is the main purpose of the Quran? Is that what is the main purpose of the Quran? Is it the same thing to show us how to live good and survive and how to act and how to live our lives and all the good stuff to show us how to be good people and be is that what it's, I mean, what's the main purpose? Is that what it is? It's peace, basically peace, right? We're all looking at we're trying to have peace on earth, and religion is showing us how to have peace on earth, so that we can survive and all the good stuff can happen,
Matthew,
the love and the happiness.
as far as the New Testament, I know what they teach as far as Christianity. They say it came with peace. It's not exactly the words of Jesus. Because Jesus, according to the New Testament in Matthew 10:34, he says, "Do not suppose I came to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." But in Islam, we have the message of peace. If you can go ahead, brother.
For real, it says that in the Bible. It says something about a sword. Is that the original Bible, or is that rewritten, one of the rewritten versions?
Well, like it's all rewritten. What do we have of the original? I mean, we don't know who wrote the New Testament. This is the reported words. So,
yeah, there's a lot of contradictions.
So
I
how
watch
do
different videos and stuff.
That's it. So when we say like what the Christianity teach, what did Jesus teach, Islam, we don't know. We don't know. We don't have the records for it.
But Islam is a religion of peace, right? Is it not?
It is. It is.
Yeah. I belong to a peace church. They let us have our own connection with God. We have our own relationship with God. So like I'm not forced to believe anything anyone else says. I can have I could have my own relationship with God.
This is what we teach in Islam, is to have that direct relationship with God, not through prophets, not through sons of God, not through angels, not through human being. Have that direct relationship with your Creator.
And that God put that of itself in us, in all of us. That's like my main kind of.
We don't say that God is in us, but we do say we're born with a fitra. Fitra meaning we're born with the want to have that relationship with our Creator and the want to do good, as opposed to evil.
Yeah, so we're born with the.
We were born seeking the Creator, seeking the do good.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what God is,
to
right?
answer your question earlier, what you said about Islam, what's the message of Islam? We believe that all of the religions prior to Islam, the Abrahamic religions like Christianity and Judaism, they brought the same message that Islam did, because we believe all of them come from one God, the same God. So if Islam gives you a different message from the Bible or the Torah, Old Testament, then there's a problem, because the message has to be similar according to the God of Quran. And he says every time he sent a prophet, it was only as a reminder for the people to come back to him and not worship their other gods, their idols, their desires, whatever they thought were the ones who would benefit them in the afterlife. And it was a reminder of the Day of Judgment. This is what has been heavily emphasized in the Quran, that be mindful that day is going to come where every soul is going to be held accountable for what it did. And, if the balance is in your favor, you will get eternal paradise. And if it is not, then, damnation.
There's something in ancient Egypt where they talk about a balancing afterlife and all that. It's wild how different.
So in Islam, in Islam, the balance, the weight itself is the Quran. It has been known. It's been called the mizan in Arabic, which is like literally a balance. A weighing scale. That's what it is, and we use the Quran as our criteria to judge or to try and see if we are behaving in the proper way that God would want from us or not. There's no, none of that, like what we saw in Moon Knight. But we have a book which is guidance given to us by God, and we go by that.
Yeah.
But every time prophets ever came, they were. Please, brother, go ahead.
What's up?
Now you know that the message of Islam is peace. It's for us to live a prosperous life, flourish in this life.
And you can't do that without peace, yeah. Or it would be
without
chaotic.
The commandment of God, because humans cannot create their own rules. We have been living here for at least 10,000 years, at least, right? Some say millions of years, right? But at least 10,000 years. And we still struggle to create our own rules. We still have hunger in the world. We still have homelessness. We still have people cannot get good education. We still have wars. We still have people debating if they can marry their pets, or they can sleep with the same gender, or they can, it's us as a human, we cannot create our own rules. This is a fact. So for us to live in peace, we need a fact. Sorry, we need rules from the one who created us, because the Creator knows the best for the creation. If I want, for example, to know how to use an Oculus, I bought my Oculus, right? And I want to know how to use it. I would go to the person who created, and I would see their instruction. I would open their book of instruction, or I would see their tutorials on YouTube. Otherwise, if I know nothing about technology and I got this Oculus, I don't know how to use it, man. I'm just gonna maybe break it or something. Maybe I get it by chance working, but then maybe I break it or something. I still need tutorials even within the Oculus to teach me how to use the controllers and so on. So with the same example, we need commandments from the Creator, the one who created everything so precise and so perfect. We need the commandments from him. We cannot create our own rules. So now you know that the message of Islam is to follow the commandments of God, to live in peace, not to fight, not to have wars. Even in Islam, we don't have mosque, for example, for like white, or mosque for black, or mosque for Hispanic, or mosque for, I don't know, like all the mosques around the world is the same. If you go to any place around the world, you would go to the mosque, you would see different races praying together, shoulder to shoulder, feet to feet. This oneness.
That's part of my belief system. Yeah, that's part of my. I don't. That's amazing because that's all part of my belief system that I've understood from just looking around and just observing the world. As I've lived my life. My belief structure is basically that it's based on the same thing. Yeah, pretty wild.
Yeah. If you see us here in All Space, us Muslim community here, we're from every color, every nation. We're from so many different countries around the world. Every shade.
Yeah, I'm Irish.
Oh, are you? Me too.
Irish and English, and German and Sweden, European, just the European mutt, basically, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Is it me or is it Gorilla?
What's that?
The audio cut. I'm not sure if it's me or you.
Oh yeah, it lags sometimes. Let me.
A German also.
Let me double click.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what the ancestor. That's what the DNA thing. That's what it said. The DNA test.
Yeah.
If you double click
we
your
are
headset,
from different places here. Saeed from the Gulf.
Is it still glitching? Is it better?
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
You good?
Yeah, you just double click the headset. It's all.
We have Saeed here from the Gulf. We have Sister Aisha from Ireland. I am from Africa, and Donuts from Pakistan, from Asia. So all of us are Muslims, and all of us consider each other brothers and sisters.
Is Movement from Finland?
No, from Sudan.
This is you also.
Movement here, I don't know. He's from Sudan as well. This is my second account.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay, got it.
Yeah,
I was a woodworker, architectural woodworking, and the person that I was apprenticing under, he was from Palestine, and he moved to the U.S. because he was from Palestine. Yeah, and the Jewish people also. They stole his business. He lived on the Gaza Strip, and they came in and they took his land, and they took his house, and so he moved to America to make money to send back to his family so they could survive. And he was he was a really awesome person. Like I have a lot of respect for him. He taught me all kinds of stuff. He would talk to me about different things, and he was telling me, he was like, one of the things that stuck the most was he said that one Muslim woman or one woman has the same value as 10 men. And he said America thinks that they're being mean to the women, but they're not. That they just value the women so highly in their society. That's what he said to me. I don't know. Maybe I misinterpreted. Maybe I don't remember exactly how he said it, but it was around those lines.
Yeah. So
I mean, when discussions...
you see, Gorilla, we're not like trying. Without the Islam, we wouldn't be the way we are. We wouldn't be, for example, finding each other, calling each other brothers and sisters. Donuts, Saeed, and Sister Aisha, I met them all where? Not in real life. I met them here in VR. But once I met them, the first day, I'm calling them sisters and brothers. That's it. Because this is what the teachings of Islam teaches.
Yeah.
So let's just recap that real quick. You agree that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is not a delusional, because the Quran is facts, contain facts. You agree that he's not a liar, because he died nothing. He didn't have a castle, no goals, no clothes, not a lot of clothes, not a lot of wealth, right? Nothing, literally. We agreed that he's not like a demonic person. He didn't believe in a devil because he's preaching good.
The teachings,
right?
Yeah.
Teachings are good. Establish that the message of Islam is for us to live in peace and to prosper. So we have the fourth assumption, which is he was saying the truth. He was a true prophet of God. So would you agree to that, that he was the prophet of God?
I don't have beliefs, but it sounds right. I mean, yeah, it looks like it's the truth to me. I like I said, I got a belief disorder. I have a hard time believing or disbelieving. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you know.
Really, what do you
Because I
mean
don't
by
want to
belief
leave it to
disorder?
just belief, Gorilla, right? I don't want to leave it to just belief. We're trying to establish logic at the same time. We try to establish facts. That's why I went each step trying to reason with you and to provide some facts for you from all the assumptions here. And now we have the last assumption, which is he was the true prophet and the Quran is the true word of God.
Sounds like it. It makes sense to me. Yeah. But like I said, I don't have beliefs. I can't have a belief disorder. So, but yeah, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not true. It makes sense. It's logical. It makes sense to me. Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean by belief disorder. Why have you decided you have a belief disorder?
I just the whole thing of deception and the reality of deception makes it so that I can't believe it. I can't disbelieve or believe anything because of because of the existence.
Sorry, my
Yeah,
Do you
that
believe
makes
you
sense.
did?
It comes from
I mean,
yeah. I mean, it comes from a genuine place where you're not sure. Pardon?
Apparently, it's a disorder. I get that's what they're saying, but I can never count out deception. But I think with logic and practical reasoning and everything that my brother can't pronounce his name Abakala. Yeah. It makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah. It really does.
And this is what we do, right? As human beings, this is exactly what we do.
This is good. This is good. This is part of getting knowledge.
If we all acted like this in real life, we'd have peace. We would have peace.
Yeah, but I think this is what is good. Please, sister.
Sorry, Gorilla, if you really did have a disbelief disorder, like you said, you would. What stops you from walking out in front of a bus? Because you think, oh, maybe that bus doesn't exist. What stops me walking over the edge of a building? Because you know you're going to die. To say you have a disbelief disorder wouldn't be entirely fact. There's many decisions you make every day that has kept you alive. You decide to eat. You decide to wash yourself. You decide not to put yourself in danger. You decide not to put your hand in the fire. Say you have a disbelief disorder. I don't know to what extent you mean, because you're alive here today and you haven't killed yourself yet. Because you make many decisions based on things you assume to be true.
I take medicine for it and everything. I'm in therapy. I take medicine for it. Because my intelligence is based upon common sense and practical reasoning.
Exactly.
It's my experience.
That seems the opposite to what you've just said.
No, but like when you said you take medicine, right? When you said you take medicine, like the example of what we're trying to say can be seen in that exactly. Like when you went to the doctor, right? You did not verify. Like when you say we can't really be 100% sure about anything, that is true. But despite not being 100% sure that the person who gave you those medicines, who prescribed you to them, it was enough for you that the certificate in his room or his office was factual for you to believe that this guy is in fact a doctor. You do not even need to probe in there. So this is what Sister Aisha is trying to say, that some things we genuinely, despite not having 100% certainty about everything, some things we take for granted and we assume to be true because of our certain beliefs or how our lives have been spent. You can't really verify that your father is your father without a DNA test. That would be the scientific proof for it. But there's testimony. You've seen how he behaves with you or your mother, right? Somebody who's dear to you, how they love you. And that is enough for you to be assured that, yes, these are, in fact, the people who, claim to be. Their friends have told you certain things about, before you were born, that must have verified them. So we take certain things just on testimony alone, and it makes sense to us, just like the doctor example. So when we give you all of these points about the Holy Prophet and his message and how, we check out whatever makes sense, and we disregard what would not make sense, whatever that leads us to, we believe that. And we're using the same methodology, just taking medicine from a doctor. So it doesn't really, shake us at the core. It's just us accepting truth. And there's a margin for error in it as well. Now, what we can do is discuss that in depth and in detail as well. And what that will do is bring us more closer to the truth. There are no problems here.
Yeah, yeah, they said I had mental health problems. That's what they said. They said because my intelligence is based upon logic and reasoning, just basically built off of my experience. You know, um, when you talk about stepping in front of a car, I understand the logic. I'm gonna die if I understand that. That's why I don't do it.
Logic
But
and reasoning.
it's just
thing.
there's just possibility of deception and the reality of deception that applies to everything as far as my intelligence is concerned. And I never, like they said, the word belief had an opening of uncertainty, but to me, belief is certainty, and
That's awesome.
there is that window.
That's a nice statement right there.
window of uncertainty
Very
based
nice.
upon the
Very nice
deception.
statement.
But
Well said.
Well said.
I mean, yeah, I was an architectural woodworker. I was building we built boats, we built all kinds of stuff, and I'm using these power tools, and I'm not cutting myself. I'm very intelligent, and I build from my experience, and like.
And
Yeah,
we're not proposing here to fall in emotional kind of belief. We're not saying to you believe in God because he loves you, because the Holy Ghost would go through you. No, we established to you logical reasoning, and you agree to it. You said it's logical, it makes sense. So if it makes sense to you, then you agree that Muhammad is a prophet. He's not a liar. He's not delusional. He's not demonic. He was the truth, and he was the true prophet. And the word that been revealed to him is the true word of God.
It sounds like you're right. It sounds like you're right. It really does. I just
then all you have to do.
I'm not saying I disbelieve. I'm clearly not saying that I disbelieve. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. But it's just that window of uncertainty that, but I'll tell you what, it makes a lot of sense. So, personally myself, I don't know if you ever heard of the Society of Friends. I'm a Quaker. We have our own relationship with God. And we worship in silence. And that's just where that's where I found my peace. That's where I found my peace. And
yeah, I've been to a Quaker church a long time ago. Yeah.
There's a couple different kinds. Well, the conservative, everybody's equal. There's no preachers. Everybody's equal, and we just sit in silence, and we just have our own connection with God, basically. And then when we come together, it's like a fellowship. We love each other. It's a peace church. We support peace. We don't support war or bad things. But
that's nice.
Yeah, that sounds beautiful, Gorilla. But then the question is the base of your belief. From where you get your ruling from, who's the prophet that delivered these rulings? This kind of question. Now, for example, where do you get the rulings from? Where do you get your commandments from?
It's just for some reason it just became evident as I grew from a child. It became evident. I looked at the world around me, and it just became evident. It just came to me. It wasn't like somebody told me. I just looked at the world around me, and I saw what was good, and I decided that I wanted to be good, and I didn't like bad stuff, and just came to me. It just naturally came
what we
to me.
call. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the inner fitra. That when they're wanting to have a connection with your creator and they want to do good, that we're all born with, every human being. But I think the brother was more asking about the scriptures. Follow.
have a very simple connection with religion, and it's just based on it's based on
So
peace,
why,
basically.
so why Quaker as opposed to Islam, for example?
I went there when I
Was
was a small child, and they're really nice dudes. I just really liked it. They're really nice people. They didn't tell me that I had to believe anything or disbelieve anything. They let me have my own connection with God. They let me have my own, relationship with God, and I just liked it. I just, but I wasn't even
Is it
introduced to
part?
Islam until I was like in my 20s.
Sure. Like in Quaker, in the religion, you believe in the prophets. Is that right?
Well, that's the thing. We all have our own relationship with God, so we don't share beliefs. We sometimes we'll have
Can I ask you
sometimes
this, Gorilla?
we'll have similar. We don't share beliefs.
Can you become a Muslim and Quaker at the same time?
I don't see why not. I don't know. I never asked the question. I'm sure. I mean, I can believe anything I want. I mean, like I can have my own relationship with, the only thing that they require, and now it's changed. But it was basically the monotheism, believe in one God.
In one God. Okay.
I missed that last
If
bit. What did he
that's the
say?
case, if that's the case, he said the only thing that they require as a Quaker is to believe in one God.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then you can become a Muslim and be a Quaker at the same time. And I'm not saying you have to become a Muslim, but since you agreed to the logical reasoning that we established here, you confirm it. You just have to confirm it, and then, of course, you be because in Islam we the first pillar, the first thing we say, there is no one worthy of worship except one God, who we call Allah. And He's
That's
the
what
same
makes
God
the most sense to me. Yes.
for everyone. So
That's
if
what
you
makes the
agree
most
to
sense
that,
to
there
me,
is
yeah.
one God, and you agree that Muhammad is a prophet, and Jesus is a prophet, and Moses is a prophet, then you just have to confirm it. And once you confirm it, that's it. You don't have to join any organizational belief or something. No, it's just between you and God. I'm not gaining anything or losing anything from you becoming a Muslim. I'm just conveying the message, and I'm giving you a logical reasoning why Islam is the right way. So if you accept that, and you accept that,
I'm sorry.
you just have to confirm it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've drawn from my understanding and the teachings of Islam. It's part of my religion already. It's part of my faith. There's quite a few things that I've learned. That and there's a lot of Quakers that do draw, which means that they adapt their learning and faith from Islam. It becomes part of their relationship with God. And there's actually the meeting house that I went to, people, they would have the prayer beads. Like there's like these things called prayer beads. Isn't that from Islam, the prayer beads?
That's
something
that, yeah.
Some people use it. Some people use
It's
it.
called the tasbih.
There's people that they would have. They would have that during the worship and stuff. And there's a lot of Quakers that have drawn from the beliefs of Islam and made them part of their own belief system, and with their their own understanding and relationship with God. But,
No, I can see from what you said, from what you believe, that you already have some values from Islam already. When you become a Muslim, you wouldn't find anything different. You already believe that Muhammad is a prophet, or you accept it. You already believe that God is one. You already believe that you should not harm anyone. You already believe that we are all equal. You have a lot of values from Islam. The only thing that's left is to confirm that. And once you confirm it, as I said, you will not be joining any kind of like organizational belief. No, it's going to be between you and God still.
I'm going to get a copy of the Quran and read it.
Okay, that's a good step.
Yeah.
But why?
I'll read
why
the
I'm
Quran.
saying
I'll read the
this,
Quran. Yeah,
Gorilla?
I'll have to get a copy
Yeah.
of it, and I'll start reading it, and I'll just so I could really get a real good understanding, and that might be. I've always wanted to do that. So
I'm going to
That's
give
good.
you the name of a website you can look up where they can give you a copy of the Quran and they can give you information on Islam.
I have a hard time writing. So how do I access this message when I'm
If you,
offline?
okay, you can
On
log
the
into
website, right?
Allspace.
The
Yeah, on the
website, yeah.
website. If you go to people, you will see along the side messages, and you
Do you
see
have
all
Discord?
the messages anybody ever sent you.
All right,
You
cool.
can join
cool.
our Discord too if you have Discord, by the way.
I think I signed up for Discord, but then it something happened. Like the code was something I have to figure it out, and
Okay,
it's
no problem.
technical
You were saying that,
difficulty.
Khaled?
You know, Gorilla, I'll make it easy for you. If you don't mind sharing your email with me, or I can give you my email. I can send you all the links. I can send you the link where you can get a free copy of the Quran so you can read it. I can send you the link for our Discord if you want to join any day you want. I can send you a website that give you answers for most of the questions about Islam, so you can read from it.
You want me to send you my email address? A real life email
If
address?
you don't mind, yeah.
I don't see how you can hurt me with that. So how do you do that?
So you just point at me
if that's a
and just
challenge.
send me a message.
The idea here is to, if you have any questions, like whatever question you have under the sun, do not hesitate to bring it up. Always. That's the idea.
And I'm certain, Gorilla, when you read the Quran, you wouldn't find a lot of, you wouldn't find differences from what you believe already. You already established that you believe in one God. You already accept that Prophet Muhammad was saying the truth. Reasoning. You believe that
That's what I told my Palestinian
Jesus
friend.
is a prophet.
I told him that I said it to him a couple of times because he would tell me about Islam, and I said I'm half. I told him I guess I'm half Muslim and half Quaker. I actually said that to him because he taught me a whole bunch of stuff about Islam, and it paralleled my belief system, and I was like, yeah, I guess I am kind of, I swear I remember saying that to him. We're talking 25 years ago, but actually 43 years old. I don't know if you guys think I'm younger. I'm 43 years old. I sound younger sometimes to people.
Yeah, I thought you were 19, 20 tops.
Now I'm 43. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you read it, you wouldn't find different values from what you believe in already. The only thing is, when you love someone, when you love God, you want to worship God the way He wants, not the way we want. For example, you want to buy a present gift for your mother. You know that your mother loves chocolate, for example. You want to buy her a nice gift, right? You wouldn't go around and buy her I don't know what, like oranges, right? Knowing that she hates oranges, you would go and buy her chocolate, right? You would get her chocolate because she loves chocolate. She doesn't love oranges. That's an example, right? Does it make sense? So when you want to worship God, you worship Him the way He wants, the way He loves, because you love Him. You want to worship Him the way He loves, not the way we want. For example, I can make up any type of worship to God. I can just say I will worship God by laying at my back and looking at the stars. I can say that could be a worship for God. But God gave us like a certain way for His worship. If you believe in one God, there shall be no fear upon you. That's written in the Quran. If anyone believes in one God, he shouldn't be afraid. Okay, that's clear. And then you want to take the extra step. You love your God, you love your Creator, you want to get closer to Him. You should follow Him, follow His way, and worship Him the way He wants, the way He loves. And that's what we're talking about, the basis of the religion. What you're doing as a Quaker, I think, is good. You believe in one God. You're not harming anyone. You believe everyone is equal. These are great things. But then you just need the basis, what God says, the way to God, the true way to God. It's not different from what you believe. It's just going to give you the basis. And when you read the Quran, you would see more what I mean.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Amazing how realistic this looks, the sky and everything.
This is a real
Brother Abu Khalid made this.
real picture.
He made everything himself.
Yeah, it's wild, but it's I like. I don't know who designed this, but it's really awesome.
Here.
Brother Abu Khalid, this
He-
guy,
yeah.
yeah.
This guy.
Oh, you designed this for real? Oh, so this is your world? Oh,
Yeah.
I like it. It's
This,
cool.
this is the template. You should see the actual world. We have a gallery and everything where we change the themes every once in a while to show people maybe ayahs from the Quran and teach people basics about Islam.
It was nice to talk to you guys. My battery's dying. I gotta go. I got some stuff I have to do. It was very nice to talk with you guys. Wish you guys peace.
Likewise, Gorilla.
Take care.
Yes.
Thank you for your comment.
You too.
Yes.
Peace. Salam.
How do you say?
Salam.
Salam means peace.
Peace be with you, right?
Peace.
Isn't peace be with you?
Assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. How do you say it? Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Exactly like
Peace and
that.
blessings. Yeah.
Okay. That's you. Okay. Thank you. See you guys later. Bye. Peace.
You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
He's a very good person.
Yeah.
He's a
So
very
do you
good person.
sometimes, I'm watching YouTube or something on TV and somebody says Assalamu alaikum. It's pre-recorded. Sometimes I just say wa alaikum salam.
You have the auto reply on.
But see, if somebody send you in WhatsApp, Assalamu alaikum, kif halak, this, you don't have to write also wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Because sheikhs, they say you have to say it while you're sitting. Say wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah, then write your message. Yeah?
Yeah,
Say it
only
anyway.
sometimes.
I write it anyway.
Yeah.
Me
You
too,
write it, no
sometimes
problem. There is no problem, but there is
my
لا توجد تكلفة. There is no تكليف. It's شيوخ. There is no.
But you know what
Even
happens
when
to
you
me?
say جمعة مباركة,
Sometimes,
there is no تكليف.
sometimes my auto prediction
Exactly.
comes up
Autocorrect. Oh my
Assalamu
God.
alaikum, brother, when I want it for a sister, and when I want it to say sister, it's going to come up brother, so I have to delete the end.
My walaikum salams always come up Williams by autocorrect, and then I
Williams.
fix it.
Oh, Williams. Like a shortcut. Williams.
Williams.
Williams. Because people are asking actually, shall I write also wa alaikum salam? For example, some people say as-salam. Then you have to say wa alaikum salam. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. You just, shall I write that? And the answer came, you don't have to write it. You have just to say it. Wa alaikum salam.
Now you don't
Then
even
you
have to
write your
type
answer.
it. Now you get little pictures. You can just click the picture.
Yes. The we call the stickers.
Yes.
Yeah. I always note thank you, shukran. This I always send flowers. Flower means thank you.
Oh, okay. Is this for a body learned
I'm gonna go to the big circle, guys.
For everybody, yeah. Flower means thank you. Alaikum salam. But then I knew from my manager. I worked in a museum also, and my manager, her name was Sarah White. She passed away from UK.
Okay. English name.
She said, yeah, she is. She's from UK. Okay, and she told me in a birthday, don't bring for the women a girl in our office a red flower. Bring a yellow flower because yellow flower is for
friendship. Yes.
Yeah, and red flower is for. And then I said,
romance.
Oh, thanks God you told me. Otherwise, because we always pick up the red one. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was very kind, and she was too close to Islam every day, because I am the only one who she takes with her outside in the meetings and this and that, right?
Yes, yes.
And she needs my help also because I'm working as a translator at the same time.
Yes.
And I always tell her about this, that. I said, thanks God, sometimes you wear the scarf, as you know,
encouragement.
A custom, yeah, and show that she became Omani for some reason, because she not go back to the country. They come to her and this that, right? And she knew about God and Prophet and everything. We always talk to her. All Muslims talk to her always, but there is no compulsion. The problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I always tell her, feel free just to call me when you want to take Shahada. She always laughs.
I know. Yeah.
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 But this is the thing. And also there is an old man from India. His name is Azant. He's the the painter. Painter? What you call when artist?
Decorator?
No,
oh,
artist.
Right. Oh, okay, actual artist.
All right.
Okay.
And I always go like discuss with him about religion, how the Bible is corrupted. This is how many years now? Like 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm always telling him about the same. He was just amazed that we believe in the same prophets. He was just amazed. So
they just needed to accept the final. Yeah.
I tried for 2 years.
Yeah.
I tried for 2 years.
Yes.
No compulsion.
No compulsion.
Hello.
Hello.
From trees. I think we had a discussion before. I don't know if you.
Yeah. How you doing?
All good.
What's the topic of discussion?
Whatever you want.
Now I'm on the spot. It's very difficult.
No, there's no spot. Love
You're
to
in
talk
England.
to you.
I don't know. What was you talking about before?
He's talking about his colleague that he worked with. He was talking to him about Islam, and they never converted because there's no compulsion in religion. It's down to the individual choice.
Okay, well, while I'm here, can you tell me what the what's the end result of Islam? What's the final the right? This is it. This is this is the point. What's the final destination?
Heaven. Place of joy.
Heaven. Do you think that heaven is a spiritual place or a material
It's not.
place?
It's not like the Christian way of like a light and there's no. It's a physical, completely. But it's much better. Like there is no harm, there is no bad words, there is no sadness, there is no anger, there is nothing like that. Place of joy and quantum. And it's written in the Quran that even your imagination cannot reach, cannot think how it is. It's beyond imagination, beyond.
You see, in Islam, we believe that when the souls were created, we were asked We all believed in the Creator. We knew straight away. But when we were asked about free will, if we wanted it and we accepted it, we were born with the inner fitra to want and have that desire to have that relationship with the Creator again. We're all desiring to see that Creator and to live in Jannah, because this is where we're going to see the Creator. And it's the whole purpose of life, is to have that relationship back again, to get that connection. You know, where this free will take us. Will we follow our inner fitra, or in what we're all born with, that desire to have that connection?
Do you believe that Islam is the only way to?
Well, the way I see it is that Islam was probably it is the only religion that's true monotheism, where you worship the Creator and nothing else. Because when you worship the created thing, this is where you're going to get destruction, this is where you're going to get downfall, this is where you're going to get disappointment. So only Islam has the true monotheism. You have the true connection to the Creator. Even Judaism doesn't even have this, because you have bits in the Bible, for example, that says that God rested with Jacob and God lost. I mean, it's a bit silly. And so there's some other stuff too. But in Islam, you have that true pure belief of worshiping the one Creator and not the created thing. And this is where you're going to get your peace and your everything else.
It's a good answer, but I have another answer for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Islam is the only religion came with Adam. Islam is the only religion with Abraham. Islam is the only religion. The same religion came with Moses, Noah, every messenger. Even Islam came with Jesus and came at the final with Prophet Muhammad. Islam means salam means peace. Is submitting your will to the will of your Creator, God. And Islam is what you call it, just one God, just believing in one God. There is no partner.
Monotheistic.
Yes, exactly. Do not associate a partner with. Even there is no son, no daughter, no wife, no statue to go through and worship a statue, so that statue send whatever. There is no going and saying
no intercession.
Yes, like repentance. You're going to the church and you tell him, I have made this,
no
this,
priest,
this,
no confession.
God to forgive me.
Yeah,
nothing.
That's
it's
right.
just between you and your God. Direct.
Direct.
There is nothing else. Nothing. No one else. This is the meaning of Islam. So, if you ask now, if I go back to your question, yes, Islam is the only way. Because it was the only way with Jesus. Because Jesus said, I am the only way to God. I am the only way. But Abraham says, I am the only way. Prophet Muhammad says, I am the only way. Only way to whom? To God. But the problem is, always the message get corrupted. Moses get corrupted. Then Jesus came, then got corrupted. Then Prophet Muhammad came, and God wrote or said in the Quran, I will save the Quran from getting corrupted. And Quran actually, it's like we call it in Arabic, muhaymin means it's like the criteria, which is it judge all other religions because
ways
you
of
go
life.
to the origin. Exactly. So you just have to read more about Islam to understand it is the only religion, but people got keep changing for just suit their desires. That is my answer.
So do you think then that the whole world, those who are not a part of Islam, or those who aren't Muslim by name, don't stand a chance unless they surrender to Allah?
It's not that straightforward. Yeah. For example, you could have somebody, people, for example, a good chunk of the world before 9/11 never heard about Islam. What was their situation? From what we're taught in Islam, they would get a separate test. They will be tested. And you also, they're looking at the fact, did their inner fitra, did it lead them to realize that there only is one God worthy of worship? Because people can't come to this conclusion on their own. It's a conclusion I came to on Islam before I discovered Islam. Yeah? And so forth. They will be tested differently. There's just there's also
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Your voice. Yeah, you're breaking.
You're breaking.
You're breaking. No, you're breaking.
I don't know. About
breaking. No. Yeah, you. No, yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. So, yeah, it's lack of it. You know, the person has to be honest.
Sorry,
can you hear her? No, we
sorry,
can't hear you.
I can't hear you properly.
We can't.
I can't hear you properly.
She will come. She will come back. I understood your question. Your question is, do they have stand a chance? Are they going to hell or heaven or what exactly? Right. So the thing is there are steps. God says that actually human born Muslim don't use it as the name. It's take the meaning so you understand the Muslim means. Meaning is submitting his will to his creator. That is the meaning of Muslim. I don't have to say that sentence. I say Muslim so you understand. So you're born actually Muslim, submitting your will to the God, to the creator. But actually your parents will change you, either Christian or Jew, you understand, or Buddhist or whatever, right? Because you follow your family. But in that journey, you always come to a cross. How come I pray to a statue? How come I pray to, for example, to Jesus, a human? How come I pray to? Always that comes to you. You always go to the straight path. The problem, you say, no. I have to accept this because this is my ancestors and my family to stay with. Because when I was in Thailand, I asked that one of the girls, she brought like a Coca-Cola and she put it near the statue, a huge statue, right? She put a cola with, and I asked her why do you worship this? She said, me and my father and my grandfather worship this. So exactly God says that because you follow your the heritage.
They worship soda. That's crazy.
No, not cola. The statue. The
Oh, the
Buddha,
statue.
whatever they call. Yeah. And then
you meant the soda.
The thing is you always in this struggle inside your mind. Is it? You always think of God who created you as your flesh. You always go there that side. And then the sister would like to answer one thing for you. Okay? Excuse me. Oh, the children.
Pender, could you stand back?
No. Anyway. And my sister actually, she would like to say one thing. If a person did not hear about Islam or did not hear about the message, right? Then she can answer you because your voice now is good, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There would be, as I said, they would have that separate test. But the person needs to be honest in this day and age when people have heard about Islam and do have access to the information. Why are they not accepting it? So the Creator, He knows better what's in each person's heart, what's in their mind. I don't know. I can't say to you what your destiny will be. I don't know my own destiny. But we're told as a believer I will go to Jannah. Inshallah, I die on that. You know, I die as a believer, but I don't know what's in your heart, what's in your mind. Your creator knows better than me. He said we're told he's close to dust on our jugular vein. You know your intention.
Do you think that, I know, even though, because I believe in a monotheistic God, but I believe that God is so vast that he has innumerable attributes.
Have you looked at the attribute of Islam, or what the attributes we have given Allah in Islam? Not that Allah has given himself in the Quran. Have you looked at those attributes?
I haven't looked at those attributes, but I can understand that Allah would have attributes.
Yeah.
If he is God.
Yeah.
But I think, from what I understand from Allah, in the Islamic tradition, is that Allah has 99 names, different names.
Yes. Yes.
And each name is an attribute. And and a personification. I believe that
even
each of God's...
more than that. That's just from what we can gather and understand, because we can't get full comprehension of Allah.
More than that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. And I think each name is a personification. You see where I'm coming from?
I don't know what you mean by personification. We just say attributes. Well, a way to describe.
Say, for example, one of Allah's name is Ramallah, isn't it? Is it Ramallah?
Rahman. Rahman.
Yeah.
Most merciful, most gracious. Maybe you mean. Yeah.
I would say that Rahman would have would be while being one, while being Allah would be different. So it'd be one and different. And this concept comes from the idea of it's like Vaishnav concept, Chintya Chinta Beda Tattva, whereas God is simultaneously one and different. So God will have innumerable.
This I don't say difference, because it's like the human being. We are many things. Just the human being. It doesn't make us. My name is Aisha. Sometimes I'm angry, I'm still Aisha. Sometimes I'm happy, I'm still Aisha. You know, this is attributes. I mean, it's not parts. It's not separation. It's still.
I know you in this form.
Like one of the names is Ahad, the oneness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't say like parts.
Let's say, for example, I know you in this form, yeah? I know you have another form.
But even the word form it suggests the same thing that same parts.
Yeah, but when we say same but different.
When we say the attributes of Allah, we're not saying there's different Allahs, different parts. And even when you say different form, that suggests the same thing. And when we say one of the 99 names is Ahad, as in the oneness, it's strictly Tawheed, it's strictly oneness within Islam.
So, don't you think then that attribute of Allah would have its own form, but it would still be Allah?
I wouldn't say form. Form would be
Let me explain.
No.
Let me explain. In Christianity, I believe you are Christian, right?
No.
No, all right. In Christianity,
I'm non-denominational. I'm a theist.
Okay. They say God is love. God is whatever, right? But here, or let's say God is all-knowing. At the same time, most loving, and at the same time, He's most hearing, most seeing, most, at the same time, these are attributes of His. Okay, these are something which makes Him God. Which makes Him God. If one of these is not there, that means this is not God.
Right.
We always argue with Christians. We say, is Jesus all-knowing? Because you say Jesus is God. Then suddenly we found so many passages. It does show that Jesus doesn't know so many things. Even he
Well,
himself
but aside
says,
from that, I mean, Jesus.
I'm just showing you. No, I'm
the
just
idea
showing
of Jesus is God. Yeah, but the idea of Jesus is God is, I don't know where that came from, because Jesus himself claims that he's not God, that he's sent from God.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, the Lord's Prayer alone explains that.
That's
so
correct.
The attribute of God makes him God. If one attribute is not there, as human, we know just 99. There are more, but 99. If one of these not there, that is not God, which is we are worshiping. Because he's the most merciful. He is all-knowing. If he's not all-knowing...
I get that. I understand that. You know what I mean?
But there are no forms. It's the same form.
How do you know that, though?
He has... No. God himself says that.
Right, what did he say?
Say
what did God
that
say?
God's only one. Say that God's only one.
Sarah Glass.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I can understand
he
that.
said only one, but he did not say so many different forms. And also he said, وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٍ, means there is nothing into like him, or nothing like him. Means it's only one. But then you may think,
I'm not disputing that Allah, but you see, you've got Allah, and let's say you have Vishnu, and let's say you have Rama, and you have all these different forms are God. And there is only one God. You see what I'm saying? And I mean, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that.
To the religion which is in Asia, right? There's Vishnu, yes, and Vishnu and
different
his,
aspects.
Yeah. See,
aspects.
But that is different forms, because when you describe each god, that is one god with a personality and not having the other personality. So then that would not be God. As Said said, if you take one attribute out, then that is not God. For example, all-knowing.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop. Say, for example, you have Krishna, and you have Lord Krishna, and you have Lord Rama.
Demigods.
They're both omnipotent. They're both omniscient. But God can, because if you think about it,
what
we think of
what
God.
Is the necessity?
We think of God, different gods. You're talking about two gods? Two gods?
No, I'm talking about
multiple.
Two different personalities, but they're the same God. They're the same person.
Let me.
What
for example,
of it?
Let's say, for example,
an example. I understand where you're going. This example, me and you going in the same car, right? We have two steering wheels. You are the right, I'm at the left. Okay? Let's say you're thinking going to the east, I'm going to the west. Where's the car going? I won't go right or left. Chaos will happen. Because you want to turn
that's
right.
us. We're mortal beings. We're limited.
And also,
but God isn't limited.
God A wants rain. The other God B doesn't want rain. You think rain will happen?
Yeah, but it wouldn't work like that. That's not how it would work, because we're talking about God.
What would be the necessity for different forms, separate from each other?
Huh?
What would be the necessity for different forms separate from each other?
99 forms of God, for example. That's what you want to say?
Well,
we don't use
you worship Allah, right?
Yes.
Hang on a minute. You worship Allah. So that's all you need to know. Doesn't matter about any other form. You just worship Allah, and that's it. But it doesn't mean that Allah is limited to. You can worship Allah, and you're worshiping the Almighty, God Almighty. But God Almighty is so great that He is beyond time, space, and our finite understanding. You see where I'm coming from? So while in the Quran there's instruction for Muslims and if they follow the instructions, they will get all the just rewards. What you know what I mean? Because that's what God
we'll
said.
have that relationship.
Yeah, you have that relationship.
The ultimate
Don't
decision.
you think there could be other relationships? Say, for example, if people follow, say, or aspire to Lord Krishna, they could be. Is it not? Are they not aspiring to God?
Well, if it's other than the one God, because this is what we believe in Islam, that our Creator sent messages and prophets throughout time to all the nations and tribes, and the message was the same: to believe in one God. Now, what people done after that, added, they corrupted, they changed. There's too many religions that if you look in deep and you look at the origins of them, many of them actually go back to a belief in one God. They have that one main God, and then they have a lot of demigods after that. What's the use of these demigods? We can't do nothing for
the
you.
demigods, the demigods are
they're
they're like
but the Creator is not in need of anything. He doesn't need demigods. You have your Creator that is not in need of the creation. So the demigods for what?
Demigods would be, for example,
what
this
purpose?
whole creation.
When the Creator
this
is
whole
not in need, the Creator is not in need of anything.
If we let's use this VR as an example, right? We can create worlds, right? We can create whatever world we like. We can put whatever character into it. But there is one person who oversees everything. Without that person, we can't create anything. Okay? So you have like a hierarchy. You have one person, and then that person has his people who then network to other people, and it goes down like a pyramid. And then at the bottom, you have people like us who just use the place. So we're just as important as the creator, because without us, there is no need for the creation.
For us,
but the person who put this whole idea together, let's say it's one person, he could do everything. He could create everything, and he could he could come in here and create different avatars, and but there's no point to that. So when God creates, God doesn't need anything. I agree with that. He doesn't need anything. He's not wanting for anything. But I don't think God is alone. I don't think God is up in heaven and he's just alone, and we're all different. I think God God can
have wife, for example.
I think God can divide himself, and each of those characters are still individuals.
No, this is an Asian. This is Buddhists, and this is an Asian. In Asia, they think in this type of kind of gods because they're always thinkers. They think themselves they are thinkers, so they keep writing these
things.
Different.
If you think about it, it's not really different.
It's not. It's different. God is we are limited even in our thinking.
Yeah.
We just think whatever we observed in this life. We observed that every cause has a cause, every cause has a cause, and I cannot stay alone. I have to need wife. Then when I have wife, I need children, I need car, I need that, I need that. Because we have needs. Sister said God doesn't need. That means God, if you say God, he's not alone, that means he is in need. That means
lonely.
That's what you said.
No. But that's our concept.
Lonely.
Like if you think of Allah as one being, and he creates, then he is lonely. But I don't believe Allah is lonely. I don't believe God is lonely.
But
I think
even
God can create. He can divide himself, and each character has its own attributes.
No. That concept is not No, that concept actually in Islam it's not there. Absolutely.
No.
We have 600.
Well, do you believe that we are part and parcel of God?
No. We have 600 pages in Quran. That
do you think
concept
God
is
creates
not there.
souls, or do you think God creates souls? Or do you
God
think
says
souls...
about souls. No. God says about souls. If they ask you about soul, let's say it's from
Say
God.
again?
It's if they ask you about soul, God says, "Oh Muhammad, if they ask you about souls, say God's only from souls are only in the knowledge of God." So even souls, we don't have knowledge about. Even souls. But God created them.
Yes, when we talk about the Creator, only the Creator creates nothing. And all these, all we're doing is rearranging atoms. You're not creating anything from scratch. We don't create anything from nothing. Only the Creator does that.
I'm trying to understand. So, do you believe that we are purely material beings, or do you believe we are spiritual beings in a material body?
As a human, you both together. And the fact is, there is an impact in you right now. Your soul would like to go up to the Creator. That means you need to be a good person in this life. You would like to follow the religion. You want to be a good person, right? This is the soul encouraging you to do that. Body wants this life, even though body goes back to the original, which is the earth. Will be buried, but the soul goes back to the origin, to God.
So, what is the soul in your religion? What is the soul?
As I told you, in the Quran itself, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ means they will ask you about ruh, means the soul. That means it's only from God. That means it's from God. It's from God. We cannot say so many scientists. They just put these type of cameras and this technology, and they say we found some little bit. This is all lie, because we don't know nothing. We know nothing about soul. Even if you, for example, if I ask you about gravity, have you seen gravity? You just see the effect of gravity. It's the same.
So
you've seen soul. Oh,
you're not breaking up.
Well, okay, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you, why do you want to believe in the multiple gods?
It's not multiple God. I believe in one God, but I believe God is so infinite and powerful.
But if he is most merciful in a different form, and so in a different form, are these forms in a different locations? I couldn't understand.
Yeah, I think the material creation is vast. I think there are.
I missed you. You cut
innumerable living entities, and I think every living entity is connected to God.
Okay, my answer
connected
as a Muslim,
but not God.
Yes.
No, not
my
God.
answer
Connected to God.
You're asking a person who is Muslim and he has some knowledge of Islam. That means I cannot go somewhere else and I say, fact, yes, you are right. But I'm saying 600 pages in the Quran, it doesn't say God is multiple. Plus, it doesn't say also in the Sunnah, which is the authentic saying of the prophets, that God manifests, or God in Rahman, for example, in the most merciful, he is a different form. In all-knowing, he's a different form. It doesn't say that at all. But in fact, he say, "Qul huwa Allahu ahad." Say Allah only one. That one has all these attributes at the same time. If one of these attributes out, that means he is not the creator.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he's relevant, he's contingent. I'm not saying that he's not
You say
absolute.
God everywhere? That's what you're saying? God everywhere? That's what you're saying
Well,
right
I
now?
believe that God is the original cause. I believe
Yes.
that
Yes,
that
yes.
we are all connected to God
Mhm.
spiritually. That we are spirit souls, but we live in a material. And this material atmosphere is finite, whereas we experience like matter. So we come into being. The body comes into being. It grows. It produces byproducts. It gets old and then eventually vanishes. That is the experience of all matter. That's characteristic of matter. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that we ourselves are that. I think we are eternal beings, but somehow we've fallen away. We've fallen away from God, for want
The
of a
soul
better
is
expression.
eternal. The soul is eternal.
Yeah, this is what I'm
So the
talking
soul,
about.
yeah, exactly. But
This is
the
what I
thing
think
which
we
is
are.
kind
I think we are the soul.
exactly. No, we are the soul, but in
Yeah.
this earth, we are both. But the thing is, I couldn't understand that God manifests in a different forms. Let's say like 50 forms right now. God in the east and west and everywhere, in a different forms. No, God one in
Well,
all
if you think
forms.
about it, we are. If you believe that we are souls, we are spiritual souls, right? Then we are manifestations, finite manifestations of God, because God is the original soul. There is only one
No,
God.
the soul.
There is only
The soul is
God
not
is
the God. No.
no, but soul
have
is
the
the soul is
sequence
the
here.
same nature as God.
But no.
If God
It's
is
completely
No.
God
the
is
soul.
We are
God
not.
Let
We're
me
not
tell
spiritual?
all
you.
knowing.
Let me ask you.
We're
Let me
not.
ask you.
We're
No,
not
Is
all
no,
is
no,
your
knowing.
no.
soul
We're
all
finite. I
knowing?
agree.
We're
We're
not
not all
all.
knowing.
We're not all.
Is your
Even
I
our
soul?
agree.
Is
souls.
your soul all knowing? Is your soul all
No,
knowing?
no, we're not.
No.
No, I don't.
So it's not. It's not part of God. It's
Okay, let's
creation
look at
of
it another
God.
way. Let me give you an analogy. Say you have a large body of water like the Atlantic Ocean, yeah?
We get our
It's
imagination like a droplet. Oh, is that what you're saying?
yeah, so you take a droplet out, it's exactly the same
Oh.
quality, but it's not as great. So we are a droplet. So we're
No,
not as
we
great.
don't.
We're not
No.
infinite.
We
No.
don't
We're
see
creation.
ourselves as God.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, why do you
That's
say
it.
no? I don't understand.
We are
We are
because
not.
we are
How is that?
We're
creation.
not God.
No. I respect
No,
your
we're not. I'm
idea
not
or
saying we are.
affirmation. No. I respect where you're going, but I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what is God is, or I told you what is God is. So if anything, let's say a word from God comes to the earth, right? Is it part of God? It's not, because it's a creation of
Yeah,
God.
why? Of course it is.
But if
God is
if a
absolute.
soul comes, yeah, it's a creation of God. If you're talking about soul as a from God means we are part of God, that means this tree also part of God. That's
No,
wrong.
because this is a material man. This is an illusion. This is a material manifestation. So it comes into being, it grows,
exactly.
it leaves
Let me give you
byproducts, and
another
it vanishes.
creation. Let me give you another creation. Angels. Angels.
Okay, angel.
Angels are in the heaven, right? These angels never die.
No, they
Except
do die.
they do die only once. They die, then they come back. But no, they die like every 10 years. For example, this angel dies after 70,000 years. And this no, all of them created are not dying right now. They're life. They die only once.
I mean, they live a long time, but they eventually do die. They don't live forever. God lives forever.
There are angels
or
in
not
heaven.
forever,
There
but
are
God
angels.
just is.
No, there are angels in heaven. There are angels in hellfire. There are angels around God. There are angels everywhere.
Well,
We don't
you're
know
saying the same
so
thing
many.
I am. Different beings. There are different. There are innumerable living entities.
The only thing, the part way of me and you, God is not in different forms.
You're saying that as though you know. I want to know how do you know that then?
No,
because it's written in other spiritual. It's written in other spiritual texts right?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
are
we
you
have to
saying
put
that
that
those are
text
just
in a,
imaginations
I
or
understand.
stories?
No, I understand. No. We have to put every scripture in a test. See
Yeah.
the truth.
Okay.
So that is the thing. If you believe in that text, actually, is that text claims it is from God? Does it say it
Well,
clearly?
well,
Does it?
look at it this way. Look at it
There are
this way.
contradictions.
Okay. For me to comprehend God, right, have some understanding of God, no matter how finite that understanding is, I have to have some connection to God. Otherwise, there is no truth. I can just believe what I want to believe. So there must be, for me to understand something as a truth, or for you to understand something as a truth, you must have some connection to that. You can't just know something without a connection. Does that make sense? So you can read something like if I go and read Isaac Newton's Principia, and I have no knowledge of science, right? Those are just words on paper. I have to have some connection to. There has to be some thing that we can. If we're discussing theory of relativity,
Science.
and having a really in-depth discussion, there has to be something where we can all relate to. So, it's the same with God. I believe that we all have a connection with God that is beyond this material existence.
But
Exactly.
when you
So,
say
because
connect with Isaac Newton, and you read his material, when we read his material and we understand it, we don't become Isaac Newton.
No, we don't. But we understand it because we understand what Isaac Newton understands.
Yeah, this
So
is
I mean,
it.
because remember, we're not God. So our understanding, like me and you now, we can understand each other because of language. We have a connection through language. So with God, there must be a connection. So I can understand you, and I can say, well, yeah, I agree with you, or I don't agree with you. But if I didn't understand the language, and I just said I don't agree with you, it would have no meaning.
I have one question.
Disagreement would have no meaning.
What is the name of the book that claims that God has multiple forms?
Well, I mean, I read like Vedic literature.
Vishnu?
I like reading Vedic. Huh?
Vishnu, yes. A holy book? Is it a holy book?
Yeah, it's a holy book. Vedic literature it's all holy.
Okay, it's a holy book. Is it from God?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Does it claim that it's written by God?
The Bhagavad Gita. Have you heard of the Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah, I heard.
I would actually like to read it.
Yeah, the Bhagavad Gita. That's called the Song of God. It's actually called the Song of God. So I mean, if you read it, you can understand God. You can understand Allah through the Bhagavad Gita, but it's just that it's not. It's Allah, but it's not Allah. If you get what I mean.
All right. So now I'll go back just a little bit what I have said earlier. Quran, we believe as Muslims, Quran is the criteria. So the Quran is judge others, other books. That's what our beliefs. That's that because we found so many evidence, impeccable evidence of that book. It's the only book is not corrupted. The only book for last 1,400 years ago
Doesn't
is not
contradict
corrupted,
itself.
and it's the last book. Bhagavad Gita actually 2,000 or 2,400 years ago. So the thing is, even in here, in the Quran, it says about other faiths, and those books are being corrupted. Maybe God sent so many prophets in that area, right? And they wrote the Bhagavad Gita because of that, then got corrupted. That is exactly what confirms.
It hasn't been.
No.
It's been.
No.
It's actually in the language is Sanskrit, and it's not. It hasn't been corrupted. Some people will translate it differently. There are different translations.
No, exactly what you said now. I agree.
It's the same language.
But we have a criteria in Islam because you are asking Muslim. Maybe if you are asking me, and I'm not a Muslim, maybe a different answer. But my answer as a Muslim, the Quran is a criteria. The Quran informed us that every scripture is being changed, is being corrupted. Every scripture except the Quran will be preserved by me. God's saying that, I quote. So this is the thing, which is when I come and discuss this with you, I disagree upon this book, Quran. I'm not saying from me or thinking from, because my opinion doesn't matter. What matters is the Quran, what it says, and the Prophet, and the authentic saying of the Prophet Muhammad.
Even
what he said.
on top of that, also the Arabic language, even the preservation of the Arabic language and the understanding of the meaning of those words of the Arabic language. For example, Arabic language, it can still go back to this day to the root word and derive the meaning that the word is literal in its meaning. Many other languages, you don't have that anymore because it evolved and is influenced by too many languages around the world, and the original root of that word is lost. Yeah, so
Yes,
even in
and
English,
Would you
we
say
go
that
back.
there are?
We go back
Would you say that
to
there are
the word.
different? Would you say that within Islam there are different understandings? So you have different groups who think, well, this is what we think. Say the Prophet meant by what he said, and you have this group that says no.
yes,
This is what we think.
there are. But let
Right,
me
it's the
explain.
same thing then.
No.
That's the same thing.
No.
Let me explain.
Why not?
You're talking about the Prophet or the ayat, Quran? The Quran, all are
I'm
agreed.
just talking about the basics of Islam, because obviously
No,
the
I hear
Prophet
what you're
is
saying.
central.
all are
It's a
agreed.
good question.
All are agreed.
Yeah.
All are
Yeah, but they
agreed.
might agree in the language, but they have, like, you have different.
Okay.
Like you've got Shia, you've got
No,
different
that's
aspects.
No, that is maybe rather saying salam alaikum wa rahmatullah, you say salam alaikum wa rahmatullah, salam alaikum wa rahmatullah. This is minor changes, which is the same because
Yeah, but
it's
those minor
not
changes
that
create
No.
completely different.
No, Dumplers.
No,
Let me explain it better. For example, the Hebrew language was all but lost, and they're using Arabic to revive that language back again. You might not appreciate what I say about Arabic being a root language, where you go back to the word, to the root, to the three letters of the word, and you derive the meaning, the literal meaning, and the description of what that word means, which is lost in other languages. That's not being appreciated. If you get the Quran and you get certain words, it describes something scientific. Yeah, I don't know. Abu Khalid, if he was here, he'd explain it better.
You're doing good. You're doing
Yeah,
good.
because
I'm
other
hearing.
languages, you would have English derived from Latin, from Greece, from France, from Germany. Oh my days, my porridge, why is it not plugged in? You've lost the original intent of the meaning, and this is something even people try and revive the Hebrew language has come to appreciate. For example, they'd find that there was words in Hebrew that had completely flipped their meaning, and they started to make the meaning of that word the actual opposite to what it originally was, where that is not in Arabic. Arabic is probably the most preserved language on the face of the earth. Go back to the original intent and meaning of the word.
I appreciate that, but you still have differences.
Wouldn't it be human beings?
No, differences.
Exactly.
I understand.
What you gonna do?
Differences.
When it boils down to it, it's understanding and comprehension.
But this is subjective feeling. What are you going to do about subjective feelings? This is the human being. We're not perfect. We are not God. We're not all-knowing.
Yeah.
Exactly, but it's still part. That's why you have different.
Let me explain.
You have Muslims who think differently from each other.
No.
Some Muslims are probably a little bit more.
No, I'm not defending. Let me explain.
A little bit more traditional. Some Muslims are a little bit more liberal. Some are more conservative. That's how it works. So if you have,
we are not God,
right, and that liberal Muslim rises to a position where they can have influence over people, then all of a sudden that influence is going to become more liberal. So now you're going to have some conservative Muslims who are going to say, well, that's not what we believe. So now you've got two different sects. And that
Andres,
we can't help that.
asking us? Are you asking us? Yeah, well, that's it. You know, I can tell you orange juice is the nicest juice, and you're going to argue with me, no mango.
Yeah, but that's not knowledge, is it? That's an opinion.
Exactly, and there are many things come boil down to opinion also.
Yes. I'm
right.
let me explain.
Subjective feeling.
But if you became powerful, right, you could make it so that, say for example, okay, look at now, right? Most people know marriage to be like between a man and a woman, yeah.
Yeah.
But now the powers that be, right, made it so, that, and it might take generations, but in generations to come, people are going to think it's normal that two men can marry and two women can marry. It's going to become normal. And then you're going to have people. Yeah, you're going to have people on the fringes who are going to say, no, I believe in, and people are going to laugh at them. You know, that's so ridiculous, because, see what I'm saying? But we all know the basis of things.
No,
so
I'm telling you.
ultimately, we have to know within ourselves.
So what I say then is, let's go back to, if we're going to judge which is scriptures, which is the best way to follow, because everything is subjective and all woolly in the air. Then we look for the objective truth, and we look for the scripture that is uncorrupted and unchanged and does not contradict itself.
Yeah, but I can use those scriptures to my advantage, can't I? I could say.
Look, you're gonna. The word is for narcissistic and twist anything, and then you have the other people to correct them and put them into place.
But this is the problem.
This is human being.
This is why the Hebrew language has been changed, because of those kind of subjective feelings. You know, now you have different versions of the Bible. You have the King James, you have the this, you have the that, you have the that, and each of them has their own little spin on it. So now, instead of saying indebted servants, say slavery. Whereas, there's not much there's not much that we can say. So where does the truth lie? The truth has to come from inside. It has to come from within. Like Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within. That's where the truth lies, because we can read scripture.
We call it the fitra.
We have to understand. We have to know from within, and this is why I say we're connected to God. So we're not. We are
your
connected
audio
to the
cut. This is what we call it in the fitra. This is what we call in Islam the fitra. That want to have a correct connection with the Creator, that want to do good. This is what we call it in the fitra. You can people maybe. Can you hear me?
You're cutting out.
Yeah. Okay, this is what we call it in a fitra. We're all born with.
Okay.
That want to connect with the Creator.
Right.
That want to do good. And somebody who hasn't heard about Islam in the rainforest, as we discussed right back at the beginning, they can come.
But now, do you understand what I mean? Then, do you understand what I mean?
About the different forms, no. About the connection, yes. About the connection, yes. But about different forms, or
but do you understand what I mean? Then that connection.
Aspect of God, no. Connection, yes. Fitra, yes.
Yeah, but that connection is with God, isn't it? We can't know independently of God. We can't know anything without somebody else knowing something.
It's the Creator who gave us the intellect to begin with.
Yeah, but that intellect is His intellect, but within our form. That's how I see it. We have intellect because God has an intellect. We have intelligence because God is intelligent, but our intelligence is finite, whereas God's intelligence is infinite, all-knowing, all-powerful. And that's the difference between us and God, my understanding.
Can I ask you why you're not a Muslim?
Well, if Muslim means to submit to the will of, I am Muslim in a sense, but I'm not connected. I'm not connected to the religion of Islam. So I'm not I don't celebrate Eid, or I don't pray 5 times a day.
Okay.
But I do, in that sense, I try to love God. It's my
okay.
wish to love God.
Yeah, definitely love God, 100%. But it's like this: you worship the Creator how you want to, or how the Creator wants you to. For example, when you give your mother a gift, if she likes chocolate, do you give her, I don't know, stuff that she doesn't like? Say she hates pears, then you give her pear instead.
Well,
Or you
then
would give
you
her what
see.
she wants.
Hang on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. No, in that sense, each religion has instructions on how to serve God. So in Islam, there is Allah gives, or through the Prophet, gives you instructions. This is how I want you to serve me. In Vaishnavism, Lord Krishna, how I want to serve me.
Okay.
Jesus in the Bible, it's kind of different in the sense there's no real instruction. I mean, I don't really understand.
Well, you have the Lord's Prayer, so you do have that
The
prayer,
Lord's
and you
yes.
do that he bowed down in the Garden of Gethsemane. So we do have
Yes.
that there must have been a prayer, and we also have when he went to the desert that there was some kind of fast. Not what we have preserved, the Prophet Islam, we don't have it. We have writings from centuries after, but there is some hints, something that looks very closely like Islam today.
Yeah, I mean, say for example, how to prepare food. So that in the Torah, in the law, God gives instructions how the Israelites are meant to prepare food and offer who they offer it. Whether you see when Jesus came, Jesus, it's not that he changed; it's that the world had changed by the time Jesus came.
Actually,
the people had changed.
If you look at Prophet Islam, even if you take the red letter Bible and see what he had taught, what did he teach other than monotheism? He didn't tell the people he didn't tell the people you can now eat pork. These are things that came after. Prophet Islam never told the people you can eat pork, for example.
Right.
So what did he teach that was different? He didn't teach something different. He taught something the exact same. He taught Islam, what Abraham taught, he taught what Moses taught. What he did was what we're told is he came to correct. What did all the prophets do? They come to correct the corruptions. They come to bring back the guidance where they had gone astray. What did he say?
I agree.
Well, what's reported to have said he came to the lost sheep of Israel. I mean, we don't even know. But what did he teach? Love thy neighbor. We have the same thing in Islam. We shouldn't go to sleep knowing our neighbor is hungry.
Yes, yeah.
So all the prophets would have taught something the same.
Well, basically, what did who bring?
Isa, they all taught the same thing, belief in one God. He said, why do you call me good when only God is good? Yeah.
Well, religion is literally, it's like how I see religion. I see religion like schools. Like, what's the purpose of schools in society? Yeah, schools have different purposes. So some schools, like London School of Economics, or you'll have law school, or you'll have just elementary school, which teaches you basic mathematics, and so I see religion in that sense. Religion is not the be all and end all. Religion is there to get us to a position where we can learn to love God, to condition us in such a way we don't have any corruptions, that we lose the corruptions. So, say for example, a religion might say, well, don't drink, don't have sex outside of marriage. You know what I mean? So these things in and of themselves aren't sinful acts. But what will happen if we go down that road is that we will become sinful. We will forget
we'll
God.
damage ourselves. We'll damage ourselves.
We'll damage ourselves,
our family, the people around us. We're going to hurt people. We're going to hurt
Yeah.
ourselves. It's for guidance, for our betterment. Something to give us peace.
So from that point of view, I see Islam, Christianity, Vaishnavism, each, and even in like in Africa, you'll have religions where they'll worship ancestors. And it might be good for that particular tribe because that tribe will gain discipline that's suitable for their conscious level, their conscious awareness. So for example, if you try to teach somebody Islam, but they're not consciously attuned to that kind of discipline, right? Then they will backslide. It's not for them.
Do you know, for me, Islam is so simple.
Yeah.
What does it ask? What is the bottom of you? Believe in one God, and then and to have a relationship with that Creator. When you have a relationship with the Creator, and not to worship the created thing, which is a waste of time, energy, and doesn't help you. That is Islam. And then this guidance is for what? It's not to give us hardship in our life. It's to give us betterment. What do we have in Islam that gives us hardship? Even if you're fasting in the month of Ramadan, if you have sickness, you're told not to fast, to believe in the mercy of Allah. Islam is simple.
But it's easy for those who. It is simple for those who have no who don't
Dumdress, I'm a revert to Islam. I lived a life before Islam that was not the healthiest, not the best life, as many people. And and following the teaching of Islam, I've seen the benefits. I know what Islam looks like from the outside. Oh, how do you pray 5 times a day? How do you fast in the month of Ramadan? But Islam, it builds the character, and then you find the beauty of your salah. You have found the beauty of having that connection to your Creator. You find the beauty of fasting in the month of Ramadan, where it heightens your empathy towards the other people. It gives you appreciation for what you have. It takes you away from materialism and greed that cause you misery. Because I think I want. It diminishes that a little bit where you're.
But you're ready for it, though, aren't you? You're ready for it. It's not everybody's ready for that. See where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I know.
As an individual,
from the outside, I know what it looks like from the outside. I get it. But
yeah,
when
but
you're doing it, it's different.
It's simple. When you're not doing it, that's the thing. So, that's why I say religion is according to time, place, and circumstance. You have to be ready and consciously.
It's a journey, even.
Yeah,
it takes time. It takes wisdom. It takes life experience to appreciate certain things. Sometimes nothing is overnight. Even I can remember when I first converted to Islam, I felt like when I went to the shop, the only product was pork, and I'm thinking, oh my days, I didn't realize there was pork and everything. It's like, what do I
exactly?
Eat? I don't know. What do I choose? So it takes a wee transition to get good at job and to get good manners and to realize and appreciate too many things.
But you have to want to do. You have to want. You have to want to make that transition, and that's the thing. That's the thing that you have to come to. The point you have to come to, and so, and that's basically it. That's why some people will not cannot appreciate Islam because they're not. It's not that. It's not from their point of view. They may say, "Oh no, I don't want Islam," but really, it's because they're not prepared to make that change.
Look, brother, I had an engineer in my house in the middle of Ramadan, and he asked me, "Are you fasting?" "Yeah, I'm fasting." He said, he started complaining about Catholicism and whatever. I didn't get into it with him. Then he says if he's going to be any religion, he would be a Muslim. He believes in one God and he believes in the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I said, then you're Muslim. He said, no, I want to enjoy my alcohol. No.
Yeah,
said,
that's
okay.
it. Yeah.
You know, you can still be a Muslim. You're just being naughty. That's it. But your belief is Muslim. Your belief is Islam. Just stop practicing
Yeah,
the
that's
guidance.
it. The practicing, because there are different levels, aren't they, of practice? Because obviously there's a point where you become a servant of Allah, where you are in that frame, and that's so you start off. And this is why you have to do these things. This is why you have to refrain from certain things. Yeah, it's why you have to pray 5 times a day, because you have to develop that where Allah becomes your only refuge.
Yes.
Then when Allah is your only refuge, it doesn't matter then.
You have fear of nothing.
Yeah, because you know you understand now, you see it, but you've gone through that.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's all religions are like that. If they are, if the object is and that's the thing. That's why you have to understand, if is this religion going to lead me to love of God?
Yeah. Have you read the Quran?
You know what I mean?
I think you must have read it, a little bit of it. Have you read the Quran, a little bit of it, please?
I've read bits of it. I've read bits of the Bible. My favored kind of discipline is Vaishnavism. You know what I'm saying? But it's not different from the Quran. It's different in the sense that disciplines are different.
Look,
but ultimately it's the same. It's for love of God.
Even Buddhism, Hinduism, the original root could have been a prophet that taught monotheism. We don't know. Allahu Allah.
Yeah, they're all monotheists.
But demigods didn't know. I'm going to give you the name of a website. And in this website, it's a very simple website. It's not too complex. It's very easy to navigate. There's very little on it. It's iera.org. They have some very good modern books written by people who are alive today. There's a book there called The Divine Reality. I want you to have a wee read of it.
Okay.
You get a free PDF. They have the books, you can buy them on Amazon, but why buy them when you can get a free PDF? I mean, you can buy it if you want to buy it, but you don't have to. You can get it for free by PDF.
How can I save this? Do you know?
Oh, if you go into your computer, you can log into Allspace in your computer, and you'll be able to see all the people that you've added. And you go to the people you've added, you go across to one of the tabs that says messages, and you see all the messages that anybody has ever sent you. My message that I've just sent you, you'll be able to see it.
All right, where do I go on my computer?
You just altvr.com.
I get you. Yeah.
Even just Google altvr. And log in with the same account that you have to log in here. Your Microsoft account. You log into that. You'll see. Even from there, you can create worlds. Have you never created a world yet?
No, I haven't. I'm thinking of doing that.
Okay. Have you turned on World Beta yet?
I have done, but it seems complicated.
It's not too complicated, actually. It's not too bad. It's easier than you think.
Who created this world?
Abu Khalid. Oh, this is his bot. Let me think. There he is in the black. And the you know, like the English hat, something similar like that. I think he's wearing.
Yeah, Abu Khalid.
Abu Khalid.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Actually,
I like
if you do you know the little circly thing? It says "You are here." Go around it and hover over it. You are here. Click on it.
Where's that?
You see the triangle with the small circles around it?
Yes. All right.
Click on the "You are here." Yeah, click on the "You are here," the one that has like a map and like a little arrow pointing into the map. It like represents a map. Click on it.
Yeah.
And then you see the Speaker's Corner, Religious Debate and Discussion, hosted by Abu Khalid. This tells you this world is because he created the world. He's able to host an event here, and that's why it says hosted by Abu Khalid.
Right. Okay.
If you go into any world and you want to know who created, you go to "You Are Here," and I will tell you who created the world or who created the event.
Tell me whether you are here. Whether you are here is again, please.
Okay, you got the triangle, the blue triangle, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 circles around it. It's coming.
Yeah.
And to the left of the mic.
Oh yeah. All right, I get. Yeah.
Say like 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
You say hosted by Abu Khalid. So if you go to a world or an event, it will tell you who hosted the event or who owns the world, depending whether you're in the world or an event.
Okay.
Actually, curiosity, I can host an event from here. I must check if it puts my name or Abu Khalid's name, because that would be interesting to know, because I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking of doing one. Because I like to talk about God. You know what I mean? I'm not. I'm non-denominational, really. But like I said to you, if I was going to be religious, I would definitely look more into the Eastern side of it. But I love all religion, anything to do with God.
Yes.
You know, I try to recognize God in everything. You know what I mean? So it makes no difference the name of the religion. If we're talking about God, then I'm interested.
It can make a difference, because nowadays we're not sacrificing small babies and children and so forth, but previous religions did do so. So you want to be careful about saying like, all religions don't teach the same thing. Some religions teach bad things.
Yeah, but
some religions teach things that could be destructive.
What I mean is, you can tell if the object of that religion, object of devotion is God. If it's self-centered, and if the person's, like a lot of Christian denomination, well, I suppose in any religion, and they have a sect, you're going to find where, it's not. It's hosted by narcissists, people who think they're God, who are envious of God. They want to be God, and they want to be worshipped like God, and you can sense that I can sense that quite easily. You know what I mean? It's not difficult, because God has a specific characteristic, and when people are in awe of God, you can tell that it's God that they're in awe of. Some people may pretend to be, but ultimately you can sense really it's about them. It's about them, and they want and they want this, and they don't really.
People, I get what you're saying. They want people to say, "Oh, you're incredible. Oh, you're so enlightened."
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
So, I mean, I might even. That's why I come here a lot. You know what I mean? And
You're welcome.
Islam might be my only thing with Islam.
Okay, go on. Yes.
The only thing with Islam is that.
Go ahead. Don't be afraid.
No. I'm trying to. It's like Christianity in a sense.
Okay.
They don't talk about God so much. It's more about, like you were saying earlier. It's more about.
All day long.
No, I mean,
Alhamdulillah, subhanallah. We think about Allah all
day.
I
mean, I know that. I mean, in a philosophical sense, because it's more like say, for example, in Christianity, they don't talk about Jesus a lot. I know it sounds silly because it's Christian, it's supposed to. But a lot of the talk is based around like Paul. You know what you know, the
Oh
letters.
yeah, I agree with that.
So when
It's not based on
so when you
Isa
listen,
alayhi salam. Yeah.
yeah, when you listen to the sermons and stuff like that,
Mhm.
they tend to be quoting Paul, and I'm not sure about
Yes.
Paul.
No, me
I'm not really
neither.
sure about it. You know,
Yeah.
it
Well,
doesn't
first of all,
doesn't really.
he goes against the teachings of Isa alayhi salam. He goes against the laws, and he contradicts himself. He's been caught out lying. He has caught out
Yes.
contradictions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
But
he
go
part
on,
of
sorry.
the Islam? Is he part of the Islamic?
No, no,
No. So you won't find him in the Quran. He's not in the Quran.
no.
No,
We know
no.
he's a corruption. Me personally, it's not that he's not mentioned, but me as a Muslim, the majority of Muslims, if they read the Bible and they come across Paul, we see Paul as a deviant. We're all going to recognize him as a
Yeah.
deviant.
Something not right.
No,
It doesn't sound like Jesus. You know what I mean? Or
no,
it doesn't sound like the old
that's it.
prophets. It doesn't sound like
No,
Moses.
no. He's the
Whereas
one that
Jesus,
comes this Son of God idea, and he's the one
yeah,
that's
the
telling the people you
chink.
can abolish the law and the sins are nailed to the cross. What does this mean? The sins are nailed to the cross. You can do as you please. Don't worry about it. This comes
I
like
don't
from
understand all that stuff.
this sounds like shaitan to me. This
Yeah, I
sounds
don't.
to me
You know that.
like a get out clause. You can do as you please.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. That's the most important thing. It doesn't
But your point.
tally.
Let's go back to your point. You're making
So
a point.
so obviously, I mean, Islam, they don't have that kind of thing.
No.
You know, Islamists tend to sound similar
Muslims.
to each other, even though they might have difference. But it's more about the disciplines and the language that I find that Muslims tend to talk about. You know, the first thing that they'll say is, well, the language. They'll say like Islam is a beautiful religion, it's a peaceful religion, and they'll say that it's unchanged, and they'll compare it to the Bible, and you know, and they'll, in a sense, put the Bible down because it's been changed.
For us Muslims, like, you have to know, I would try to. From sometimes when we're trying to convey the message of Islam, we sometimes we don't have a choice when it comes talking to the Christians to try to explain them some concepts before getting to Islam, to get them to understand. But if you're in a Muslim company, we're not talking about the Bible, and we're not just talking that. We're not sitting there saying, "Oh, the Quran is corrupted," or so forth. We are talking about Allah. We're talking about how amazing. We're talking about the attributes of Allah. Like before earlier, there was a group, us Muslims, coming together, and we're talking about du'as and about supplications we can make to Allah and the different names we can call about. How we speak among each other is talking about the Creator, and it is talking about having a relationship with the Creator.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes when you try to convey to the message to somebody, it might come a bit. Sometimes it's too wishy-washy to somebody coming across like Christian evangelical. Sometimes you have to go back and look at scriptures and talk about the logic of things first. Sometimes you don't have a choice but to, because everybody say when we say Allah is most loving, who's going to disagree with that?
I understand. I understand. I mean, I'm getting, the more I come here, the more, you know, I get. That's why a lot of the time I'll just listen and see what people are talking about. You know what I mean? And from there get the difference, like what you're saying, get past the Islam is a religion of peace and it's uncorrupt and stuff like that, and just get more to the personal. You know, why are you a Muslim? What, you know, and who is Allah and who are you in relation to him, and what are you in relation to him? That's the kind of things I like to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, because I accept that Allah is God. You know, so that's not. I'm not coming here trying to say, well, you know, my God is
something different. Yeah.
But I have
it's all the one.
But I have a different understanding of God because of where I'm coming from. Slightly different understanding. Like we were talking earlier about I like to talk about like the relationship between us and God, like the soul. Like, you know, we have the capacity to understand, and we have the capacity to gain knowledge, or to reveal knowledge. But where does that come from? This is what the kind of things I like to talk about.
Intellect. This is in the story of Adam. We were told about the creation of Adam.
But don't get me wrong; it's not necessarily a good thing. I'm not saying that it's a good thing. You know what I mean? It's like, but that's where I'm at.
What's that? Yeah.
That's where I'm at. You know, it might be the way you look at it might be the right way in a spiritual sense, and my way might be a vanity way. But that's where I'm at the moment. I don't know if it is, but that's where I'm at. So, but you know, I'll try and be as respectful as I can. You know what I mean? So it's not a battle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that way we can hopefully learn. You know, I mean, I can learn from. I love to hear what people say, but I can learn from that.
Yeah.
And you know, possibly I can give something in return. I don't know, but that's where that's just where I'm at. Say.
Yeah, but if you check out the website I gave you, there's some excellent books on there.
I will do.
And this website, the website is a British website. It's a British organisation. And a lot of the writers are British organisation, and a lot of the writers are brought up and living in Britain.
Does it have a? Is that kind of important? The fact that they're British, does it make a difference?
No, but it might.
Significant.
It's not significant, but somebody who's born in Britain, maybe you find those books easier to understand. Is going to speak to you better.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
you know,
it makes sense. That's how I understood Bhagavad Gita from a British aspect. Because if you try and understand it from the Indian aspect, it's like it's completely just goes over my head.
That's it.
You know what I mean? So you have to start from a very
modern
simple
language, modern way of thinking. It's not no Shakespearean English or whatever.
Yeah.
And it'll refer to the Quran and the Hadith, and it's our Muslim writers who you'll get from our perspective, how we think. You'll get an understanding of how we think.
How does the Arab Muslims how do they see you being a British woman? That
they love it. Well, I'm Irish actually. Well, I'm British and Irish. I'm Irish genetic. I have both British and Irish nationality. But,
right, you're Northern Irish, aren't you?
Yeah, I have family in both. I have family in both. Yeah, they love it. I'm very welcomed.
Yeah.
Every Muslim is a.
Have you been on
I've been to Jordan. No, I haven't been to Hajj or Umrah, but I've been to Arabia. I've been to Jordan.
Yeah. What did you think?
The people, that country felt like it's stuck in the 70s.
Yeah.
It felt like very laid back, very relaxed people. And you know the way, like for example, in this country, it's got so much CCTV camera everywhere.
Yeah.
And everything's heavily regulated. It felt a bit more relaxed. There's no CCTV camera. Everything's a little bit more open. A kid can still go buy a cigarette for his parents. And they don't think twice about selling the cigarette to the kids. The driving laws are ridiculous. They drive really, really badly. And the people, they walk slowly everywhere. But then you have this heat that come and burn down on you. That's probably why that you can't run about in a hot country. You're going to walk slowly.
Yeah. Could you live there, do you think?
I could live there.
Which do you prefer?
See, you know what? I went to live in Dublin for a little while, and I haven't grown. And you'd think there wouldn't be a whole lot different from the Republic of Ireland to Northern Ireland. And especially so many of the Irish laws, they're borrowed from Britain and vice versa. So they're so similar. Even the benefits system is similar. The education system is similar. But I couldn't hack it. Couldn't hack Dublin, and it's only down the road. So it's hard to live under. It's hard to live under a different system. Even my
It
own
is, isn't
people,
it?
they were too laid back. They were like, you can't push the people that would take offense. Everything next week. Everything, don't
Yeah,
push me, it'll happens. Whereas
yeah.
you're living in London, it's fast paced. You expect things like at the click of the finger, you expect things fast.
Yeah. Is
So
that
it
where
was
you live in
difficult.
London?
Yeah, so if I was
Yeah,
to
yeah.
live in Jordan, I don't know. It's a nice fantasy. It was a nice fantasy to imagine that Dublin would be lovely, and then when I tasted the reality, I didn't like it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I imagine Jordan would be nice because I know that people are laid back and relaxed, but
Are you
driving would
young?
drive
Are
me
you a
nuts.
young person?
No, I'm in my 40s.
So,
So
so you're
mm,
probably more set in your ways now.
yeah, I would need to have money. Couldn't be
Yeah,
poor living in another country because you imagine if you
yeah,
had
yeah.
healthcare problems or blah blah blah, or if you were stuck and you didn't understand the benefit system or the governments, you need to have money. If you're living in any country, it's not your own country.
Yeah,
You couldn't
yeah.
accept to be poor. If you're going to be poor anywhere, the best place to be poor is around the people you know.
True. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, who's to say in time to come? I mean, the way the world's going now, we could all be poor.
Yeah. That's it. I've said to my brothers here, I say, which one of you is going to take me in refugee? And I say, you don't be refugee, we'll all take you.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, the Ukraine,
yeah.
I say, he's going to take me. Yeah.
Well, I
Which
mean,
country can I run to?
if that gets out of hand, the whole world will be in danger.
Yeah.
And then with
Australia.
do
We go
you
there? It's too far
find?
away.
Well, I have my sister in Australia, so I'm
Yeah.
already thinking if things get bad,
Yeah.
I'm going. But I think Australia will be
Nuclear
bad as
doesn't
well.
reach there. Does Australia
Probably
have
don't
nuclear?
reach there, but I mean, look at the lockdowns. Look how tyrannical they were.
Were they? I don't know what happened in Australia.
It's lifted now, but they were very tyrannical. I mean, they were really, it was really bad in like
You know, in
Sydney and
Ireland,
Melbourne.
the Republic of Ireland was super strict. If you just went from one town to another, the Garda was stopping. The Garda is the Irish word for police. They would stop you and ask you where you going and what business have you got going there. Do you have a legitimate reason? Are you a business? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And their COVID numbers was very low.
Well, I think, I don't know where you stand on the COVID thing, but I just think it's a load of, I think it's just something that they're using as a reason to get power, to have power over people. I think.
It's definitely real though. Did they exploit it? Yeah, 100%.
But do you think like these jabs? I'm not going to call them vaccines because they're not traditional vaccines. Do you think these jabs are a good thing or a bad thing?
You know, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, and I'm never going to have all the information. But I'm scared from it. Like, I have got the jab because I wanted to travel home and see my mom and my aunt.
Right.
And they were not going to be comfortable unless I was jabbed.
Yes, yeah.
And I have two sons. And my eldest, he went and got jabbed because he's going to university and he didn't want a headache going into student accommodation. Yeah. And then my youngest, he got COVID before he was even allowed to get a vaccine. He got COVID, so he did not get vaccinated. And I didn't push him either way.
Yeah.
They're both adults. But now he's got vaccinated because he wants to go on holiday.
So, but they're all right though. There's no bad side effect.
I got side effect, and my youngest told me he didn't feel right for a day.
Right.
Not bad side effect.
That's all right.
Enough.
Yeah.
But no other. Well, actually, as a kid, I didn't get any vaccines. But kids get too many vaccines, and they don't even get hardly a hint of a side effect of anything at all.
Mm.
For me, I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs.
Yeah.
I find the side effect. Maybe somebody who drinks or drugs, maybe they have a side effect and not even realize it because they go home and they're drinking a glass of wine at night and not even realizing they're having a side effect. But I really felt like dizzy. I felt dopey. I felt stupid.
Right.
Fuzzy head and a headache. Did you get vaccinated?
No.
No. And you see, I have a friend, his daughter, Do you know that vaccine? Do you know the vaccine they give to teenage girls to stop them getting cancer? I don't know which one it was. Her daughter got that as a teenager. She lost, within 24 hours, she lost all her memory. And that's a vaccine that's out for decades. So I don't want to tell you take it or don't take it.
Well, no, it's a personal thing, isn't it? That's what I mean.
And then you have women that are concerned about their fertility and the effects it might have on their fertility. And I understand that argument because this is a brand new, you don't know.
Do you know many people who haven't taken it? Or is most people you know taken it?
I don't even ask the question because I'm not going to force certain treats on anybody. I think the majority have. Like the figures say like 80 plus have. And even
I think
I
if
meant
people want to
taking
travel,
the booster, and I haven't. I'm holding off on the booster until I want to travel. Even I don't want to take the booster. I didn't want to be vaccinated, but I did
because of certain circumstances.
Yeah, I wouldn't enforce it on you. I wouldn't say you're right or wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, same here. Same here. It's personal. It's like your own thing, but I fear that they're going to force you to take it. They're going to force people to take it. You know, I mean, they've tried it by lockdowns.
Yeah.
I think then the next thing is when the money starts to, when everything becomes electronic, and they'll have more control over you then. And it's in a sense you have to take it.
This money issue. What about this money issue? They're trying to go cashless.
Well, I don't think it's trying. I think they're going cashless. It's only a matter of time.
Yes, they are. That's it.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
That's scary. I find that frightening.
Yeah, that is scary because then they'll have
full information
full
on
control.
You.
Yeah, and full control over you. I mean, if you say, for example, if you refuse to take a vaccine or anything that they want, that they deem necessary, they can mess with your money then. Whereas if you've got cash in your own bank account, they don't really have that much control.
Facilities.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Then we get into the revelation. Did they have a revelation in the Quran? Is there similar thing?
There is prophecies of end times.
And is it similar to the biblical one?
I haven't looked at all the revelations. I haven't looked at that deep, but we'd have, for example, we know towards the end of times, we know that, but the end times in the way the prophets talk, they might have thought that was going to happen very shortly, but it could be thousands of years' time because we're told, for example, the Bedouins, they will compete. The barefoot Bedouin will compete to build tall buildings. We have this in Dubai and Saudi Arabia. They're competing to build tall buildings until like 100 years early, even less, when they discovered oil. These people were very poor, very, very poor, and they were barefoot Bedouins, naked, some of them. Yeah. So, and now they're competing to build tall buildings. We have prophecies of something that describes car, and something that describes the cartoon. Too many prophecies describing in terminology that can be understood to the people at the time. No, it's not going to say the word car. It's going to give the description of what you're going to say. Yeah.
What they saw.
Tons of prophecies. Yeah, there is. Wow. And we have about the Dajjal coming back, the false Messiah, and so forth. Yeah, there's plenty there. Actually, there's in that era.org, there's a book about hidden prophecies. There's that book as well. And it goes into the prophecies of various other religions also. And it gives you a criteria for how to judge whether it's something wishy-washy like Notre Dame, where you can swear anything into it, or whether it's precise and specific, and whether you can actually say that's an actual prophecy, that's not horoscope type crap.
Yeah.
Or wishy-washy you can fit anything into.
You should look into Kali Yuga. Have you heard of Kali Yuga?
No.
Let me see. I can write it down for you. How did you get that board up?
Click on my head and you see the message button.
All right, yeah.
And then you type to me what you want.
That's true, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that before the fact, you could only make that one specific decision because the other decision is not in the cards. It's not possible.
You see that?
Not yet. Oh, yep. Yes. Okay, that'll be in my messages to keep. Can check it out later.
Yeah. Yeah, just check it out. That is, this is Kali Yuga, what we're living in. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying.
What does the term mean? Is it a person? Is it a what?
Yeah. Well, a yuga is a period of time, and in the creation there are 4 yugas. Yeah, and each yuga, the first yuga is the golden era, and then and then each yuga that comes after is slightly more corrupted, and Kali Yuga is the worst of the yugas. It's like seasons. It works the same way seasons work. So they go round and round and round. And now we're in Kali Yuga, which started.
One of the prophecies about the end times is how no secret will be left secret. Everything is going to be revealed. And look to the times we're living in now. How many secrets is coming out about politicians, about pedophiles, about corruption? Everything is, all the scum is floating to the surface, and we're seeing it. And there's also is prophesied that from one end to the earth, we will hear within very fast. We'll hear the use of different areas coming quick. We have internet now. Yeah, you couldn't imagine that at that time, and that's prophesied. You can't imagine. You can't conceive how it's going to happen. We all have prophesied that. That's it. We have prophesied that the truthful ones will be seen like they are the liars, and the liars will be seen like they are the truthful ones.
Yes, yeah.
Look to the media. Look.
It's basically the same thing. It's
But this is so like right now what we're living in. Even each year getting worse and worse and worse than 1 year before it. Look to the choices we're making with our politicians. We could have in America. They had a choice between Bernie Sanders and then they had Trump. And even they had the choice between Hillary and Bernie Sanders, and they decided to go with Hillary. They between Hillary and Trump, they picked Trump. Look to the thing what happened in the UK, and all around they had a thing with what do you call him? I forget his name. Labour Party. He's a good guy. He gives to the poor. He gives a good chunk of his wages to the poor.
Yeah.
I forget his name. It's not coming to me right now. Labour Party. They take.
Oh, is he the what is it?
He gives so much of his wage. Yeah, I can't remember. He gives big chunks of his wages to the poor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in a normal, humble house.
Was he the Labour leader?
He was at one time, but he's not anymore. But even the Labour Party, they didn't want him. They want their old Tony Blair.
Was he the guy after Tony Blair? He came in after Tony Blair.
Sorry, your audio cut.
Was he the guy who came in after Tony Blair? Forgot what his name is.
Yeah, he could have been Labour Party leaders.
What a train wreck Tony Blair was.
Yeah, he was such a disappointment. You know when he first came in, can you remember it? I don't know how old you are. He came in.
I'm 61.
Oh, you did.
Yes,
talking about how he's going to boost up education and how many things, how amazing he was.
Yeah.
I believed him. And then what did he bring in? Tuition fees.
Well, worse than that is the Iraq war. I mean,
the Iraq War. Oh my days! I can remember
that's his legacy.
That's it.
That's his legacy, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's horrible. It's horrible.
It is.
They, they didn't have no weapons of mass destruction, but they still went in anyway.
Yeah.
Horrible guy,
my
man.
battery's low, so if I disappear, I don't mean it. Let me. Oh my days, the leads come out.
I'm going to shoot off for a bit. What time does this? This is open till 2:30, isn't it?
Do you know what? It's been known to go on to 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know.
Hi.
Oh, hi, I'm Rick. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Let me find my controller. My headset lead fell out. I don't know how much battery you have. I might disappear. How you keeping?
I'm good.
I can't believe I know you 4 months.
Really? Wow.
How did that happen? The time has really worked in this place.
Goes fast. Goes fast.
So I would call it in a body. I only know 6 months. But I've only met you yesterday. How come and that's 4 months?
Wow.
I don't think the time is correct in this place.
It's not. It seems like one day is like a week or something. It's strange.
Right, wait. We are in May. There's no way I know them only 6 months. That doesn't make sense.
Ah.
Wait, let me go back. Let me just look and see. Yeah, 6 months. Does not make sense. He's going to add me.
Who's going to add you?
All right, clear. So you've been listening to the conversation, or you've been just catching up, or how's your day?
Oh, I was over there listening to this guy here.
Okay,
Robbins and
Robin.
Robbins
and Crazy.
And then talking to the Rocky, or AKA.
Yeah.
Yeah. We kind of went around and around a little bit, but it's like, you know, yeah.
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 What are they talking? What are they discussing there?
Well, now this guy over there, Mr. Black, he's saying, well, you know, why isn't God come down yet? Because we're in trouble. Where's God? You know, that's sort of thing.
Okay. Hi, Zen Lobster.
Hi, Zen Lobster.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't either. So, what religion are you?
I have an integral approach, but I'd say, if anything, if I had to identify, I was brought up a Christian, and then I became a Buddhist when I got older. But I have an integral approach. I believe it. Oh, really? Nice. Right on.
Yeah.
I really have an integral viewpoint. Probably after like my 14th ayahuasca ceremony, I was like, okay, there's definitely something going on here for sure.
Yes. Yes. That we're all inter. Yeah. I mean, we're all together, or sentient beings all together, one. That's what I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I find something's very interesting with DMT, and that had really changed my viewpoint on spirituality tremendously. I think that has been around for a very, very long time.
Is that a drug?
Well, when you die, your brain releases a lot of DMT, and it causes hallucinogenic experiences and very spiritual experiences, in my opinion.
This is the drug you took. What did you get? What was your experience on it? Was it a drug? I mean,
ayahuasca.
Okay, sorry, I'm shut up.
It depends on what you call a drug. This is a combination of an Amazonian tree bark and another plant mixed together.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah.
it was not synthetically made in the lab, but
Oh no, I get that.
Mhm.
So what happened?
You know, I think that that's something that you should probably just kind of research yourself and kind of look into it, because
I've heard a little
that
bit.
is something that is very
Yeah.
difficult to articulate into words to
Yeah.
give it
Some
a
people have
good definition.
some people have good experience. Some people have really scary experience. Right?
But
It's just like
it
I
really
really
simulates.
go ahead.
I was going to say it simulates more of like a near-death experience, and you face your mortality, and a lot of people can't handle that. And I have not over the fear 100%, but that has helped me like cope with it a lot, and it's been an interesting. It is not fun.
Is it
Taking
what
that.
is it what it give you an understanding there's something outside the physical body? Is that it?
What? Sorry, what's the question?
Like an understanding that there's something beyond the physical body?
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yes.
Oh, okay. I wondered.
And it's hard to articulate
Yeah,
that
it's
kind
been
of
around.
experience.
It's a lot of it is fundamentally a non-dualistic experience, which is kind of ironic when you're in a place like this, because you talk about God, and it's something that's so. It's something that it just cannot be put into words, and it's something that can be experienced and felt and known by faith and intuition. But I can say that had made me more a spiritual person significantly. Without it, would have been far more ignorant, and I would not want to.
I've heard that.
To join
I've heard that from people.
an event like this. Like me 5 years ago, I would never be open to like join an event that is and hang and talk. Just made me more open-minded, more accepting of other walks of life, and it's interesting, but I don't recommend it to everybody. I recommend it to very few people.
Yeah, because
I wouldn't take it.
It sounds scary.
No, I wouldn't take it. I mean, I just don't know, if I could handle it. I could never do drugs. I'm not that kind of. I just couldn't. I couldn't do anything that caused me to.
Have you ever drank alcohol?
That's what I'm saying. Every time I drink, if I drank something or did some kind of drug or something like that, it was always a bad experience. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you don't normally drink?
So I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I just know I've tried it in my past, and it just wasn't good for me. And I've always had a bad experience. So I'm suspecting that if I did that, hallucinogens, that I'd probably have a bad experience with it.
Well, if you were to suspect that, you're probably going to be right. But if you suspect that you might have a good experience, you might be right too.
I'm just going by my history. I'm just going by my history. I'm just saying that drinking never gave me a good experience. Smoking marijuana never gave. I did mescaline. I didn't get a good experience from that, and there's a few other things in there. Didn't get a good response. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I don't do any other drugs, because I probably won't get a good response. I don't think.
You could always
I'm just
try
going by
meditation and prayer.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Meditation is like a sailboat.
Yeah.
And taking ayahuasca is like getting strapped in the back of a rocket ship.
Yeah, I think I prefer the sailboat.
Yeah. And it only lasts a short space of time. Am I correct? But it feels like forever in your head.
No, that's different. So you're talking about DMT. That is like a 15-minute experience, but ayahuasca is more of a 4 to 6 hour experience.
Oh wow!
That would wear me out. So was mescaline. Mescaline was like 8 hour experience, and I was like, oh, it wasn't.
Is mescaline
it wasn't pleasant.
hallucinogenic? Is that what you listening to? Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I did it once in my life, and I will never do it again.
Been around for a
like magic mushrooms?
long time.
Is it a plant thingy?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're both plants. Mescaline is a plant. Mushrooms is a plant.
Yeah.
Marijuana is a plant. DMT can be derived through plants and also animals.
Okay.
Terrence McKinney, you know who he was?
Rockstar.
Yes, yes. You know, he theorized that this is why humans' brain, like all of a sudden, just jumped in development in the brain evolution because
Stone ape theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Stone ape theory.
Actually,
so
do you know what?
They
We make an
found
assumption
mushrooms in
too.
it.
We actually make an assumption that the people before weren't as bright. Do we know that?
Say again?
I think we basically killed them all off.
No, then that's not what I'm saying. Okay, a lot of our knowledge we have today is accumulated knowledge, but as far as capability for intellect, sometimes we make the assumption that the capability of intellect was less. It could have been more at different points than what we have today.
Well, they've studied that.
It could
in archaeology. In archaeology,
Yeah.
you know, we've advanced.
Not necessarily, because what you get in high school when it talks about the growth of man like this, right? Well, you go later into biology, you find it was just like this. And then they know there's skulls where the brain capacity looks like it was bigger. It actually looks like a wave up and down.
You mean the size of the brain? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The size of the brain. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm talking about there's a primitive.
Skulls. I know. Yes, but you still have knowledge that needs to be accumulated. You still have
Okay, I see what you're saying.
that enlightened the world, and we all learn from them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If we look at the IQ, yeah, we can see the IQ of people in recent times. As we're documenting it and recording it, we can see an increase. But if you take over the whole span of the lifetime, was that always the case?
In since humans began, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
So do you think that the first human was like us today? Is that what?
Why not?
Huh.
I don't know.
You're optimistic. I like you.
No, because we are here today after how many generations? You didn't die off. They got the knowledge that they survived. They didn't eat the poison
plants. Can I ask you a fun question?
Uh-huh.
If I had a time machine right here and you go back at any point in time, and let's say you would be middle class, like a middle class person, at any point in time in human history, you can go back 5 minutes if you want, or you can go back 5,000, 10,000, 100,000 years. Where would you go? Where would you go? How far back would you go?
Yeah, I'm not saying the life wasn't harder before. That I agree with.
My point. Case in point. This is the best time to be alive. Look at this. This is like, if anybody saw what's happening right now 100 years ago, we would get stoned to death because we would think that we're like wizards.
Yeah.
Well,
I
got a
Look
friend.
at this guy's hat. He's a wizard.
I got a friend
that's
a Christian, and she don't want nothing to do with this reality because she thinks it's evil.
Yeah. This is the best time to be alive. Some of the smartest people are alive. You have the world's information in your pocket. It's like
we're not having to go out there and hunt all our food and kill it and skin it and cut it. We don't have to do all that.
What's happening right now is a miracle. Look at you and your avatar. You're a genius. You're the accumulation of the human greatness in this moment.
You know,
my friend,
it's the best time to be alive.
Yes. Yes.
You are. You're accumulation of thousands and thousands of years of hard work.
I have no idea how this Oculus works.
I know. That's why you're a genius.
I can't get
your accumulation of everything. No, your accumulation of every person that's ever been at any time.
Yeah, that's it. I switched the button on.
See?
That's it.
Why would you want to go back 100 years or even before the internet? People were not as smart as they were. The smartest people
No,
exist today, and they'll
no,
always exist
it's
in the here and now.
it's accumulated knowledge. I don't know how you even make the plastic that this Oculus is made from. I don't even know how to do
I
that.
think you're thinking about you and not the whole.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't have me without you. You can't have
There's
you without
different
me.
there's different kinds of intelligence. There's intelligence before that we have lost. There's
I have
knowledge
no
that was
interest in
before
being
that we.
alive 500 years ago
Yeah.
or facilitating with people 500 years
I was
ago. I mean,
merely
like,
talking about brain development over time,
Uh-huh.
and
oh yeah,
and
you're smarter now than they ever have been before. Remember, this is the best iPhone yet.
Capacity
Until next year.
for intellect and
Am
knowledge.
I right or am I wrong? Give me
between
some doubt.
knowledge and
Hey.
capacity to discover and find new things. Something different. Genius is different.
5G
It's
is
funny how
the
people
world's
think that
intelligence.
there's so much
like the
knowledge in the
internet.
past instead of it
It's
being
not.
right here.
It's
You know,
right here,
like
man.
they go
Yeah,
back
yeah. Give me some
Yeah.
time.
to get like
Bump.
information.
Boom.
But
100%.
like why study all this stuff from from like
Yeah.
2,000 years ago when they had absolutely no context to what we doing today? It's funny.
100%.
Like keep reading stuff.
Yeah.
And trying to find insights what's today. When we
Why
create
do I need to
really what
remember
we do
all?
today.
Why do I need to remember 40 of the past United States presidents? Like that, I could just pull out my iPhone and pull that information out from the world's brain. We are the
This is-
smartest
why
we've
we
ever
do
been.
that. I wonder why we
it's
haven't
old
changed
and
our
outdated.
schools.
Did you ever watch Idiocy?
That's another topic.
Idiocracy.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Movie,
this is
right?
where we could go. Yeah, that's where we could go with that as well. Because
I went to the doctor yesterday and I asked
Uh-huh.
the doctor what was wrong with me.
Yeah.
The doctor looked at me and he said, "Yeah, looked at your report and it says your shit's fucked up and you talk like a fag." I'm paraphrasing from that movie Idiocracy. I'm sorry. I mean to be respectful,
Okay.
but it's a hilarious movie.
You had us there
Yeah.
for a
Drinking
second.
Mondo juice.
Yeah. Gator juice. The gator. They were watering the plants.
Gatorade.
Gatorade.
Yeah, it was from
is
the
that it?
plants.
Is that
Yeah.
an actual drink in America, or is that a made up
Yeah.
drink?
It's just a drink
real drink.
globally.
It's a real
Yeah.
drink, is it? Oh, we don't have it
Yeah.
in the UK, at
Real
least not
drink.
that I know of. I haven't seen it.
It's mostly
Okay.
I'm
got,
telling you, like
it's got
right
electrolytes.
here, right now is the best time to ever be alive. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'm like every day
True.
I'm walking down the street, I see miracles.
But you know,
I cannot
Zen, it
believe I
depends-
saw the other
Zen,
day
not
500
if you're
people
in
flying
Ukraine.
through the sky. Like,
Not
it
if you're
blew
in
my
Syria.
head. They're flying
Depends
through
where
the sky.
you.
Oh man.
Depends where you are.
That's
Well,
true.
you just got to get out of Syria.
I would
Syria's bad for you.
100%. I would
Yeah,
100%
if you
want to be in
can.
Syria today than Syria a thousand years
That's
ago.
a good point.
'Cause I have a
I was gonna
shot.
bring that. That's
I have a
a really
shot to
good
get
point.
I
out.
don't know. Depends
I have
on
a
who's in
shot
charge.
to have.
Might have been better back in the day.
Well,
Never know.
it depends on how you look at it. You can learn English and
Yeah.
get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
You know, and you have
Or not
if you
learn
have
English.
access to a phone,
And still
you
get
have
out of
access
there.
to a phone in Syria, or you could learn Spanish. You get the fuck out of there. I mean, like,
But even
Amen.
30 years could have been better than today. For all the
30 years?
technology, maybe you had better communication with your neighbor, with your family, better relationships.
I'm sorry, but I can't live without the internet. I think it's a miracle. The fact that I can work from anywhere and do whatever I want and have my own job, like, that's a miracle.
You can afford it.
That is a miracle.
You have
I
access
can
to
only
it.
afford it because my father left from Cuba as a young kid and made a new life in New York because his father left Germany during the World War because the Nazis were absolutely crazy. He moved to Cuba. They kicked his butt out. Then he had to change his last name, get back to Cuba, move to New York City. It's generational, from generation to generation.
So depending on where
Intelligence
you are in the
shared
world,
and evolved.
do you have access to all this wonderful technology or not?
Depending who you are and who you came from, you have access to good karma or not.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hard work.
So is that assuming the
I
more
mean, it's a
the more you have,
generational thing.
the better person you are? I wouldn't say
Have
that
what?
that's necessarily true. Like you're talking about karma
I think the more you
what
give,
the blessings you have.
no, I think the more you give, the more love you're going to have in your life. The more you give
That
value,
that's something different.
it is.
When I said about access to all the wonderful things like the internet and everything else, and then you spoke about karma and whatever else, are you saying that the poor person who doesn't have access to it is because they're bad, they're not deserving? Or
Saying my father's 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 father was the poor person, and they pulled themselves out of that situation, made opportunities, just like you. I mean, you have a VR headset because of the good deeds of your ancestors and a lot of knowledge that happened in the past.
It's not all necessarily good deeds. You have colonialism. You have people who's raped and privileged on the resources of other countries.
I mean, I don't know about your genealogy.
No,
I mean, I'm sure the past 1,000 years
talking
in
about me or you.
my blood, somebody's done something bad. That's for
British
sure.
Empire is rich because of what they've taken from other countries, the resources and the talent.
Yeah,
you know,
that's like South Asia as well.
Yeah.
Part of my
So it's
part
not
of my job, I have
necessarily
to
down
study.
to good deeds. Some people it's good deeds. Some people it's from stealing.
Truth. Truth. Ha! I thought you thought I was gonna disagree, didn't you? But I didn't. Boom.
Yeah.
Adam.
Oh, you're waiting for it, weren't you? You're about to pounce on me.
No.
Man. I don't get it though.
It's wild.
Why are we saying that though?
Are we saying what?
And what?
I mean, you're saying that other countries pillage other countries, but I mean, what's the point though? I'm just saying.
I'm saying he made the point that he living good life now because of the good deeds of previous relatives in his past. I said yes, maybe for you, but somebody else could be living good life because their ancestors stole from somebody and became wealthy, and you're living a good life because of that. It could be both ends.
Gotcha.
It's not one or the other. It could be both. It could be one. It could be the other. It could be a combination of circumstances and reasons.
I think somebody somewhere did something really fucked up. In my genealogy and yours too. For sure.
Probably.
But you know what? It amounted to you. And it amounted to me. What I see here in this digital space is a very nice person. It worked out, didn't it?
It's a work in progress.
Me too. Definitely a work in progress.
Everything is destroyed.
I'm a whip.
We want to be living
Work in progress.
in a place with peace on it. Peace and
I just think that, you know, here in 2022, it's just a good time to be alive. I really believe that. And it's amazing.
Yeah, but if you're in the wrong place,
it depends on how you look at it.
You can walk.
You got options. Yeah, you got feet. You can get out.
You can walk out of there.
You might have options. You might not have options.
Why don't you have options?
If you don't have options, if you don't have options,
I'm saying if you start walking towards the right place, and if you know, tomorrow you take 100 steps, and next day you take 100 steps, you get to the right spot.
And if those 100 steps, is there substance? Is there means in those 100 steps? If you go, maybe you go the wrong 100 steps.
You get to the right spot.
Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe you do, maybe you don't.
What do you mean? Who's gonna stop me?
The 100
Who
steps
stops
you
me
take.
from getting to where I need to go?
So deep in this life, like they very focused.
Too many factors.
And they know
education,
no, I mean, if I'm in if I'm in Syria, right, I'm in the wrong location, I start walking, west.
And somebody, and in the meantime, somebody drops a bomb on you.
Because we have, like,
well, I mean, shit happens all the time, but I mean,
shit.
While I'm alive, I'm gonna try to go
simplistic. Oh, you people in Syria, you're suffering because you're too stupid to walk out. What is that?
Discussions. This
What now? I'm sorry.
It's like you're saying to the Syrian people, "Oh, you're getting bombed and killed because you're too stupid to walk 100 steps."
That's not true at all. I totally disagree
Exactly.
with
I mean,
that.
some people decide to stay there, though. I mean, some people decide to stay. Like if I'm in a bad location, I'm going to start moving and getting out. As long as I'm alive and I have options, I'm going to get out of my bad situation. I have that option. You know.
And then there's different ways people decide to get out. Do you, if you're somebody comes into your house and they want to kill you and your family, what do you just do? Maybe you have to run before they kill you. Maybe you don't. Maybe you have a chance to defend your family. Maybe you don't. Maybe you have a chance to kill the person
Or you
before
could
they
live
kill
in
you. Maybe you
Texas
don't.
and own a gun and shoot them in the face. That's what I'll do.
If you have a gun,
Somebody comes to my house, I'm gonna shoot you in your face. You will
So-
not go to my house. Fuck yeah.
So
I'm
Somebody
saying,
goes to my house.
if
my-
that doesn't
my
happen,
wife-
then
sometimes you
I'm
don't have
moving.
choice.
The next day I'm moving out.
Spear
The next
to
day
the
I'm
face.
walking in the right direction.
Shift dog, if you have a next day.
You are running away, huh?
Well, I mean, you might not.
And why are you
I
so
mean, you
negative?
can't control that. But if
But
I
that's-
do have a
no,
next day,
I'm saying
I'm gonna move in the right direction.
What's the point you're trying to
sometimes
make? I don't understand.
the point I'm trying to make is sometimes we have many blessings
Life's
in
not
our
fair?
lives and we don't know.
Believe that the
I'm
US
saying
is a
many times we have many
Christian nation.
blessings in our lives and
cannot
we
be
don't
This is
appreciate
the wrong way to
It
believe
never
like
was.
this.
all the blessings we
It was
have,
never in the
the good
beginning.
conditions
No.
we
I
have.
agree
We
with
don't
that.
recognize it.
No.
Maybe we just flippantly look at
know
other
about
people and say, "Well, why
history
can't
that
you do?
is
You can
like
do the
what
same as
God
I
said
did."
in the
You don't
Bible that
realize the cumulative efforts that brought us to where we are, the environment, the
Agree with that.
government, the education, the family,
Yeah.
the people around you.
what they
Take
started from.
the people
What
who
is the way
advised
they
you,
started?
Yeah.
access
Absolutely.
to information you had.
You know, in our Constitution, there's supposed to be
Absolutely.
You know what though?
separation between state
Not
I
fair,
kind of
but
have
it's
state and
interesting.
the issue that I kind of
Oh,
have
they're supposed
is
to,
right
be separated.
is that a lot of
You know, but
people
now
they
look at where we're
think
at
that
now religion
they
inundated
are
all of our
something
laws,
special than
and
the
now
next
the
person,
Christians dictate
and they kind of
everything
make
that we do.
excuses for
You
that
know, now
next
they've
person
overturned laws
when
based on their
realistically
religion.
you got an
Everything now is
option.
based on the
If you're
Christian
alive, you
religion,
got
and
an
it was never
option.
supposed to be like that.
And I got a brain just
You know,
like you do,
some of
and
the
I might
people
not
that
be,
wrote the
the circumstances may not be the
weren't even
same,
Christians.
but I can
They
get
were,
to where you're at if I apply myself. I can get there,
No, I don't. They,
right?
I mean,
And
yeah.
I don't want to hear no other excuses about it. I
No,
can get
no,
to
I'm
where
not
you're at.
saying.
I don't, because I got the
Yeah.
same brain, and
Well,
you
you
might.
may, but not
Today may be
necessarily the
different,
same
but I
brain.
can get to where you're at.
Yeah.
freedom.
We don't
You
all,
know,
we
Yes,
do have
so.
varying capabilities.
Because see, when
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying from a perspective, like, you don't give yourself excuses not to thrive and better yourself. I mean, that's what you're saying, right?
They wanted, so they came
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I just think
They came here to
people
start afresh, and
they're like, okay, we got to
then
get
they
welfare
started
together or
the
something because this
Constitution and
person
all that stuff, and then
is not
freedom
as smart
against
as
England.
me. Help them out because
Yeah, you're
they
right.
can't
Yeah.
get,
But
they can't
may I
move
ask
forward.
you, what you
But
consider
I
yourself
feel
in
like
the US?
that's
You consider
disparaging
yourself
on
English?
somebody, because
No, I'm an
that
American.
you're saying, hey,
Period. I was
you're not
born
as smart as me. You're not on the same
But
level.
you speak in
I gotta
English.
try to help you
Uh-huh.
out. I gotta have pity on
Mhm.
you. I feel like
Yeah, we speak
everyone.
English. Why?
Has
If I'm
anybody helped
if
you
I'm
in
here,
life
I don't
get you
understand.
to where you are?
So if you
to what?
speak English, that means
Has
you
anybody
are
helped you
English
get
person.
you to where you are today?
No, I'm American.
What is your
Well, yeah,
accent?
yeah, absolutely,
But they weren't
English.
necessarily being
absolutely. I
disparaging
mean,
to
we
you,
we
were they?
can't move anywhere without other
I
people.
speak English, but my
Exactly.
mother
You
tongue
know what I'm
is
saying?
Arabic.
Yeah.
Everything is dependent on. But
Yeah.
that's why we're human.
You know,
Like
Chef Dog, the best way to educating sometimes yourself is that when you get a little bit of knowledge and you pass it on to other people.
Your mother tongue
Because
is English,
in that
so you are
process of
English.
passing that knowledge on to other people,
am
you have to get creative for how to articulate this idea. And then you
I
think
don't
about it
understand
deeper
this,
and you
Kamala.
become more intelligent. To share knowledge of other people
What are you?
is not going to
Arabic
diminish
and
you.
what are they?
It will increase you.
We are mixed. We're a society that's
okay, gotcha.
a melting pot of all societies.
Well, it
Everybody
depends.
came here.
Actually, there could be circumstances where you could be shafting yourself. But generally speaking,
Oh, what's up?
all
What's up? Sir? Somebody just walked into the real world.
We got Jews. We got
My son, huh?
You call me fake?
all over the world.
What you saying?
All
I'm offended.
Chinese, everything.
That's funny.
Everything.
That's real
I
funny.
do. Look, we all do that. But I say, oh, I say I have to go to the physical to the real world.
Yeah.
That's like my friends
Yeah.
aren't real. I said, no, you are real.
That's funny.
All right. Well, good talk, guys.
Yeah,
Get back to
good
the real
talk.
world.
Good chat.
No worries.
Kindness,
What's up?
positivity always wins at the end of the day. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yes,
add you
ma'am.
in lobster.
I'm from the United States.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm gonna add you
Likewise.
too.
I'm
See
English.
you the next time.
Just because I speak
Ads.
English.
Nico.
You know, this is confusing.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You understand?
Go for it,
Well,
Donder.
But I see why.
I'm gonna
I
come
see-
here more
you know,
often.
never
I
thought
get
of
so
it
many
that way
friend
before, but
requests. I
yeah,
feel so
can see
honored.
why you think that.
Every
Sure.
Saturday and Sunday.
The
But there's a lot.
English language. The English language. Is it the language basically for from America or from England?
I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that because, I mean,
Pangea.
I'm sure even before England,
Africa.
I guess
Pangea. Sorry.
come on.
But who are you?
Pangea. Patagonia.
What's
Who am I?
India?
Did you just give me my koan?
No, I like your mustache.
I like your mustache. Who am I? I don't know.
Who are you? Do, 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 do. I really want to.
Are you American?
I was born in America, yes.
Good question.
Where are you? Where you originally? Where did you come from?
How
The
far
same
back?
place everyone else came from.
My mom's
Half a bad.
belly.
Came from my mama.
My mama.
Your mama, where did she come from?
Her
Came
mama.
from my mama. I
And
go
her
all day.
mama.
Keep asking.
Until where? And until where?
Till the Godhead. Till the source, my man. Till the source. Are you whispering
What
sweet
is the
nothings
source?
into my ear?
Where
Who's
is the source?
The best. The jam.
The source is Eve.
I don't know what that means, but it could be.
Eve is the first woman. Adam is the first man.
We in Chinese have a phrase for people like you. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, please, if you.
你想太多了，你想太多了，我的朋友. That means you think too much. You can't think of something that is like.
Nehama. Nehama. Kesheni.
What did this guy say just now?
谢谢.
You think too much.
It's
Not
good to know
necessarily
you.
think so much
Good to know you.
About
about
what?
these things.
About what?
About these things.
You can go back far. But you just go back
Like
to the beginning.
going back, where do you come from? Where you come from? Where you know that.
I like to talk for this Texas woman. She's from Texas. She's wearing
I'm from
a
Texas
cowboy
too.
hat.
Where are you at? Are you in Austin?
No, I'm from Georgia.
Oh, I'm in Texas. You liar. I have a question for
But
you.
I was
What was
stationed at
your
Fort Sam
original-
Houston.
What was your original face before your mother and father met?
Original face.
Yes, what was your original face before your mother and father met?
Are you saying faith or face?
Face.
I didn't
face.
understand the question. You said original
What
face.
is your original face before your mother and father met?
There was no face before they met.
Ooh, it's a good answer. I got the chills.
Yeah,
You
what
should
the hell
have
is
like
this
little
question?
smoke bombs. You should have little smoke bombs, and when you say something wise, you just throw the smoke bomb down, smoke arises, and you kind of back away.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Then lobster. Okay.
Yes.
What is your religion?
My religion? A lot of people ask me that question while I'm here.
I assume that you are atheist. It's obviously.
Oh, you know what happens when you assume something? Makes an ass out of you and me.
That's how
You can't have such a playful. You can't have a playful name such as Zen Lobster and be an atheist. Come on, man.
So what is your religion? You. Me answer you.
I'm not gonna let you put me in a box.
Yeah, I know.
Believe, my friend. I know you're trying to put me in a box. But I like.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just having chats with Texas woman here. I want her to give me Texas.
I was listening to you before and I was planning to say something like but just now I
raised
have the
Christian.
chance. When you
I was
said
raised
that
Catholic
you believe
and
in God,
Christian.
but you think that
practice a lot
religion
of
is
Buddhism.
based on people,
I also
not
practice
based on the
Christianity.
God itself.
And I stand before
Yeah,
you
I have a
today.
difficult
what I-
time
I also
believing
love
This
Stoicism
that
as well.
I
You
think
cannot
religion was
mix
created
all
by
this
man,
together.
not by
It
God.
cannot
That's
be
right.
mixed.
Well,
Like
here's the
you
thing. I
take
mean,
some
if you believe in God,
Buddhism,
I
some
mean, God cannot
Christianity,
just
you
create
put
us
some
and
flavor of
guide
Islam
us,
on it.
right?
It's
How we
not
would
working
know
like
what
this.
is good or what is bad?
You can't.
He wouldn't just
You
allow
can't,
us
and
like
you
that.
shouldn't.
I mean,
But there's
we don't know
atheists
the
that don't
purpose
believe
of.
in God.
Then why you do it?
There's atheists that don't believe in God,
Why?
and they don't commit
Why?
bad things.
Okay, so do,
I
do
think
you,
after
do you
my
think
14th
you think that
ayahuasca
the God
ceremony,
who created
I had no choice.
a man and he would agree for that man to worship not he doesn't
This
worship
guy
anybody
likes
or he
to
worship a cow or he worship
hang out.
some
He's not
stone.
here for serious things.
I mean, if I am,
Well,
No, I am serious,
believe
man.
in
if you think
all that.
about,
I
if you
don't.
After 14
if you think
times
about it, if God
digesting
created this,
EMT,
he would be angry about
substantial-
this guy. Why this guy is
a
doing like that?
substantial component
That's why he
of
sent a
inside of
guidance.
you upon death is
But
consuming
make more
that
sense.
15 times.
God,
Have so many
the thing I
experiences
believe in is
that were
holy,
radically
omnipotent,
spiritual.
and all powerful. So
That
why
at
does this
the
God
end of the day,
go through a
all of
mere
this stuff
human
is linked
being to
together,
get to
my
me?
friend.
I
all
don't
linked
think
together.
so.
You could
So
call
did you
yourself
think?
a
I mean,
Muslim
that's
or
the thing. You
Buddhist
think
or
you should
atheist,
think
but you're
what
all going to the
why
same
he.
place at the end of the
Are you,
day.
I
So
should
many.
think.
You're going to go back
I
to the
should.
Yeah, I believe
No,
that
I mean,
also. I agree with that.
If
What's the
there's a
purpose of
God
life?
and
That's one
God
thing.
is not compassionate,
It's one thing you need to know.
أكيد.
then I don't want to meet
تعال
God.
خارجين من
I
دائرة
don't think
الحلال.
religion is the purpose of life.
It has to be
Not saying
compassion,
not the.
man.
This guy is
No, that's the
Hinduism.
thing. I mean, you say
He's a Hinduism.
That's awesome.
God created
He
someone.
gets so many
okay?
gods. It's like
Just like that.
buffet. I'm jealous.
It's not a playing, right? It's not a game.
Want
Just
some gods?
leave him
Give me some
alone.
gods.
I,
You in a
He doesn't.
I'm
He
not
do.
saying it is. I'm not
Send
saying
me
it's
some my
gay
way.
at all. I don't know why
Send me
you're
some,
saying that
man.
because you
No,
know.
no, no. I'm saying.
I need as many as I can get.
All I'm
I got a lot of stress these
saying
days.
is
Got a god, a chocolate
God is
god. You
all-knowing,
worship it?
See,
all-powerful.
God.
Why does
That's the
why
thing.
why does God have to go through?
I love
You
it.
know why?
So
Human
see,
you
beings
have a
created
Buddhist,
religion
you have a Buddhist right
to,
here,
to control
Just,
us.
and you have a
just,
Hindu
just
right
you
here.
said now.
You have a
God,
Muslim.
God is
I think that's
all-knowing, so He
brilliant.
knows what is good
Look
for
at us,
us, what
just
is
hanging
bad for
out.
us.
Nobody's throwing
When
any
this guy
bombs
talk
on
about,
anybody. We're
Omniscient
just
and
talking.
omnipotent. That means powerful.
See,
And so I
yeah.
can.
Look, I got him laughing.
You know, if you sit still, you can listen to God.
I'm
Why do I
laughing
need
about
should
him.
form
and he's
like the
Why
United
do I need
Nations.
How
God
can
first.
how can how can how can you? That's the question. How can you listen
You
to
worship it and then you eat.
by being quiet? Be still and know that I am God.
I worship
It's just that
So
simple.
do you listen to
God's in
God?
the oven right now.
Yes.
Damn, that's the
Have
best
you hear
God.
him
Let
talking?
me give him
I know, right?
It's not.
He ran away.
It's not.
That's
like you
I like
think.
the
that's
conversation,
that's
but
really
sometimes when
that's
you're in a
that called
conversation of
dreaming.
Sorry, let me give
of
him
a
this.
debate, people will try to put you in a box
Zaid.
to
Yeah.
It's a
prove their
He went
point.
for this
All I
guy.
can say it's a
And
no.
I don't like
Exactly.
That's all I can say.
people putting me in a box.
You know, God reveals things to
It's
people
just not
all
that
the
simple.
time.
It's not like this is a road, this is the only
I'm
road,
like-
and that's going to be the road.
Yeah.
There are many paths.
Yes.
Listen,
It's
you see this guy, the Texas guy.
traditional
Yeah.
vibe.
He went
with
for
the whole,
Zaid.
like, you know, what religion do you
He went
belong
for Zaid, and then he said to him,
Yeah, it's like what club do you
I am not worship. I
Exactly.
don't
Came with
believe
that
in
three
God. And
emotion
then
of like,
I said
okay,
to him,
cool.
this guy is
I don't
Hinduism.
know
He
you.
can
You're
give you
this
some
virtual
advice,
entity
which
right
is that.
now, but I'm gonna
And then he said,
put you into a little box where I can build.
how
some
many gods do I
association with
worship? Something like that. And then he said, I have a better way for you.
To
I have a God with chocolate.
to
You can
affirm
worship it, and then you can eat it.
believes, to affirm it, and by argument, logical analysis. But for me,
So,
I'm here as
so
pure entertainment.
Yusuf and I was having, come here.
I practice meditation.
See,
As I
Abadi.
was saying,
No,
Yusuf,
I mean,
God reveals to us things all the time, all the time. If you sit and listen,
I mean,
because even in the
How?
Bible it says, "Be still and know I am God." Yes, it says that in the Bible.
How he's revealing to you?
meditation.
That's the problem. You believe in the Bible.
Or how was your journey into
It's by divination, it's by intuition, it's by going internally and being connected with divine. You listen, you get a knowing. It's really hard to articulate. I just know what I know. I know. For example,
That's called confusion.
let me give you example. Okay, I have a good example. So one time I was going to move somebody into my house, right? And at night I went to sleep and I had a dream, and I saw my grandmother, my father, and my brother all deceased, all gone. Right? And they went like this in my dreams. All of them, all three of them. They went like this. And the next morning, I got up and I called this person. I said, "You can't move in. I'm sorry." Okay? And then later I found out this person was a witch. It believed in evil things like witchcraft and stuff like that.
So I went there.
Where does that come from?
For like a year or two.
God.
Ended up
That's a
staying there
message
for
from God.
Spent some time
To tell me not to let this person come into my life like that.
So basically, you follow dream. That's what you're saying.
It's not just dream. It's just this thing, you know, like you just know when you know.
I'm used to being in a town of 5.
And also, when I know something's true, I get goosebumps.
And when I got to
And I know this is in my soul what that person is saying is true, or something that happened is true.
In the 1950s, they had the Cultural Revolution.
So it's hard to articulate something that is, you know, in a spiritual realm like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, so the thing is, how would you know what is evil and what is good? As an atheist, he doesn't discover anything. Right?
I'm not
sleeping. Maybe he would sleep with his.
I'm not an atheist.
No, I know, I understand. So from where you get your guidance?
قالت ما بدخل اليوم. قالت ما داخل اليوم.
My guidance or my indoctrination.
عندها تقول يا أخي الواقع هذا.
It's the same thing. Then you can do whatever you want.
Well, I don't believe I can do whatever I want. I don't think anybody can do whatever they want. I mean, I know atheists that are more moral than most Christians. I can't say anything about Muslims because I don't know anything about Muslims. And so atheists are a heck of a lot more moral than a lot of atheists. You know, I don't drink. I don't do drugs. There's a lot of things that I don't do.
The Muslims, when they had power, like in the time of Salah ad-Din, when he entered Jerusalem, he protected the Jew.
Abu Khalid.
You know who killed the Jew at that time?
Khalid.
The Christians, they killed the Jew and the Muslims.
أنت موجود؟
Not the Muslims killing the Jewish.
اسمع هذا مصيبة ذا أقسم بالله هذا مصيبة.
You can check the history. Throughout history,
أنا كنت أتناقش مع واحد.
They never kill the Jew.
واحد يا أخي مسوي ميكس عجيب. مسيحية وإسلام وكل الديانات ومدري إيش.
They kill people for fun. What are you talking about? You don't know what's going on.
يدور علم.
You need to listen. You need to take.
قلت له اسمع هذا هندوسي.
You need to understand that properly. Your belief, your religion is not good. Not good religion.
We are not allowed to kill believers. We are not allowed to kill Christians or
so
Jews.
They do it. They do it.
واحد كان معي هناك قاعد يرسل لي.
And even you keep saying that, but there is a lot of incidents in history where Jewish were killing Muslims. That does not mean that the Jewish are not worshipping Allah, are not worshipping God.
No. There is no Jews that live in Arab countries. They didn't do any terror. Why?
I can give you an example. For example, the war between Egypt and Israel in 73.
Yeah, but this is not. This is army. This is democrat country. Israel is democrat countries. You have an army. You don't. You don't
there was a
call to
hostage.
God to help her.
There was like
He
one
used
day.
army.
There was hostages
Yeah, but
from
now we
both
have army.
sides. Yeah, I understand.
Of course.
Even Egypt had army, but at this time, Egyptians had hostage from Israel, and Israel had hostage from Egypt. They both had a lot of hostage, and the United Kingdom, it made like a peace for 3 days. At this time, they were
United Kingdom, they are
exchanging.
wars. United Kingdom.
Sorry, the United Nations. It was making a peace for a certain time, where we can exchange the hostage. The Egyptians, they gave away the Israeli hostage. It was like 500. What the Jewish have done, the Israel, they have killed like 1,200 Egyptian military hostage, which can be seen as an act of terrorism. Yeah, hostage from the Egyptian army was killed by the Israelis. The Egyptians did not kill the Israelis at that time. We cannot say that the Jewish, because they kill the Muslims, they don't have no religion. We have to focus on the religion itself. I can give you
they are believing the army.
I can give you a lot of incidents without the army. For example, in Europe, the Jewish were killing the people in power that don't.
Jewish killing people in Europe? What?
Yeah,
Where?
the Zionist movement, they wanted to have like a new
No,
country.
I'm not talking about the time of the Israel existence. I'm talking about before.
No, before Israel, before Hitler. They wanted to control the economy in Britain, for example.
You believe to England? These stories?
Yeah, it's in the books of history that some
The
Jewish
book of bullshit.
wanted to control.
England, they have anti-Semitic against Jews.
No, it's not anti. No, not the Jewish. They wanted to control the economy of Britain. They buy the goods, finance houses and stuff like this.
They have terror groups in British.
Some of the British, they don't follow the Jew movement, the new movement of controlling the economy in Britain, for example.
But they didn't bomb
and they were killed
in the street.
They were killed, assassinated. We cannot bring up
okay, so
these
how
examples.
many people they killed?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is that we don't bring these examples and say, look, the Jewish religion is falsehood.
No, because you don't have.
You cannot say that the religion of Jewish people are falsehood because some killings was done.
Let me teach you what I know, and I know. Don't even teach me about Arabic. I know about Islam, about Arabs, I know about Christian, about everything. Sheikh teach to hate Jews. They call the Jews, Quran say the Jews are pigs and monkeys and you need to hide behind a tree. Okay?
This is not true. This is not true. If you check the Quran,
this is what they teach the teenagers in the mosque.
Last week, yes.
Yeah, you need to teach the Quran as it is. You don't.
But we don't teach to hate Arabs.
I've seen that you're in the middle of conversation, so I didn't want to.
But we teach that the Jewish are pigs and monkeys. This is not true, by the way.
Not you. No, you're not a sheikh. I hear a lot of sheikhs. They say that.
Yeah, sometimes they might get into.
Okay. This is not true. The Quran speak about the Sabbath.
I don't care. Okay, but this is what the sheikhs. A lot of sheikhs say evil things against Jews.
You have to check the source. If this source,
and the Jews that live in Arab countries need to pay tax because they're Jews. They have a lot of hate. Also, that they live in Arab country, they didn't do any bad things to the Muslims, and they live like a dog.
You have to check the source itself. The Quran. I can came to you as a Muslim and say, the Quran is commanding me to kill the Jewish people.
Because you can conversations that are
you have to check the Quran itself. Does it say that or not? Maybe the sheikh is doing this for politics.
So
Maybe
now
the
only
sheikh
sheikh, everything is politics, everything is something not. Listen, you have 1 billion Muslims, right? How you cannot control 1 billion Muslims. This is why 2 of them people cannot be 1 billion. You cannot control too many people. You have 1 billion people, you cannot control all your Muslims. Too many Muslims. And a lot of them do what they want. They don't listen to anyone, they just do what they want. And if
you have to focus, you have to test the Quran. Is it really a message from God for the people?
No, it's not message for us. It's message for you, not for the Jews. We already have them before.
But how can you know that?
because we know, we already warning that the new prophets will come. They were not true prophets. We don't need new prophets. Prophet is dead. There is no more prophets anymore. This is it. No more prophets now. Only you have the 10 commandments. If you do the 10 commandments, you don't do the 10 commandments, you have the snake. Nothing
The
else.
Quran say that it tells a Jew at some time to follow the 10 commandments. It's mentioned in the Quran.
Oh, very good. You see? Very good. So the Quran wants us to be Jews. This is why you let the Jews stay Jews in Arab country. You didn't change them. In Europe, they kill all the Jews.
No, but it says in the
In
Quran
Arab country,
that
you let them stay as Jews because you basically want us to be religion
it
very
also
much.
say in
You
the
make us
Quran that the Prophet Muhammad is the last of the messengers, and
because
if you want
of
to
the
follow
prophet,
God,
because your prophet
if you want
Muhammad
to follow
Islam,
God,
we
you have
became
to
more
follow
Jews.
the Prophet.
Know that we became more Jews because of you. We became more believing in God. We became more Jews.
Maybe the rabbis are telling you falsehood about Islam. Maybe you need to check what is the rabbis are telling. For example, you told me before that you killed the Prophet Muhammad by poison, but when we check, he was not killed by this incident.
It's not me. It's the woman.
Rabbis. Yeah, the rabbis are telling this.
Yeah, they want to
Jewish.
test. If he is a prophet, God will protect him.
Yeah, but he was not killed by the poison.
But he was sick.
He died.
Whatever.
He died years after this. The poison it kills right away.
According to us, he became sick.
You have to check, because the rabbis they tell you that Jesus is not a prophet.
God chose
And the Quran is
Israel.
telling you that Jesus is a Messiah, is a prophet. Now you have to test if the rabbis are telling lies or not.
You don't need to, because you are not like me. You don't need to. You cannot be like me, because they will hate you in Egypt. If you be Jewish in Egypt, you cannot. If you have Jews in Egypt, celebrate Jews in the street. No, you don't have Jews in Egypt because they will be punished. You cannot be Jews in any Arab country today.
It's not about hate. It's about truth.
But we have Arabs in Israel.
If your book is corrupted, if your rabbis are telling
even
lies
in the
about
army,
Jesus and Muhammad, you need to find the truth for yourself.
Jesus is not here. Muhammad is not here. It's only you here. You think you are all of you messenger. He is messenger. He's a messenger. He is a messenger. I am not a messenger.
Muhammad is not here. Jesus is not here. God is here, and His revelation, the Quran,
Who
is
told
still
you
here.
that God is here right now? You think God being here right now?
No, He's above
Why
the
he need to
heavens.
be here?
He's above the heavens, but He did not die.
Yeah, but he watch and he see that your people try to kill the Hebrews, the people of God. The people of God, you try to kill people. Your people try to kill, and what will happen? He will come and will punish you again. What happened in Egypt, the king of Pharaoh, it will happen again in Egypt. Not only in Egypt, because you have a lot of hate against Israel.
By the way, the Quran say bad stuff about the Pharaoh of Egypt. We don't take this personally.
Of course, because they have worship, but you have hate against Israel. It's need only hate to get punished. You don't need to do anything.
Who told you this, Helba? You don't follow your sheikh, the politics sheikh. You don't follow the rabbis. You need to check the source itself. Does it teach?
But the rabbis don't tell you to hate Muslims. Don't want to listen. The
Yeah, of
rabbis don't
course.
teach you
And
to hate Muslims.
the Quran does not teach to hate Jewish, by the way. I told you
What are you
this
talking
multiple
about?
times.
But you see what happened. Who is this guy? He is quiet. Woman. Who is this? Maybe this is Jesus.
His name is Mu'min, means believer in
Mu'min.
Arabic, I think.
Yeah, but why don't speak? Weird. Only listen. Mustafa, you come to someone that already know the truth, and you tell him, you're like, hey, it's like to say, you see this mountain? There is a lot of gold there. I come to you and say to you, and this mountain belongs to you, and this is your gold in the mountain. I come to you, hey, Mustafa, you see, there is a mountain there with a lot of gold. Let's take it, but it's already belongs to you. This is what your prophet come to us. It's not make sense. It's stupid. Stupid. And only with charisma. You have a lot of charisma, and this is it. You need charisma. You don't need miracles. Jesus have charisma. Jesus have some little bit witchcraft, but your prophet didn't have any miracle. He just have charisma, and the Jews don't want to listen to this because they already have prophet. They don't need this. You understand? This is it. It is very simple. We already believe in God. We don't need to believe in God.
Anyway, Helba,
You want us to believe in
nice,
God again.
nice to see
Like,
you here again.
I prayed. We pray only to God. When you say something, it's only to God. When I drink, when you drink, what do you say before you drink?
I say, when I drink water, I say Bismillah, means in the name
What
of
does
God.
mean?
In
And
the
you
name
take
of
it
God.
from who? When I drink, the rabbis say to us, you know what? Not only rabbi, it's writing, right? We need to pray. We need to say, like, thank you God for the drink. You need to pray to God before you eat the apple you have. You need to pray to God.
Yeah, of course.
Well, how you can came to us and you teach us about God? Everything we pray for God. You cannot tell us about God. No. We don't need to truth twice. You just come after, and you want the power. And a lot of people that don't know about God, they worship statues. You come to these places, and this is why you have 1 billion Muslims, because you came to the Pakistan, they worship something else. You don't even show them any miracles, and they became like you because you have a lot of charisma. You need charisma, and a lot of people will follow you. You know how? Do you know how? Know how many people follow Michael Jackson? People follow Michael Jackson more than Jesus. Even today, people there is people that call to their sons Michael. Michael. People worship him, they look like him, listen to his music until today. He's already dead. He don't show any miracle, Michael Jackson. He have charisma, talent. People worship him. So you don't need God with you to people follow you. If you have 1 billion Muslims, make it right. You just need charisma. And a lot of
By
lies.
the way, Helba, I really appreciate you coming here again. It's been a long time since I seen you last time.
Me
I
too.
like the conversation with you. And
Yeah?
all we can do is just reveal the message for you. We say to you,
Yeah,
there
you
is the
have
Quran.
message, it's
It's a
okay.
message from God. You can
Quran is
accept it,
for
you
you
cannot
because you
accept it.
don't know Hebrews. Quran. Okay.
You know, I sometimes I read from the Hebrew source. It's a Bible,
It's okay.
like the Bad. I think this is the name. But what I can say to you, Helba, is just tell you that there is a message from God called the Quran, and I give it to you. That's it.
Michael Jackson. This is the music, Michael Jackson. Don't worry.
We don't want to force anyone to become a Muslim. All we have to say is always the message. Here is the message.
Yeah,
This
but
is what.
when people,
This is what.
I cannot trust Muslim today. We cannot trust. We
The,
cannot trust.
by
Someone
the
can
way,
stab you in the
by
back.
the way,
Don't.
you need to study history because throughout history, the Jewish always
We are the
trusted
history.
the
We don't need
Muslims.
to.
He always trusted the Muslims, always, to protect them, to protect their home, to protect
Yeah,
their money.
maybe in the old days, neighborhood in countries, but not everyone. No. You cannot trust today. If you're killing by the name of your, if you're killing people by the name of Islam, no. If you have groups that kill people by the name of Islam, for me, it's not good. Religion. This is it. You have too many terror groups. Hezbollah, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Daesh, ISIS is the same, right? You have
Hey,
even...
you know how we have that city, Islamabad? It's like, we already know, right? It's bad.
You see? They have also a joke about it, so it's not good.
But if Islam, think about it, Hilba, if Islam is bad, why you see postgraduate students in Europe, like people who are old in age, like they go to college, and then they do their masters, they do their PhD, and then they find the truth in Islam and they follow it.
No, they didn't find any truth. Someone come to their heart. You cannot find the truth by book. It's a story. If they know, they don't know Hebrew. Listen, they don't know Hebrew, so they cannot find anything. They cannot read the Bible.
They knew about the Hebrew.
They read the Christianity.
They were raised as a Christians. They believe in the Old Bible, the New Testament.
Yeah.
And then they become atheists. They believe that these books are man-made books. And then they do their PhDs, their masters. And when they find the Quran, they read the Quran, they speak with the Muslims, they find that it's a peaceful religion. It only says that Jesus is a prophet, Moses is a prophet, and Muhammad is a prophet. And all it says is follow these messengers, and ask for help through God, the Creator. That's it. And they find this natural inclination in their heart, and they become Muslim. If Islam was as
They just read
say,
the book. They read the story.
Religion,
it's not a
we
proven.
will not follow it.
No, it's not work like this. The Jews, if someone, we have history, we have holidays. You cannot, by reading a book, you can be like this. It's not work like this, because the book is just a book.
Yeah, but you mentioned only one point about the Sabbath. Shabbat.
We have more points. This is only one. We have a lot to show you that we are the truth. We have a lot of things that you don't even know. But by reading a book, how you become Muslim? No, you cannot be Muslim by reading a book.
When we asked you about the Prophet Muhammad, you said only because he is not following the Shabbat, and we will not follow him. This is the only point. Of
course, it is not only one thing. Don't need new prophets. All the new prophets that will come now, they're all liars. Because it said that Moses is the less, almost. He was the less, he was the father of all. And he will be, he's the only one almost. Moses. We have a little bit after, here and that, but this is it. Now we don't need prophets. Now we need a Messiah.
The Bible.
We need a Messiah.
You said that the Bible is written by Moses, and it's revealed to Moses. Abu Khalid brought you an example from Deuteronomy 34, where it says that in a third person perspective, that we saw Moses die. So this means that the Bible was not written by Moses. And I can bring you multiple examples, contradictions in the Bible.
But it's not as important so much. It means that the Quran is true. No.
This means that this book has been written by rabbis.
The Quran writing by Muhammad? He didn't know how to write and read.
Was revealed to Muhammad.
But he's not writing by Muhammad because he didn't know. So
yeah, of course. He told the companions.
Why you believe the prophet that don't know how to read and write?
This is the miracle itself. To have a prophet who cannot read and write, and receive such a great revelation.
Where you can see the miracle for you, you can see the miracle in your eye.
The Quran itself is a miracle. Someone who cannot read and write
Can you
and
see
bring
a miracle in your
this
eyes?
great book that say for
Do you
society
have
how to
Muhammad open ocean too? No. Millions of people see Muhammad go to the mountain like Moses? No. They all saw the miracles in Egypt against your people in Egypt, right? And this is why we believe Muhammad didn't do the things like Moses. So you want us to follow Moses or Muhammad? We need to follow Moses, right? Not Muhammad, because he is not Moses. Moses is much more stronger than Muhammad.
Muhammad was a commander and a strong commander like Moses.
This is for what he say. We don't believe in it. We have Moses. We don't need Jesus or Muhammad.
How did the Arabs, the small numbers, win?
What do you mean how?
Out
It's
of
not only
victories
Arabs.
at the time of
Rome the Rome was millions more than the Arabs, and they control everything. And they was barbarians. It was evil. Not because a lot of people it's mean you're right. You cannot say that. If you have a lot of people, this you're the right person.
Yes, excuse me 1 minute, I'll be back.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Okay.
Like I told you before,
Yeah, you're right. That's quite part of it.
You're not preaching your own way, that you're understanding everybody's way. I think perfectly
And also to answer the people, some people come here, they have a question.
He's
You have Christians, they
talking with Jesus now.
to ask questions like why the Muslims.
Yeah, I have a question. When you said that you have Moses, you don't need any other prophet. So the question actually they raise is, how do you know that you have the true teaching of Moses in your hand right now?
Hey, good question. Because we do the same thing that.
Just I want to say something. Won't you think it is it's more logical if you have a corrupted teaching? God, since He loves you as you are the people who worship only one God, so that God will ask you to send another prophet to correct your teaching.
Okay. Not only
so that's my point.
Yeah.
But the question is, how do you know that what you have is
questions.
So what? No, that's only one question. So how do you know that what you have is
I answer it in two answering. You have two answering from me. First, you say how what we're doing today, basically, first of all, we celebrate a holiday, one of the holidays, Passover, Pesach. We celebrate the time we left Egypt, and we do the same, we're eating the same food that they eat in Egypt before, when they fled to the desert. We do the same, so it's like, we do the same thing that they do the old Israel in the desert, same thing. Second, what is your second question was? Too much right.
We Muslims also do this helba. We celebrate the Fasih Day. We eat some food like the Jewish. This does not prove.
Mustafa, I just have a question to him. That's how do you know that you have the true teaching from Moses? Since you said you don't have another prophet, so how do you know that you have the true teaching?
Okay, now I answer you the second question. Second question is God warning that he will be liar prophet in the future.
No, but listen to my question. Is how do you know now what you have is the true teaching of Moses? Maybe somebody just corrupted it. Somebody wrote it.
How you can be corrupted? The Ten Commandments writing in Hebrew or in Arabic?
What's the proof of it is reserved, and that is the true teaching?
You don't believe in the Ten Commandments? It's not true? The Ten Commandments is true. You believe in it.
It's not about my believing. I'm asking you, how do you make sure?
I answer you. So the Ten Commandments, we still do the Ten Commandments. Nothing has changed. We believe in the Ten Commandments. We believe in one God. And Moses was his messenger, not Jesus or someone else. Is it? It's okay to believe in Moses and God. We allowed to do it. Can we believe in God and Moses? You want, you can believe in Jackie Chan. He's from China. He can be nice, charismatic, and he will show you a book and you follow him. It's the same
I'm
thing.
not sure if you. I think you really didn't understand my question. Well,
You
Mustafa,
ask why
if you know.
we don't follow another new prophet.
No. Yeah.
Tell me
No.
again. Maybe.
Yeah. You said you don't want to follow because you have already the teaching of Moses. Right? That's my question is how do you know? Is it the true teaching of Moses? It's not somebody else or somebody change it or somebody play with it.
Change what? Tell me what. Can you tell me what changed? The Ten Commandments change?
The teaching or whatever you're doing of praying.
The Ten Commandments. Okay, so you need to do the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments changed or not? Answer you now.
Sorry again?
The Ten Commandments never change. This is your answer you. The Ten Commandments never change. We do the Ten Commandments. So nothing has changed. We say exactly what we need to do. Okay? God told to Moses, to us, what we need to do as people of God. Okay? He chose us. He didn't choose the pharaohs. Because the pharaohs worship statues. And they worship demons.
So this question is from where you get this Ten Commandment. And how sure you are it is how sure you are that nobody change it. Nobody play with it. Nobody add something or remove something from this Ten Commandments.
Okay. Well, if
Is
you
it
read
a
the
fair
Ten
question to
Commandments,
ask?
no, the Bible have the Ten Commandments. It's writing and everything have logic.
Yeah, but we already everybody know that the book that it is not it's corrupted and
no, it's
don't
not.
rely on it.
Only the people that looking for something new. They need excuse. They need something. You need something if you want to win your someone. You need something. So sometimes you make lies. Okay. Sometimes you make lies, and this is what you have. Because Israel stay Israel. All the names that we have, all the names that my name is from the Bible. We choose names. Choose names from the Bible. We don't choose names like Lady Gaga. Okay, like what they do. Whatever. So we belong to the Bible. Bible is the map for us. Map. You cannot take it. You cannot win Israel because there is someone that controls the world, and he wants Israel, people live in Israel, not in
Robinson, I just don't want to go. I don't want to go away from. I mean, my question is: let's say, for example, the commandment to keep the Sabbath day, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, how can I show that nobody changed it? Let's say, for example, it was Sunday or it was Friday, and somebody said change it to Sabbath day.
Okay, because if you open the Bible, you will see he keeps the Shabbat
because that's the thing. You're always keeping me to turn to that book.
You don't need books. So what do you want to do?
No, you have to prove that
history,
this book is
it's our book, history book. It's not for you. No. Are you Jewish? What are you? You're Arabic?
Yeah, let's imagine I am Jewish.
No.
That's the question.
For you, it will be very difficult because
so if I am Jewish, I cannot ask this question. I cannot question my book.
If you are alien, you can be whatever you want, but it will be difficult for you to understand.
So you cannot. So that's the thing. You don't want to question your book. Is it true? Was there or not?
It's
somebody
not a book,
change
it's
it.
Way
Somebody
of
play
life.
with it.
This is a way of life. you're asking question like why he say, how do you know that it's not Sunday or it's Shabbat? Because the Ten Commandments say it's Shabbat.
Yeah, let's say the king of that day, he just didn't like that and he changed it. How do you know?
My voice. Again? 1 second. Okay. Yes, we have someone to try to change it, Jesus, and he gets punished and he died for this. Yeah, we have. He says Sunday, and he died for his sin.
We are asking, how do you know it is the truth?
Because I'm Hebrew. Oh, the Hebrews. How do you know that? I came from Abraham, or I came from who? I belong to the 12th tribe of Israel.
So anything written in Hebrew, that's what you're saying.
If you open the book, you find Egypt in the Bible. You see what happened. You see King Pharaoh, and you see the Bible talk about King Pharaoh. And you have Egypt, and you have pyramids, and he said,
yeah, but that does not prove that everything is true.
No, why
does not have any mistakes?
No, there is no in the Hebrew book. No, Christians have the mistakes. They take the book and change everything, so it's mistake. A Christian take our book and change everything. If you want mistakes, you can find a Christian. You take the Bible.
Did you ask your
and
question?
Change everything.
When did the book was written?
The temple?
Do you know that?
What do you say?
When was it written?
Oh, what, the book?
I mean, was it written during
the Bible was keeping in heaven.
Tower.
Was writing. There is two versions. One is giving to Adam and Eve and Abraham. They teach them. And the second
do we have
to Moses.
We have this. What? That gives to Adam.
He teach them the Bible. He teach them the rules. God talk with them. Okay. The second was given to Moses by book.
The question is the book that we have. The question that we have now.
Okay.
I mean the book that we have now.
Yeah.
Is the same book that was given to.
Same book, nothing changed. Absolutely. It's stories about what happened in Israel.
How do you know?
Why it's need to lie? We have a temple in Israel. We have a temple.
So many people are lying about everything.
No, King Solomon was right. Real King Solomon was real, right?
Do you think the full history is correct? So everybody's lying.
Well, it depends what kind of lies today. A lot of lies because there is a lot of corruption. But we didn't want a lot of. What do you do? We didn't. There is no interest. We don't. If you don't have interest, get something. So why it need to be lied? It's for the Jews. It's not for you. It's for me. Book is for me. For you, it can be a joke book. Book joke. Okay, you understand now?
As I'm saying, I am a Jew and I'm questioning it.
It's okay. You can ask how much you want. I don't have problem. They all time ask questions here. It's okay. It's good. But for you, it's a joke. For me, it's a way of life. History. It cannot be.
Sorry, is it disconnecting?
Oh, I hear you. It cannot be. It cannot be lies. Nothing else. Everything is correct. Everything is correct in my book. For me, not for you. So you ask question like very. You ask me, how do you know this is nothing is changed? What do you mean? You can ask about anything like this. What do you want me to tell you? You want me to show you proof? Who is this?
You can ask him and say to him, show me contradiction in my book.
No, I cannot show him when Moses. He wants to see in video how Moses opened the ocean to two. I cannot show him this. Sorry. No.
But what do you think, Helba, about Muslims when they say to the Christians, stop worshiping a human being and worship God, the Creator? What do you think about
Because
this?
we say to them before, oh, you do the same thing as us. We are the, what do you mean? Tell Christian,
Okay,
tell,
and what do you think about Muslims who go to Indians, say to them, stop worshipping the stones and statues, stop worshipping
very
elephants,
nice, but you don't need to tell him to follow
and
Islam because they are not.
we tell them that there is a revelation, a Quran, God words, and we should follow God guidance, the Creator.
Okay, but you have more today in the world. You have
Who sent prophets to Moses, like Moses and Abraham and Muhammad and Jesus. What do you think about this? Do you think it's better, or following the human Jesus is better? Following the statues
when
and
I
stones.
see what happened, when I see how brother in countries today, it's a problem.
Don't you think a little bit that this is a true religion, a true revelation?
Because you have charisma and you know how to talk. No, it's not work like this. You need to show them real proof.
But don't you become happy when you see people worshipping false idols, worship God?
How I can be happy if your religion make people take excess and kill people? You want me to be? I cannot. I need to tell you the truth. I don't think you really worship. You think we believe in the same God?
So don't think I have that we believe in the same God.
Yes, Mister.
No, I mean, you just told me that Moses told you that you will be liar, false prophet. That's what you said. So he tell you that
He didn't tell me. God told Moses.
I mean, yeah, okay. So is he the final one, or is there another one coming?
Jesus was a liar prophet, and we have in the Bible they talk about.
No, I'm saying is Moses the final one?
My prophets? Well, you have all the prophets, and you have Eliyahu.
No, so
what is it in English? Yeah. The goal is he's the father of all prophets. We can say that he's the.
So what is the criteria to know the true prophets from the false when it comes? When he comes?
You need to ask a rabbi. Don't ask priest or a sheikh. You don't know. It's true. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not a rabbi. But, well, if you want the truth, you need to be Jew, basically. Really.
But you don't, for a moment, you don't think that we are doing the same religion as Abraham? When Abraham was telling people,
no.
Stop
you have terror
worshipping
groups,
the idols.
too many terror groups. They cannot.
This is what Muhammad was saying to his people: stop worshipping the idols. Same as Abraham. You don't think that this is the same religion from God?
So any prophet that will come with God, you will just deny him and reject him.
Me, I denied him. You need to ask why God denied you. Why God denied your people? This is what I'm saying. Why God denied your people?
My people, what do you mean by me?
You belong to the Hebrews? No, you're not a Hebrew. Choose the Hebrews. Choose Jacob and the 12th tribe of Israel, right? Yeah? He's God of the Hebrews. He's called God of the Hebrew. God of Israel, not God of America. Or China, whatever. Because they worship statues, all of them.
Who all of them? What do you mean?
Worship statues. All of them worship statues.
Not necessarily.
Little bit necessary.
Not everybody.
But he chose the people of Israel to be his people. And he gives them the 10 Commandments and tell them to go to Israel. told to Moses to take his people to Israel, not to America or Egypt. See what happened when we live in Egypt? They make us slaves. And what happened when we live in Germany? They kill us. Where we need to live? In Israel. Okay? It's easy to understand.
Which one do you think you should take?
You okay? Yeah.
So you really think you are special?
I don't need to think that I'm special. It's you say that, not me. Your book
Looks like
your
your
book
God is
say,
really racist,
your
God.
book, no, your books say that we are the chosen. Your book say the people of the book is us. We are the people of the book. You make us like this. And we don't want to live with you. You call us bad things against the Jews. Why? Why when the Jews live in your country, you hate them? And when they come to Israel, and you hate them again? What is this? You make us to live in Israel. Because we cannot live next to you. Because we need to be the people of the book. We need to be light. Okay? Don't worry. Not to be special. Anti-Semitic is special.
So,
But there
so
is
the
a
rest of
punish time.
so the question, the rest of the people, if they wanna salvation, what they do?
If you're a good person, you're going to heaven. You don't need to worship God.
Wow.
You just
So
need to.
what's
You
special
don't
about
allow
you?
to statue. You don't need to worship statue. Yeah. You need to do the 7 law of Noah if you are not a Jewish. Jewish need to do 300 rules. And this is what you need to do basically. You don't need to be a Christian or Muslim or Jewish. If you are not a Jewish, you need to do the 7 law of Noah. And this is it. And you go to heaven.
And for you, you need to do 300.
Happy? Me? Yeah, too many.
That's the question which
I
I asked at the beginning.
I cannot eat meat with milk. Oh my God! I cannot eat cheeseburger. Nothing. We can eat only chickens, cows, and some fishes. Fish. This is it. Other people eat whatever they want, but if you eat kind of food, you became like the food. Hey, if you eat a pig, you can be like a pig. Yeah? Right?
Okay, well, give me 1 second.
Be barbarian. This is why it's not allowed to eat the dirt pig. Because dirty anymore. Pig. Yeah. Yeah. But what is the question? What are you trying to ask?
No, it's okay. I had enough.
You okay now? Very nice.
Just one question is, do you believe there will be another prophet for you or not? Just you stop.
No, there is no going to be more. This is it.
So, based on what
They're just
you
going
said
to
that?
come. They're going to come from the dead. They're all in heaven. All the good prophets in heaven. Not the bad one.
But my question, how do you know based on what you make this judgment? You have a
Based on
saying
our
from Moses?
history, we have a history.
No, where does it say that? There will not be any prophet for you guys anymore. That's it.
Be Messiah probably.
So there will be another one. So you are waiting for Messiah.
I don't know, Messiah probably.
That's what I'm saying. You're still waiting for Messiah.
So he wants us to wait for what?
Did you understand my question?
The Messiah cannot come right now. He will come in 2 ways. He will come after a big war, or everybody will do the same thing that is exactly what book's saying, you know. These are the 2 options. according to what happened today, it's going to be a big. He will come probably. You want him to? I will tell him to talk with you, and he will come.
Sorry, what?
You want me to say that he will come to visit you when he come to my land, Messiah?
How do you know he will be the Messiah?
Yeah. He will come from King David family. You need to be from the King David family, not from something else. This is what we know. This is what we know only.
So anybody come from David's family and say I am Messiah, you'll just follow him.
Probably it will be the Messiah. We need to come from the King David family. Didn't know those things? You didn't know those things?
Know what things? Oh, I know some. Just knowing your
Oh,
opinion.
very nice. Very nice. Amazing.
Do you think Prophet Muhammad was not a prophet? He was a liar. He was the one that Moses warned against him.
This is what God told to Moses. This is why the Jews don't follow him.
And what kind of proofs you have that he's a liar prophet?
Just told him the proof. Proof is for me, not for you. The proof is for me. We are warning that you will be a liar prophet.
What kind of points do you have that go in line with this claim that he's a false prophet?
He will be very popular, charismatic, and a lot of people will follow him. This is what the Bible say. And he warning Moses that they will be popular so much, a lot of people will follow them. But it will not be good. This is what happened today.
Wait. It's not good.
You have 1 billion point something Christian, and you have 1 billion Muslims. And they fight each other, killing each other.
This is in the Bible.
That's my say. You also fighting, so.
Where you come to Israel, you will see people fight each other, killing each other like this in the street. You have it happen in Arab countries? No, we don't have it. We never have it.
Saying you don't fight. That's it.
Fight against enemy. You don't fight brother against brother. We have heart. You don't kill people by fun because I don't know, whatever. They kill each other daily. Because the angels say to Eve, not Eve, to Hagar. You know who is Hagar? Hagar is mother of Ishmael. Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Ishmael? He say to Hagar, you will have a son called Ishmael, because God, Shema, listen. Ishmael is, in Hebrew, is listen. Ishma is listen. El is God, Ishmael. And he will be like the stars. But he will be savage to each other. Brother against brother will fight each other all the time. This is the prophecy about Ishmael and the Arabs that come from Ishmael. And this is what happened today. Arabs countries, they basically killing each other all the time. Country against country, people groups, families killing each other. Brother kill his sister because she, I don't know, meet a man before marriage, whatever. Kill his sister. Know how many stories in Israel we have that Arab Muslim kill his sister?
I want to ask you about.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we're here.
Using internet. Who do you think?
What do you think about this? But what do you think about it? How can a Muslim guy can kill his sister because she don't listen to whatever to her parents? It's okay to do it.
You're talking about people doing it. You're not judging about people.
It's okay to do it.
No, who said that's okay?
So why you have a lot of people doing this? A lot of Muslims kill her brother, her sister. Sister, you can kill your sister because she. Well, put her in a cage. Put her in a cage. It's allowed to do it in Quran. Allowed to do it in Quran.
Have you ever seen any Jew killing somebody else? Never.
You will go to the jail if you do it. What do you mean? We have
I'm
law.
Okay, let's ask you. Deuteronomy 18:18. I'm asking you about Deuteronomy 18:18.
I'm going to break this headset. Fucking headset. What? 18?
Deuteronomy 18:18. When he said, I will raise up of them a prophet like you from among their brothers.
Yeah, I know this. They already asked me about it. You read it in English. You read it in English, right?
So what does it say?
I have read it from Shabbat also. If you control search for brethren or brothers, it will be always Ishmaelites, people of Ishmael.
What about Ishmael?
If you control search, control F in the Bible, the Old Testament, about brethren or brothers, that's mentioned in Deuteronomy 18:18, you will find that the brethren or brothers are the Ishmaelites, Ishmael or Ismail, from the Ismail people. When God is asking the Jewish, he always say from among you, from among yourselves. But when he mentions Ishmael, he say from your brethren.
Okay, but I think I read it in Hebrew. Something else. I think that you read it in English. English is not Hebrew. People again make mistakes.
You can go to a Jewish website called Shabbat. SHAPAD. It mentions the same thing. It say from your brothers, from your brethren.
Okay, but I already told you. I already told you that your belief is not good belief. I told you. What is that? What else? I mean, you told me all the time. You told me some small things like maybe no. There's only one believe in God. If you don't do the 10 Commandments, you don't need to worship God. You need to be a good person and you go to heaven anyway. What is the problem? Why you want to suffer?
There is no problem, Hilba. As long as you are not convinced that Muhammad is a true prophet, maybe you will go to heaven. Because you believe in one God.
I'm not Arabic. Muhammad is Arabic. I'm not come from Ishmael. I come from Yitzhak. You can follow Ishmael if you want.
There is a saying about Prophet Muhammad.
Because they are not like you.
There is a saying about Prophet Muhammad that people who believe in one God, they will get out of hell and will go to heaven. Or even Jewish people can go to heaven if they believe in one God and don't associate partners with this God.
Yeah.
But what I am asking you, and Yusuf is asking you, is why you don't believe in Muhammad. What kind of things?
How I can believe in something that? But there is
you
no
said that
more prophet.
Moses
there is no
warned
prophet.
you about a prophet
After
that will be
Prophet
popular.
Eliyahu, I think is the last prophet. Eliyahu.
That's the question. How do you know it's the last?
Eliyahu going to come. He was going to this Eliyahu going. The prophet that was going to come here probably Eliyahu. Eliyahu have a horse and how you call horses and the carriage.
Chariot.
You know the horses and you have the carriage behind.
Yeah,
he have it.
Chariot.
He have it. He will come it from heaven. He come and a lot of fire will come with him. And he going to punish. He going to summon the Magog. going to punish a lot of countries that kill these
Wait.
Jews
You
for
said
fun.
before. You said before that Muhammad is popular and a lot of people follow him. But
Yeah.
and you said that there is no prophets. And Moses
No,
warned against.
God say he's going to be a liar prophet. He warning Israel.
Yeah,
He
but
warning
why
Moses.
do you say that Muhammad is a liar prophet? He's again.
It's not me say
He's
that.
telling
It's what
people.
God say to Moses. Again, it's not me. I am nothing.
Yeah,
Think I am.
he warned against liar prophets. But after Moses, you know Jericho. No, not Jericho. Joshua.
Not only after Moses. No, it's not after Moses. Eliyahu. It was the last, I think. I don't know. I need to check
No,
again. But you know,
before
the Bible.
Eliyahu, there is a prophet named Joshua. Yusha. He came after Prophet Moses.
Yeshayahu.
Yeah, a lot of people followed him, and he was not a liar prophet.
No.
So you cannot say that
Only the
because
people from Israel follow him. People from Israel, not from other places.
Yeah, but you cannot say that if a prophet is followed by a lot of people, he's a false
For a
prophet.
second, because I see evidence. I see how your people behave.
Okay,
This
so
is what you need.
how do you think did Muhammad tell the people to kill the Jew? Can you prove this?
Your president in Egypt, how his name was? Nasser.
Yeah.
Nasser. He make peace with Israel, and they kill him. Who killed him? Who killed Nasser?
This
Your
is
people. Why he tried to make something good? Peace right now. Why
this is Sadat, not Nasser.
Sadat. Why you kill Sadat? Sadat is not good. Assad
He was killed.
Saddam is not good.
by
Gaddafi.
the army.
Everybody is not good. Because you have
he was.
barbarian people. You cannot control barbarian people. You cannot. It's not matter what they believe.
It's not about barbarian.
It is barbarians.
The army wanted to have the power again. They killed Sadat.
I don't care.
He was replaced by Hosni Mubarak.
Yeah, but
this is an army coup, an army something. Army revolution.
We have some. Listen, I don't say that we are everybody holy. No, not true.
No, what I'm trying to ask you, why do you say that Muhammad is a liar prophet? What do you have? What do you have as points?
We don't listen. The problem is not Muhammad today for us. We have stupid people that don't believe. We have a lot of bad people. We have shit people in Israel today.
So Yusuf is trying to tell you that Moses is telling you that a prophet will come from Ishmael. Did a prophet come from Ishmael? Did it appear in history? Did a prophet, did a prophet come from the brethren of Ismail? Did it happen?
Yeah, but Ishmael, for us, Ishmael is not good character. He's not good.
No, there is a prophecy. There is a prophecy by Moses about Ishmael. That a prophet will come from his people and you have to follow him.
No, we don't going to follow Ishmael.
Not Ishmael, a prophet that will come from this tribe.
But Abraham sent Ishmael from the house.
No, this is not a story. This is another story. This is another prophecy by Moses telling you that a prophet will appear from these people, and you have to follow him.
It's not true. The
this
sentence
is a command.
That you read, I read it. Well, it's about
I
something
can read
else.
the Shabbat for you.
You don't need to. I know the sentence. You already told me before. I remember. I check it, and it's not true. In Hebrew, you need to read it. You need to read it in Hebrew, not in English. You need to
I
read
read
it
it from a website, a Jewish website called Shabbat. This is your website, not my website.
Yeah, but you need to translate.
You are saying that the translation by the Jewish people there is wrong.
No, because in English it looks different. You need to ask me, and I will tell you exactly.
This is Jewish people who translated in their website, Shabbat.com.
I can check. I don't need Shabbat.com. I can check very quickly. And I already told you this is not about Ishmael. Not mention Ishmael.
It mentions the brethren, from your brethren, from among your brothers.
But it's not mentioning Ishmael. Brethren, it's brethren of the tribe of Israel.
It even say from Paran. Paran is a mountain in Medina, near in
It's not
place
mentioned
called
Muhammad,
Muhammad.
it's not mentioned Quran. The only thing that's mentioned there is people in Israel, the kingdom of Israel, and what happened there. You have a lot of things that people told you, things. Who told you those things? Sheikh,
We are reading
you
it.
check for yourself. You check those things for yourself, or they teach you those things. You teach you.
Yeah,
They
I
teach you.
check. I go to the source, Shabbat.com, and I check.
Oh, they don't teach you these things.
No one teach me these things. I
You
found it in
also take
debates.
for yourself things like
Debates.
this. You just
It's a debate between a Muslim and a Jew in Heidi Park. He mentioned these points.
But in Quran, it's not writing. In the Quran, you don't have things against the Jews, right?
Yeah, of course.
So the Quran don't say that Jews are wrong, right?
The Quran say that there is a prophet mentioned in the books of the Jewish people. A prophet, his name is Ahmad, I think, something like this. So the Quran mentioned that for the Jewish people there is a prophet prophesied for them named Ahmad, which is another name for Muhammad.
So the Quran don't say that the Jews are bad. This is what you're saying?
The Quran does not say the Jewish people are bad. It says that a prophet will appear. Will appear for it's meant the prophecy of Muhammad is in the Jewish books.
So if the Quran don't say that our book is bad,
no, the Quran say that the Jewish need to follow the Prophet Muhammad. They need to follow the guidance of God. If this is a revelation from God, if this
yeah,
is
but
a
they
prophet,
don't say bad things about the Bible. The Quran don't mention the Bible.
the Quran mentioned that some rabbis they write some writings and they claim it's from God and they hide some writings. It mentioned that some rabbis do this.
So the Quran say bad things about Israel.
It's not bad thing. It's warning for the people who follow the true guidance. So if the Quran say bad stuff about Egypt, that there was a pharaoh there who was killing the believers of God. No, the Quran say bad stuff about Egypt. It say that the people of Egypt they follow the pharaoh.
Yeah, but you say that you say bad things about rabbis. Rabbis are Jews.
No, the Quran it state facts about the Arabs, for example. Say the Arabs are the most disbelievers, for example. Amongst them, there is a lot of disbelievers. The Bedouin Arab. That does not mean that this is against Arabs. This is facts. Because you know the Arabs, they were worshipping the pagan stones, for example. The Egyptians, they were trying to kill the sons of, were trying to kill the believers, the Jewish believers. So as Egyptians, we don't get offended by this. If the Quran say that some of the Jewish, they killed a little bit of their prophets. Some of them are hiding the books of God, the revelation. Some of them are writing something and claim that it's from God. This does not mean that it's saying bad stuff about the Jewish people or the Christians.
What do you mean? When you say them,
it means that some
but what is the name of the
are corrupted.
So all the rabbis is corrupted.
Not all the rabbis.
But how do you know if all the rabbis? It's not say their name. We have names. We have names. Okay, we have names. We have Jesus. It's not Jesus is not mentioned in the Bible. Talmud say he's bad. This is it. You don't have names. You just make all the rabbis is bad, and they listen to this. The teenagers.
The Quran does not say all the rabbis are bad. For example, Hilba, if the Quran say some of the, not the rabbis, some of the priests of Christianity, they teach people that Trinity, Jesus is God, the Holy Spirit is God, Mary is God, and God at the same time it's a form of Trinity.
Listen, you have a family, right?
No, wait. If God in the Quran say some of the priests of Christianity, they teach people Trinity, and this is bad. This does not mean that it's
the problem that you have. The problem that you have, you are. Don't understand. This
But you
is
don't allow me to complete
your belief system is not for every person.
My point is when the Quran say that some priests of Christianity say bad stuff
Let's say
about
it's
God,
true. Okay, let's say everything is
this
true.
does
What
not
you're
mean
saying,
that
okay?
all priests of Christianity are bad. And again, if it
But
says
I'm not
some of
talking
the
about
Jewish
this. This is not for
rabbis,
everyone. Your belief system is not for everyone. It can make people get crazy.
Sorry, what?
Because
Again?
your belief can make people crazy.
no, the beliefs, the Quran is
Your belief
telling
can
you
make
the
people
truth.
crazy. You know what
It's
someone
telling
tell
you
me?
that Jesus is not God. It's
You know what
telling
someone
you
tell me? For a Muslim guy, he told me, you know, Jesus, I love Jesus more than my family. How can someone say something like this?
we love the prophets.
How you can say you love your prophet more than you love your family?
This is a prophet. You don't love
You
Moses.
love your prophet more than you love your family?
We love prophets like Moses, Abraham, Jesus,
But
Muhammad.
listen to me. How you can say that you love your prophet more than your kids?
Oh, sure, because you bring the.
You think you are Avraham? What is going on here? Everybody of you think he is a messenger, is Abraham, is a prophet. This is the problem that you have. It's make you crazy. Your belief make you crazy because if you say that you love the prophets more than your kids, why God give you kids? Oh, you don't need the kids then. You need to be a messenger. Go be a messenger. You don't need any kids. Go worship God all day without any. You cannot say those things. Make you crazy. People cannot trust you if you say things like this. What is this? You cannot say this. We don't talk like this here. This is why we are not. Understand? This is why your book is not good for everyone. It can make people crazy.
But you have
I
in your
believe nobody
name.
crazy except you here.
Your
I'm a
name
little
is
bit
Robinson.
crazy.
Robinson crazy.
Yeah, but
Why
if
did
they
you?
take, of course they're not crazy. All the terror groups today, they are Muslims. So
Really? Are
not?
they?
They are not?
No. No.
Really?
You have to define first. What is?
Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS, Al Qaeda.
Yeah. Okay. So how many they killed compared to how many
I'm
they
not talking about how
compared
many people
to
they
Israel?
killed. They are Muslims.
So
They're not
that's the question. Define.
Christian.
Define.
So it make you good. I mean, your belief is good for everyone. That's what I think.
Yeah. You believe good for everyone except for Palestinian people. That's.
Palestine is something else. Palestine mentioned in the Quran.
Yes.
No, don't lie. Don't know. Of course not. Palestine is named by Rome, not by the Rome called Palestine. Palestine.
Talking about the land, yeah.
Okay, the people also. There is no king of Palestine. Israel mentioned in the Quran, not Palestine. People of Israel mentioned in the Quran. They create a Palestinian so they can win us in another way, inside of us. They try to do it inside Israel, by politics. You try to win inside. You want to build Arab. If there was only Arabs, so they put a name on them so they can.
Robinson, just before I go, sorry, I have one question. You live in Israel, right?
We live in Israel, yes.
Do you know Eddie Cohen?
Me? Who?
Do you know Eddie Cohen? He's a journalist. He has a PhD.
No, I don't know. Eddie Cohen?
Eddie Cohen?
No.
Can I send to you the name on Twitter?
Eddie Cohen?
Yes.
Don't know Eddie Cohen. Why? He's your son?
He's a journalist from your country. That's why I'm asking you. Do you know him?
Well, we have a lot of journalists, but what about him? Mizrahan. Yeah, I know him. Yeah. Eddie Cohen, he talk Arabic. He talk Arabic,
yes.
Very good.
You know, he tweeted that the Prophet Muhammad is mentioned in the, you know what they call the Jamara, the Jewish.
Really?
He's
Gemara.
the highest
Gemara
of
is not
the
the Bible. It's not a Bible. It's not a Bible.
Talmud.
Talmud is not a Bible. After.
I know. He's saying that.
No. Maybe the Talmud is big. The Talmud mentioned Jesus. I know. I don't know about Muhammad. But Bible not mention Muhammad. Muhammad don't live in these years.
Anyway, maybe later I will send you the tweet that he wrote. Actually, he wrote it to. You can Google it. He wrote it to the Prime Minister of France.
But I believe
Emmanuel
you.
Macron.
I believe you. Oh, I believe you.
No,
I can check for myself.
I'm saying. Anyway.
I can check for myself, but it's so what? The Talmud mentioned a lot of people, but when the Talmud is the Bible is older than Talmud. Talmud is it's like 2,000 years ago. 2,000.
Okay. Anyway, nice
It's
talking
late.
to you.
Me too. Fine. No. Yeah. Everything will be okay.
Yeah, Hilda, I was telling you that the Quran does not say all rabbis are bad, by the way. It speaks about some priests claiming falsehood about Jesus, and he speak about some rabbis claiming falsehood about scriptures. That's it. But the Quran always say, you know, the Quran, I told you this before, Yahud, Hadu means the guided ones. This is how the Quran speak about the Yahud.
Yeah, okay, but this is good. The headset is not good. I prefer to use need to use something else, not this stupid headset. Listen, most about what we can say. You know, there is a lot of bad Muslims here, and you need to go to war against them. This is the only way. You cannot live like this, right? Your place is more safe now. Your neighborhood is more safe. Yeah, I wish I can live in Egypt because no one will. I mean, here you need to know, and it's okay in Israel, but the stupid government, they need to choose. Or they give them, I don't know, what they want, the Arabs, or they send them. And you cannot be in the middle. You need to choose. Right? Or you want to be peace with them, give them what they want, or send them. You cannot. They want to stay, they want to stay in the middle, so because they don't want to go to a war, because big war. So they're scared of this stupid government. Or make peace with them, give them what they want, and this is it. Right? Am I right?